Hello and welcome to another episode of Lane by Lane, a show where I'm the master of puppets, and for the next 10 minutes, I'll make these puppets dance for our collective entertainment. Here we have Aiden Zyrene Moon, Mr. David Freak Turley, and Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. Captain Flowers number 2, huh? What happened there?
Well, Captain Flowers number 1 on Twitter, or the Captain Flowers without a number on it, is a guy that hasn't tweeted since 2009, and his last tweet was a phishing scam. So I've been trying to get that from him, but it's a little hard.
All right, well, your Captain Flowers is
not
number
gonna get
1
from
in
me.
my heart. Let's get this show kicked off and ready to go. As it is episode number 3, if you don't know the rules yet, go back and watch episode 1 and 2. We could use the views, and also I'm sick of explaining it already. But to you three, are you ready for your first question?
Let's go.
It's a doozy. It's a doozy. Which player has the best summoner name in the NALCS? We're starting with you, Captain Flowers. Let's go.
I'm going to go with my boy, Mike Young.
Ooh.
The brand new name in the NALCS, had an awesome debut, and he's got an awesome name, man. He's true to himself. He doesn't have to make anything up.
All right,
he's his
there it
own
is.
brand.
All right, I like it. Come on, give me some more, because, I mean, that's just, okay, it's his name.
He's not very
It's
smart.
his
No,
name.
Flowers
yeah.
is done now.
Well, no, this guy's been
Flowers-
challenger since he was 13 years old, man. When I was 13 years old, I wasn't challenger. I wasn't even bronze. I wasn't good enough to be bronze.
That's right.
Mike Young is so good, he advertises himself as what he can do.
There it is.
That's my guy.
He's his own best advocate. All right, Freak, as you come out of your death timer, you're
yeah.
up next.
First of all, you're still not good enough to be bronze, Captain Flowers, but I'm gonna go with my
be
boy,
good.
Balls! How could you not
Balls!
choose the name Balls? Everyone loves him. That's a weird thing to say.
Yep.
But that's what we're going for.
right, here you go, Freak.
I mean, come on. He had it.
Because you love
the
balls.
puns make themselves, right? Wrecking balls. I mean, just everything, man.
All
The guy,
kinds of balls.
Yeah.
Freak wants them.
Easy.
Freak loves them. Everyone's a fan of balls. Zyrene, what are you a fan of?
Yeah, not a fan of balls.
Not
but
a
I am
fan of balls.
the team. Like, just like Cat Flowers was saying, but I feel like there's a player that has an even better name, and that's the Apollo Price.
Woo!
That guy's name is sick. He's named after a god, because that's how he's been playing this split.
Or a
Apollo,
chicken.
man, he is
Or a
so
space
good.
mission.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly,
There's a
right?
lot
Like,
of
all
there's a
these
whole-
things are fantastic because he's out of this world. I love Apollo Price. He even changed his name from Wiz Fusion
Yes.
because that was a sick name.
His
but
real
it wasn't
name
even as
is
good as
better
his
than a
real
summoner
name.
name.
Right, but we gotta give him points for going back to his roots, for taking Apollo Price since it is better than Wiz Fusion. But Freak, loving balls, out to a hot lead here. Let's move on to question number 2. You have access to one champion ability in real life. What is it, and how would you use it? Freak, we're coming to you first. No time to think.
Remove scurvy.
Remove
Rid of all debilitating effects with the refreshing oranges. I mean, you've seen the
every
ads,
ability
right?
you choose
no
to
matter
eat an
what
orange?
happens,
Hold on, hold
eat
on.
an orange and it's
Genius is at work. Oh no,
It's
something
not-
happened over here.
It's not just eating an orange.
no.
It's not just the fact that you can eat an orange. I can do that in real life. The fact that eating an orange has magic powers.
Yes.
A celestial monster stares at you and no one else in the game can do anything about it. And I'm just like, I'm saved by the buoyancy of citrus, and you're good to go.
But
Love it.
this means that you have scurvy all the time.
it doesn't seem
And
to
that's
hurt
how
us.
it works, because you have to remove it.
I mean, the skill in and of itself removes debuffs, negative effects, right?
Right.
So
Never gonna
although
get
it is
sick,
called
I'll eat an orange and I'm good.
I like where Freak's going. He's got very
orange a day
solid
keeps the
logic
doctor
here.
away.
All I got to do is eat a fruit, and I'm good to go. Zyrene, what's your response here? What do you got?
I would go with Chrono Break.
Chrono.
How many times have you made a mistake and you're just like, oh, whoa, back it up. That did not just happen. Like that awkward situation earlier where
And
Freak said,
kill
like,
everyone
balls.
around you.
You're like, whoa, back
falling
that
off
up.
a cliff? Chrono Break.
Boom.
I like it.
And you get that feeling. I love that. That's such a great ability as well. And it heals you. If you take any damage, you get to kind of reverse that situation.
What's
and
the
then start
instance
over.
in which you think it would be most useful? Like, give me a scenario, break it down for me. Where are you using it? It's like super impactful.
Oh, in fights all the time. Just like
Okay.
Echo used it in the cinematic. You're going in under somebody, you're like, oh, wait, he went for the left. I thought he was going to go for the right. And
Yeah.
then you're just like, back it up. Now I know what he's going to do.
When are you
And
getting into
restart that.
fight?
So Zyrene's gonna challenge.
If I had that, I would fight.
Zyrene's gonna jump in on the Floyd, on the Mayweather and.
You wanna fight, Captain
and the
Flowers?
McGregor fights. All right, Captain Flowers. 2 abilities off the board. What are you going with?
I'm taking Galio's Hero's Entrance.
Ooh.
Yeah. For one, I don't have a car, and that ability goes a really long way. So I'm going to enter into everywhere I go, and it's going to look really freaking cool.
To be fair, it goes like 30 seconds walking distance.
Well, still, that's really cool.
I was
because
gonna say,
Dash didn't
I was
say-
You get across the street with Hero's Entrance. Congratulations.
Dash
I was
didn't
gonna say
that these abilities have cooldowns.
Yeah, well, 1 has a cooldown. 2, I was gonna say you can only travel to your allies.
Yeah,
Is
I got my boy Zyrene.
I got my boy. I'll let him come over here.
Yeah, I got people on the other team here like Freak
right.
too, who's constantly trying to sabotage me, but I can always jump to Zyrene.
I
Think of the
it.
casting synergy, Dash. Zyrene's there on the desk. You're like, oh, who's casting with Zyrene today?
I got a problem with this,
Hero's
though.
entrance.
Hero's entrance.
I got a
Freak, talk
problem
to
with
me.
both your costs, though. The thing is, when both of you use it, you destroy everything around you. So Zyrene's like, ooh, I might have screwed up a
It's
turn
okay,
on that
Freak,
road.
you got some oranges,
Destroys
eat 'em,
all
it'll
the
be
other
okay.
cars on
It'll
the
be
road.
fine.
It's worse than it was before.
I'll
Hero's
give-
entrance destroys the studio.
Be
I
fine. Eat
still
your
love
oranges.
their answers, but I'm going to give Freak 200 points because he does have a good argument there. Moving on to question number 3, our third and final question. You have to build an entire team around one local North American talent. Who is it and why? Now, let me clarify, when I say North American talent, I mean any current NALCS pro. So although people like Bjergsen, for example, originated from the EU LCS, we are going to consider him North American talent. So, who started? Zyrene, you're first. Let's go.
I would build around Bjergsen. I feel like it's worked every time, right? They've made the
perplexed
finals
look on
every
your
single
face.
time. It's like, it just seems like such an easy answer. I was like, is that how easy it is? I mean, TSM have done it. The formula's worked. They've been #1. It happens over and over again. And I feel like right now, TSM, they're looking to come back into form. I feel like Bjergsen, he's a shot caller too.
Still struggling.
And the biggest thing about Bjergsen as well is he always elevates the people around him. Everybody's like, man, I could play another game of solo queue, or, you know, I could go to sleep. And then they see Bjergsen, what's he doing? He's playing another game of solo queue. So everybody's on that Bjergsen train, and he just elevates everyone around him.
How do you respond to the fact that they've built around him and they've yet to have a really solid showing at Worlds, for example? Sure, they're winning domestically, but a team's been built around them already, and they've only gone so far internationally. What's your response there?
There's only so much NA talent that you can actually take to build around him.
Kyrene's like, my defense is there's nothing better. Okay, Captain Flowers, you're up next. What do you got?
I'm building a team around High.
Okay.
Yep, we always talk about High. We always talk about his brain and his shot calling and the dude's ability to take anybody and make stars out of them, make a successful team. Everybody wasn't expecting anything from FlyQuest in spring. FlyQuest managed to not only make it to playoffs, they were a 4th place team.
How do you explain Summer, though?
How do you explain Summer? Because he doesn't have the team built around him. I'm talking a
You just
High.
said you could make anyone great.
Yeah,
They
and that's
changed
what I'm
one
saying.
player.
Is imagine if you had not just anybody, but
Well,
the
you hate my
best.
boy Balls?
No.
They just changed one
Freak,
player, though.
You
All
won.
right.
Your turn's
I
coming.
respect your guys'. Why does this keep happening?
I don't know,
I respect
Freak
your
won't
guys'
die.
points, but hold on, let him finish.
Okay. So you've got High, who's got the ability to make anybody play really well. Fans constantly pose the question, could High take a team of Bronze 4 players to the LCS? Well, I think High could take a team of the best LCS players in each and every other role and make champions out of them.
All right, 4 bronze players going to the LCS along with High. I'd love to see it. Freak, you're last. What do you got?
I'm going to go with Afromu. Afromu, one of the greatest shot callers in North America, and we've seen what he can do in actually transforming players. You look at Dardoch, who came over from Immortals, and suddenly he's meshing a lot better with the team, right? It's working, right? We can see from players' transformations, he is able to elevate people up. He's a multi-time North American champion, right? The guy has had the best result in NA history, which is that 2nd place at MSI. That's better than Bjergsen's done results-wise.
He has the same
Afro's
result,
actually
though.
done it. Afro's actually done it, right? You look at Stixay, who fresh out of Challenger, within half a split became all MSI in a tournament with like amazing Chinese and Korean AD carries. Like, this dude is the truth. He brings up people. We see the elevation in his teammates around him, right? You see what High does with crappy teammates, and it's down here in the summer split, right? Afro actually accomplishes. The guy is amazing. He transforms people. He shot calls very well. They're the best team in North America right now. It's Afro. He's the truth.
So you think that Afromu's changed Dardoch. Dardoch hasn't changed CLG.
I mean, certainly he's a good player. I think on a mechanics level, he's a better player than Xmithy, but I think the entire package of Dardoch has some positive and some negative, and Afromu removes the negative.
All
He's
right.
able to
Well,
discipline
I
him
feel
and
like
he plays well.
Afromu, though, the meta has to suit him better. You think back to spring, that guy wasn't even considered for top 3 NALCS and all
That's one bad
NALCS
split
teams.
because they don't have enough good players. That's fine.
Bjergsen is always good. I can't think of a time when he wasn't bad.
I
Even
like
people
it.
Are like,
You can't think of a time where it wasn't bad? I agree.
All right, gentlemen, unfortunately, we're running out of time, and I'm going to have to stop you there. What happens when I declare the winner? We have a tie at the moment.
Uh-oh, I tied.
Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie, which means we have to go to a tiebreaker real quick. So, whichever one of you can give me the better compliment wins this game.
Dash, your hair is on point today, man.
That's pretty good,
Dash,
Zyrene.
you have the best butt in the whole NALCS.
Oh! Zyrene knows what's up. I'm going to have to go boom, boom. Zyrene, you are the new champion. of Lane by Lane. My butt thanks you. Go ahead and give your 10-second speech. Real brief, real brief.
Like thank my mom, Dash's butt. And, you know, guys, if you're watching in 2017, smash that like button down below. Follow the stream, subscribe.
I love
Leave
it,
a
I love
comment
it.
if you think that I definitely won over Freak, because I did. Can't argue with that.
You won fair and square.
Cop
My
out.
butt thanks you, ladies and gentlemen. That does it for episode 3 of Lane by Lane. If you enjoyed it, go ahead and use that hashtag LaneXLane on Twitter to hit us with topics of conversation or questions that you'd like to be asked of these fools later in the year. All right, gentlemen, once again, I got to thank these guys up on this screen. Thank all of you at home for watching, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
Yeah, butt no.
That butt, though.
No.
I mean, I think everyone's going to be watching this series and saying, is IMT Smithy better or is CLG Dardoch better?
It's a trade that has been mutually beneficial for both teams.
Over here on Immortals, Smithy coming in, kind of being that calming voice. He spoke about composure, and Smithy has done just that for this team.
We get confidence by Jake.
Smithy gets strong, propels force out, he goes into the pit though, pumps the zone, he's just buying time, damage still there, but Smithy, oh my god, he's stole it!
Are you kidding me?
And Immortals are gonna save the game.
That was a thing of beauty from Smithy.
The new Dardoch including CLG has looked good.
Here comes the attempt to the king. Dardoch is here, though, right into the CC, and he read the entire play.
Player of the game, Dardoch's Gragas was pretty freaking great.
Both teams are doing really well.
What an insane game from CLG.
Well, Immortals are definitively a top-tier team.
And now Counter Logic Gaming will play Immortals to see who really got the better of that trade.
Welcome to week 4 of the North American League Championship Series. We've got battles for first all weekend long, starting with today's marquee matchup between Immortals and CLG, as the fans have packed the arena to see which of the two junglers will reign supreme. The talk of the town, the trade that came in earlier in the split. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me to break down today's matchups is former Amumu god Sam Kobe Harding. So what happened, man?
That's a long time ago. I don't know.
Those Amumu mechanics left you?
I thought he was my friend.
Yeah, QE-R. Okay, there it is. Let's get a reminder of what's at stake this weekend. We've got Immortals, Team Dignitas, and Counter Logic Gaming all fighting to hold on to first place, while teams like EchoFox and Cloud9 are on the outside trying to break in at 3-3. But none of that is set in stone, especially with our matches today. It all starts with our battle for first place as Immortals and Counter Logic Gaming face off in the battle arena. And after that, rookie jungler Mike Young and Phoenix One face off against Acadian and EchoFox. But all eyes are going to be on that first matchup. And to kick off that discussion, let's go ahead and hear from Darshan and his thoughts on facing his former jungler of 2 years.
Playing against Immortals will probably be like the first time I've played against Smithy. And that'll be interesting because, you know, having played with Jake for 2 years, like now him being on the jungle for the other team, like he understands probably better than any other jungler, like how I play the game. Jake plays pretty well with Flame, like inking Flame a lot, and then he also plays really well with Ole in the mid game. So kind of like how he used to play with Afro, like the jungle support duo, it's kind of like Ole now. And so I kind of see some similarities on Immortals, like there are to CLG, but I still think we're the better team, and it's gonna be a hard match, but it's not. They're definitely not the strongest team.
Darshan enlightening us to some of his own preconceived notions on how exactly Smithy will play coming into today's matchup. And on the topic of preconceived notions, you know, this trade was the talk of the town. Everyone in the world had an opinion on who got the better end of the deal. You know, how will these guys slot into the team strategically? And to that end, Kobe and I decided to do a slightly deeper dive and statistically to kind of parse through some things about how these guys might match up here today.
Exactly. I mean, people were wondering, oh yeah, Smithy, he's this farm-oriented vision jungler, right? He's this nice guy. That's why they're having success on Immortals. But we wanted to dispel this myth after like week 2, because Smithy deserves credit for his jungle ganks that he's getting off in the early game. The stats that we went into, Dash, these are pre-15 minutes.
Exactly. The very first thing we took a look at is jungle proximity. So again, how active are they on the map in relation to the laners on their team?
Exactly. That's time spent within 2,000 range, which is level 1 Caitlyn Ultimate. As you can see, both of them comparable numbers. These are two of the most active junglers, as you said. However, big difference is Smithy converting so much more of his time into actual kills and assists for his teammates than Dardoch is, even though Dardoch is spending time there. And it could be, you know, warding around, scuttle crab control, those other activities that you can perform around the lane while providing support, but not necessarily getting a kill.
We talk about converting into kills, and here we have the heat map of every single kill for both teams that involved either of the junglers. So we split the map, top side, bot side. Top side does include mid lane and above, so it's inclusive of mid lane, whereas bot side is everything south of mid lane. But we see two distinct focuses, different focuses from the two junglers.
Exactly. I mean, you know, jungle proximity is one thing. Where are they actually finding these kills is a very, very clear story here. And if you watch the games and you pay attention to these teams, it's not really a surprise. People are already memeing about the Dar duo, Darshan and Dardoch up in the top lane. They've been, you know, acquiring a lot of kills there. Meanwhile, bottom lane for Immortals, Ole and Cody-san also finding success.
All right, so of course now we've identified fine. Immortals is focusing bot side and CLG is focusing top side. Let's go into the microcosms of the lanes and see how the laners are benefiting from the attention that they're getting. Right here at the top, what I notice is, of course, Darshan finishing first both as a player in terms of kills and assists picked up per game, but also when the jungler is involved, he has the most. What strikes me is that Flame is finding relative success with very little attention.
Exactly. Flame is number 2 with relatively less jungle impact from Smithy. So Flame, people have noticed, has had kind of a breakout split for himself and really been rising to the occasion. Meanwhile, Darshan and Dardoch, while they are finding success, it's often together. And they're both benefiting.
So let's put some numbers to that jungle proximity. When we look at the time spent on the top side of the map from both junglers, again, this does include mid lane as well, Dardoch spends an average of 7% more of his first 15 minutes on the top side of the map. That equates to 48 seconds of in-game time, which is pretty significant.
Exactly. I mean, that could be multiple ganks, the scuttle crab and the vision that we talked about, or counter jungling. It's actually a large amount of time within League of Legends, even though it is under a minute and people are kind of brush it off.
And to some degree, it speaks towards the play style of the mid laners, and in particular, Huhi. Again, we've seen him on picks like the Aurelion Sol where he loves to roam. Well, guess what? He's linking up with Dardoch quite often to make moves around the map.
And that's the key. Your question about how well are these junglers actually going to be integrated into the teams has been so successful. Huhi is still playing that roam style. They're still finding kills. He's already having success by himself, but a lot of the time, you know, jungle proximity could be mid laner and jungler close to each other in the bottom lane, and they're roaming together and making it work that way.
Speaking of the bot lane, it's no surprise that when we move ourselves down there, Immortals tops the table again. Cody-san and Ole, who deserve lots of credit in and of themselves for being first in the league there. Clearly, when the jungler is down there, I mean, doubling the kills and assists of Aphromoo and Stixxay when Smithy's involved.
Exactly. As we saw in the heat map, skulls all over the place in the bottom of the map here for Immortals, and it has been true to that style, right? They identified that these guys are such a strong bottom lane, they want to play off the bottom lane, so then they lend, you know, more resources to that side of the map, you know, trying to push down the turrets earlier, trying to get those kills.
All right, great. We've identified trends, patterns, and statistical, you know, anomalies and whatnot. But what does this mean in terms of the context of the actual matchup, right? Because at the end of the day, Dardoch could just come into this matchup and go, actually, I'm going to go bot lane, you know, the entirety of the first 15 minutes. So I think that's what makes this fun, is trying to identify how these players will themselves, you know, parse through this information and affect their strategic, you know, strategies coming into the game.
Exactly. Falling into a pattern, we always say, is one of the worst things that you can possibly do as a jungler, as anyone in League of Legends. And, you know, the personal relationship might also affect this game, as 2 CLG members now on Immortals might, you know, change the way that Smithy and Pobelter play.
All right, with the spotlight on the jungle matchup, it's time now for us to throw it over to the casters to kick off the matches. Enjoy.
Well, now you have all the info about the matches. Welcome, lords and ladies, to the Battle Arena. I am Rivington Business III, and casting alongside me are the men, the myths, the legendary Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley, and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen.
Sure. I'll take it, but I'm really excited for the games as well. 5-1 versus 5-1.
Living up to it. Riv. I like it. Great energy. Let's kick off this series, jumping into the roster rundown. On the blue side, it is Immortals. That means we're going to start things off with Flame in the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Cobelter at mid, Cody Sun at bot with Ole as his support, and Coach Song for picks and bans.
And on the red side today, it's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane, Darshan. In the jungle, Dardoch. Mid lane, Huhi. Bot and support going to be 6A and Afromu with Coach 6.
I'm really excited to get into this game. I'm excited to get into every game, but this in particular, we have the matchup of what is another civil war here in the NALCS. We had Dash and Kobe talking about Dardoch and Xmithy in the jungle, and this is Xmithy, best Lee Sin NA, against Dardoch, cleanest Lee Sin NA. So who really can take the trophy?
Yeah, and I like this as well because as we're seeing these players' careers get longer and longer, we're getting to see more of these grudge matchups after they've left a team because it's no longer you're not on this esports team and you're just retiring. These guys are sticking around and improving after being taken off of teams. So Xmithy and Pobelter and most of this Immortals teams are kind of outcasts in that sense, and I really like seeing the way they've come together so far this split.
It's definitely cool to see them open a new chapter, in their career. Xmithy has been this guy that at best people talk about him as underrated, and at worst they talk about him as a liability. And this split, he has been having this resurgence, really performing well. And Dardoch is turning over a new leaf here too. He's with CLG, a team that he feels he can compete on, and he has a chance to really prove just how far he can go.
Xmithy really, or the team revealing, he's the voice that they needed on that team. Dardoch really just being a force in the jungle. They are able to really kind of cordon off his hyphiness, if you will, and really get him to go straight and narrow on the line, which has made him a better player along with the team.
Yeah, and we also have to point out this is the first the North American LCS has been on patch 7.12. So true. Immediate jungle target banning coming out from COG. They're going at him.
You might say that.
It's ruthless, the triple ban on Xmithy, but Elise is available. That's not going to be picked up here, and we see that the Galio is going to go over, probably could be for Flame, could be for Pobelter. We've even seen it a couple times as support.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I've seen the most from CLG is they have a huge priority on Gragas. I think they're going to pick that right now, and it can go either in the top or the jungle. They've put a pretty equal distribution between the two roles, and then being able to take Elise from Xmithy could also be strong, but all the priority picks left up, like the Caitlyn as well, make it an even more difficult choice.
Yeah, and if you want to go that Gragas and Elise top side, you do kind of have to get an AD mid laner, otherwise it can become extremely easy for the Galio to itemize. That can be problematic. So early Tahm Kench is pretty interesting here.
Yeah, I think this is fascinating as well with Thresh still being up. It's one of the best things Ole has played. With Blitzcrank being Afromu's most played champion, this actually is a much different look so far for CLG. 0 Tahm Kench games out of the 8 different supports that Afromu has played thus far.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit surprising, especially blind, because you would think as an answer to Morgana or to Thresh, which are two things that Ole likes to play, makes a lot of sense, but just going to be picking that up blind, and Bard should be able to deal pretty well with the Tahm Kench and can kind of roam around the map to match that.
I thought they were going to do Nunu. Gragas and Elise are still available though.
Heard the gasps. Gragas does get locked in. We're seeing what CLG can round this out with in their composition here. Caitlyn, Tahm Kench to start things off.
Yeah, and they still technically have a lot of options, but I'm quite surprised they didn't pick the Gragas in an earlier rotation based on the importance they put on the pick back in week 2. I would expect them to do a jungler here. I thought it was going to be Elise this whole time, but they've decided to go completely away from that. And Dardoch's going to have his first Kha'Zix game of the split.
And it'll be interesting to see what they can actually get out of this, because they very clearly are targeting Xmithy heavily. Triple ban. They know that Gragas is one of his best champions as well, so it's easy to predict that this would be something that Immortals would want to pick up. You have to feel like CLG thinks that they can get a head-to-head advantage, perhaps bully him out with Dardoch on this early aggressive jungler. You can get in Gragas' face. You definitely can outduel him.
6-1 on the split for Xmithy as the most played jungler. And this will now kind of come about the flex picking of the Galio. So far, the only thing that I like about COG's draft is the fact they have Caitlyn. And I think that champ is busted on this patch, and it's something that Immortals has found a lot of success with. Other than that, I feel like Immortals has the 3 power picks that they would want early on in the draft.
This is really interesting. The CLG is saying that's the Galio and the Gragas are not going in a lane. The Gragas is maybe somewhere. They already banned the Renekton now. Kind of thinking that one's going to be a jungler.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an interesting ban phase.
We're obviously assuming that Gragas is going to go jungle, but it still could theoretically be Gragas top, Galio mid, draft something like a Lee Sin. So, you know, because they have all the flexibility on the Immortals draft, it makes it even harder to use the second ban phase for CLG. Because if you just ban out 2 top laners here, then they say, okay, well, Flame's just going to play this top. It was you know, that's something that doesn't necessarily have to affect you.
Yeah, the only thing that I thought they would ban would be more AD carry picks, and they didn't even ban the Varus, which is Cody's son's second most played after the Caitlyn, and one of the better picks you can take into it in the laning phase. So I actually do have a lot of confusion over this CLG draft, only because it goes against the majority of the trends they've set in the first 2 weeks.
One thing I will say, despite the fact that this was blind pick Tom Kench, you know, these are 3 members from Immortals that have CC, that have catch. And if Aphromoo is positioned well, he can keep Stixxay safe. Yeah. And we know how powerful Stixxay can get on this late game Caitlyn.
Yeah, absolutely, but they also picked the Tom Kench before the pick stuff was even taken, so they have so much faith in this Tom Kench pick, or it's just the fact that it is a best of 3, it is a long split, they want to play many different things, and they're going with something a little more cookie cutter with the Tom Kench.
Did he not hover Warwick? Was that a first? No, just kidding. Orianna gets locked in on the side of Chronologic Gaming. They're going to do that, obviously blind at this point, and safe one with Ori as of late. They've banned out the Thalia and a few other things that can make his job hard.
And the Ori makes sense alongside the Caitlyn Tom Kench. You know, shield him up, speed him up, keep him safe with this Tom Kench, allow Stixxay to play very aggressive in the team fights. That said, some of the tough matchups are still available. You know, things like Syndra are still on the table here that they didn't ban out. They actually banned out Lucian. I'm thinking now more for the mid lane, as people have been playing Lucian into Orianna as somewhat of a semi-counter. So this is actually Galio mid. This is Galio mid now. Probably going to be J4 top and Gragas jungle, although that could get flexed around. I would be surprised.
And because Galio and Gragas with Runic Echoes most likely is so much magic damage, they're generally going to be okay. It is fairly heavy on the physical damage side as of now, but overall I think that rounds out very well for Immortals team composition. The amount of engage they have on that
long
team
range
is really, really
long
high.
range.
Yeah, the J4 Galio combo in particular is incredibly strong, especially against people who don't have, you know, those dash or those gap closers. Like, if you can ult in on J4, Galio ults in immediately on top of your head, you have the stone plate, like, plus your shield combo, which is extremely powerful on J4 already, and he's gonna be so hard to take down and have so much dive.
Yeah, I agree with that for the Immortals composition, but with the Camille locked in at the end, there were Camille buffs on the patch. The passive has been buffed in a few other things as well. So this makes the Tom Kench pick make a little bit more sense if the entire time they were just hoping to counterpick Darshan, a split pusher, and choose to play that strategy. Because if you separate this out into 2 separate squads, like the 4 people and then the 1 split pusher, which is going to be the Camille, the disengage, poke, and wave clear, and like the 4v4 fighting is really good with those champions, and Tom Kench helps prevent you from getting picked off and engaged on.
Another thing that Tom Kench does bring to the table alongside that Kha'Zix is if you have an isolated 1v1 on the side lane, your ultimate to deliver that jungler in and swing that side lane in your favor is very, very powerful. And if the Camille can get ahead, she certainly should be able to outscale Jarvan in that 1v1 late game.
We will see the coaches shake hands. They make their way off to the backstage and leave the players with their final words. Hashtag IMT win, hashtag CLG win. Darshan, as we said, taking that Camille to the top side. Lately falling behind a bit in CS, being more utility for the team because he's in other lanes, doing more to help the team. This time he'll be helping the team from the side lane, and CLG's back to that split push. We'll see how they work it out here. Immortals versus Chronologic Gaming. We are about to be on to the Rift.
Yeah, really excited to see these 2 teams. The winner will take temporary sole possession of first place in the North American LCS in a league where C9 and TSM have met in 2 finals in a row. These teams trying to jump out to that start and enter the conversation for best team in North America.
It's looking like nothing too crazy going to be happening here at level 1. And CLG is one of the teams that does sometimes like to mix in these level 1 strategies where they are actually trying to figure something out, trying to get something done with the 5-man invades, but going to be pretty passive.
And the analyst desk broke down earlier some of the jungling tendencies. Dardoch has been the highest jungle proximity of all junglers in the North American LCS, essentially meaning he spends the most time around his teammates in the first 15 minutes of the game. Has not actually paid off in many kills or assists, but I will argue it has given them plenty of lane pressure.
That'll sting.
He should still have time to recall and get back to full health unless Flame can interrupt his next recall, in which case he might lose out on a few.
And that would actually be pretty annoying, but he's not going to be able to do it. We also have to attract the fact we didn't really talk about, this Jhin pick, right? Jhin is traditionally not considered a very strong laner. He is paired up with the Bard, who should have, a laning advantage over Tahm Kench. But even still, we may be able to see, Stixxay on this Caitlyn getting an early edge and really starting to harass them. They're going to look to try to steal away some of these raptors.
Get some.
Neither on level 2. Got one. He might get 2. He gets 2. Got it. So now he doesn't even get level 2 off the camp. Even with the big raptor, he's still level 1. And getting that second one slows down your path quite a bit.
Exactly, and they were actually trying to do something really cute that did happen in the European LCS in the series that was just on that stream, where the mid laner pulls the raptors while the bottom lane pulls the red. And it's a super pull for the Gragas, because then essentially he'll get level 3 and slingshot ahead of the other jungler. And in this case, a little bit of it can be a race towards that top side, since if it's going to be a 4-1 split push game, the early lane pressure you can put on the Camille can have very long-lasting effects on the rest of the map.
It's also pretty important that they actually did that leash, because it didn't mean that a level 1 Gragas had to solo down red buff without smite, right?
Yeah.
He had to smite the raptor there too.
Almost like a failsafe.
Yeah, so I mean, the fact that they were there speeds up this clear actually massively.
Yeah, it actually makes it fairly inconsequential, because he's still getting level 3 off of his third camp, and you can see Dardoch with the fairly standard at this point, 3 camp clear, and he messes up his recall. So a lot of junglers do this on the fast clear for Krugs, where if you kill the biggest Krug, and then basically you kill the base Krugs, and then they will despawn if you don't kill it. You lose out on about 60 gold, but you save 10 to 15 seconds. And in a game where the first gank can sometimes win, I've seen a lot of junglers switch to this. What you don't want to do is get interrupted by them chasing you, because then you waste a lot of the efficiency and you just lose gold.
In a game of seconds, what was it, 48 seconds that they spent more time towards that top lane? So those 15 of them are pretty dang important. 3 minutes in, a little bit of scuffle in the jungle hasn't really provided an advantage anywhere here. And Afternoon tries to grab brush control on Cody Sun and Ole.
And Stixxay is just waiting for that 4th shot to be used, and he will continue to try to poke out his opponent. Cody Sun did go longsword. Traditionally, we've been seeing a lot of longsword 3-pot for lanes that they're trying to get through. Longsword refillable is kind of like a half and half type situation where you're not getting that full extra sustain, and Dardoch moving down here may mean some of the chip damage that they've gotten down could pay off.
Yeah, they'd have to go very aggressive for this gank to pay any type of dividends. The lane is already somewhat pushed in, but
seems like as well, Alphamoon wants to bait the Cosmic Binding in so they wouldn't get stunned under the turret. Still, Immortals playing very safe with the extra aggression Alphamoon was putting in the lane.
Yeah, and this is the type of gank that won't really show up on the scorecard because it didn't net a kill or an assist, and it added to his jungle proximity, which would be an inefficient play. But we have to watch how the lane goes from here. Knowing there's no flash on Ole, how will that influence the way the rest of Immortals play the lane?
Yeah, I mean, that can make you play even much more defensively. So even if you don't get a kill there, this Caitlyn Tahm Kench lane may be able to bully out harder than they normally would otherwise be able to do. And now Pobelter's roaming down. Level 4 Galio roam with Smithy here.
Smithy's right there. They're going to make it through the Cosmic Binding. This is to save Stixxay. You can see wrapped up immediately. Flashes forward to get him to safety. But they still want Aframu. They get first blood. Immortals on the board.
And that's the efficiency of the gank that will show up on the scorecard. That's where Smithy has excelled so far this split. First amongst all junglers in kills and assists pre-50 minutes, getting first blood in this game. And it's because the team ran down for it. It wasn't just Smithy making that gank. Pobelter had also roamed from the mid lane, gaining lane priority by using that early teleport to get back in lane and get the shove onto Orianna. So that play was brewing for several minutes before Immortals execute for first blood.
Yeah, it's a really nice roam here from Pobelter as well. Like, moving down, people are not going to expect the pre-6 roam from Galio, and that was extremely effective. But there were a couple of summoners, committed. Smithy's flash, Pobelter's flash. So Dardoch now wants to try to get a little bit more aggressive, see if he can move around the map, and maybe make something of that.
Dardoch taking the scary path out, but he doesn't take too much damage. Pobelter with his teleport previously on that as well, so they probably thought he was staying in lane even
Flame
more.
without a mana.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for Flame. He does have minions in his favor, and that's going to help him out just a little bit, but Darshan was losing that battle. It's been very back and forth, and it's basically a missed skill, and you have the upper hand.
Yeah, Darshan's got the wave in the right spot now, too, after that harass. We're going to watch this one more time. It is through a ward, but the closing potential of the Magical Journey when comboed with the jungler, and the fact that Aphromoo doesn't have exhaust. He goes for the Devour, but then doesn't dodge the initial CC. If he would have been able to flash away from the Jhin Deadly Flourish, there's a chance they can escape that gank, but just more well executed by the Immortal squad to get the kill.
And this has really been Smithy all season long. He's so proactive with those early body slam flashes on the Gragas, and now they're looking to chase down.
Oh, great dodge. That could have been a kill on Stixxay. That's his heal down flash is up for him, so they may have gotten that summoner. Cody Sun and Ole take control of the lane after getting pushed back themselves here, and we'll see how they continue to play it. Jungle on top side, so it looks like they have some time here to play safe, and that's going to be Ole roaming around to get the vision in.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about the Tahm Kench during the draft phase and how perplexing it was.
Yeah.
It's still fairly clear that it is probably for the later stages of the game where they're trying to get poked out, but I don't like it in this situation because they invest the early pick onto Caitlyn, and they're still not lane dominant. Yes, the ganks did have a lot to do with it, but the Bard is going to out-harass the Tahm Kench in these situations, and if CLG would have put 2 early picks into the Caitlyn and then the Bard, they'd actually have a substantially more turret pressure early in order to get them to that later game split pushing phase.
We talked a little about the Thresh as well in Champion Select. It's an Ole champion, but that's also used to be an Aphromoo champion and has that safety of shield and the aggression you need.
Thresh certainly is a strong pick. I think one of the cool things about Ole, though, is he can make people hesitant to select it because he also plays Morgana, and not a lot of people are playing that champion, and that is considered a pretty good matchup against the Thresh. So it's one of those extra dynamics that kind of Ole has gotten for himself because he plays these diverse champions, and these champions that other people aren't really picking up.
Swimming in the deep end. No kiddie pool for him. 8 minutes in, transfer over to Pobelter as we get that next buff up for the side of blue. See how he plays this. They're still waiting on theirs, and only this one kill to the side of Immortals. Things that seem to slow down. No huge lane advantages, so we look down at the CS. Stixxay, it does have a bit of a lead, but it's about a wave.
And one of the interesting things about this comp is, I think that Immortals comp is pretty execution heavy. You have to be pretty aggressive. You have to be proactive in the mid to late game and be making dives, setting up plays, because if you cannot pull that off, I think that in a standard 1-4 type split push game, CLG should have a heavy advantage. The Orianna and this protection that's there for the Caitlyn really will give them the edge. But if they can pull off flanks, if they can pull off TP plays, they're going to have a really tough time actually escaping that, even with the Tahm Kench.
Going for another gank, but they would need Pobelter to ult in on them as well. And that also kind of speaks to the type of game CLG usually likes playing.
Yeah.
Throughout the first 2 weeks, CLG is first in the LCS in kills and first in the LCS in deaths as Xmithie continues to invade and exert his pressure over the map. Very nice job detonating his Q while smiting to take that blue away from Dardoch.
And for Dardoch, not having a smite, not much of a way to fight back there. So proactive play from Immortals. They feel that they have the edge and they can make these plays. You can evade more aggressively because you have the Galio ultimate in range. When you're playing around the mid laner, you always have that assist. Oh.
Flash back, Dardoch just above as well.
So a bit of a mistake there from Smithy. If you actually instantly ultimate out of the E, you can do that unavoidably. He tries to go for what looked like an auto there, perhaps, and then is not able to pull it off.
Yeah, not quite the play. Now Dardoch in a fight with Pobelter.
Big back and forth. Shockwave is up here. They want to make it go in. There it is. Damage onto Pobelter is enough, and CLG get one back on their side. It looks like everybody disperses from here, but Darshan uses this chance to get himself in the jungle.
Good little play from CLG, but a bit of an underestimation, it seems like there, as Pobelter still had his flash. Maybe could have tried to flash away from that Shockwave.
It's a slow commitment. I was wondering if he was going to Shockwave as well. It seems like they still wanted it. You see a little bit of a steal from the jungle, knowing they have an upper hand on Xmithie. We'll see if the pressure is added towards the top side. We'll see how this happens once again.
Exactly. Take another look at it. It is a good wait and see by Dardoch, getting the isolated Q onto Pobelter for the jump. Not to mention, they know the flash ult is down from Xmithie, so that's why Dardoch wanted to take this fight, even if he's been a little bit behind for most of the game. The quick trigger on the Shockwave basically tests whether or not Pobelter is willing to flash very early. He does not flash early enough, and he falls.
And Pobelter was actually channeling his ultimate there. He was trying to ult away, probably to the top lane. So he actually, once he's in that channel, he cannot flash. You cannot flash to interrupt that. So that's what he got caught on. I thought he could save the summoner and just use that ultimate. It does get punished.
After all that in the jungle as well, like Smithy's warding the steal. The blue is back over to Huhi. So he actually isn't any worse for the wear on being able to clear his lane. Top lane, a little bit of love for Flame. They throw down the Hextech ultimatum, but it's not going to be enough. I thought Stixxay could get into range, and they actually hold the ace in the hole. They just get the pressure on the turret here.
Yeah, CLG does this fairly often, actually, switching their lanes up quickly. Even when they have a winning matchup, they will still do it because they're also trying to get Darshan ahead in this game. If they could have gotten that kill onto Flame, there's a chance it slingshots them ahead. Even without that, look at how Flame now sticks around to try and wave clear, and Darshan has a jump on the bottom side farm.
Exactly. They're ahead on the tempo of that play, so even though they don't need to swap away from bot lane, they can do it faster. They can get more of an advantage. That said, Immortals is setting up 3 men on the bot side, and they're going to look to try to dive Darshan when he comes down there. So Immortals may end up getting first turret regardless. Immortals
decided not to match, and then Flame did a great job clearing the minion wave with the 3 longswords. This will most likely be first turret over to Immortals. Interesting how they didn't send anyone down to try and disrupt that bottom play or have more of a dive set up in the top side. It was the lone Caitlyn gank, whereas often you'll see the support come up with him and a jungle gank. So more coordination coming out of the side of Immortals with that play. And not only are they going to get the first turret gold in the trade, but also they're going to be able to pick up the Mountain Drake where CLG takes the Rift Herald.
Yeah, the question is going to be, how much can CLG get with this Rift Herald, right? So you give up that first turret, you trade for a turret of your own, which gives you a little bit less gold, and then it's a trade of the Dragon for the Rift Herald. If you can get a pick and take down 1 or 2 turrets, perhaps, with that Rift Herald, it may pay off for CLG, but for now, the play certainly goes in favor of Immortals.
Yeah, we have this debate all the time. Will you take a Drake or an early game Rift Herald? And so much of it will depend on how good you are at executing in that 4-minute window. The Mountain Drake will be good later in the game if the game stays close because of the pressure it can add to the Baron and the Drake later on in the game. So, as Isaac just said, so much of it now is an emphasis on CLG to get a kill or find a lane where Immortals can't defend and get at least 1 turret.
And I think it does make some sense, with the kind of playstyle that they're trying to play. When you have a split pusher like Camille, if you can bring Kha'Zix, if you can take down this now flashless J4, kill him, get some turrets and inject that gold into your split pusher, because they know if they can get Darshan ahead, he should be able to split push this game and be very, very effective.
She just got back and finishing a few recipes of his items, so would definitely love that gold. Team to get into position. Huhi getting engaged on immediately. They go for the hero hit as well, and he's just chomped up as Tahm Kench comes into play in the mid lane this time and really fizzles out Immortals engage.
Yeah, and there's Tahm Kench outside of the laning phase where he can be incredibly obnoxious right there because that's the dream combo Jarvan Galio, but it actually gets stuffed.
This is the range we were talking about from Immortals. They always have the chance to tempt you about that engage. And now with the range, they have the choice to take it. It just pushes CLG off the turret enough. That's big. The engage here. It's going to be Xfinity. Oh, what a timing, but it's still eaten up by Alphamu. He wins in that one.
Oh, Smithy needed to hit them both, but CLG looking for the re-engage now. Darshan has TP'd in.
He does not decide to dive in. Smart choice by him. He would have been so focused out by himself.
So some really smart stuff from Immortals using the Jhin ultimate to zone CLG off and get the initial turret. Yeah. But Smithy would have needed to hit both Tahm Kench and Huhi with his ultimate to be able to deny the fact that Gragas can eat him up. Unfortunately for him, it looked like he just caught Huhi, so Alphamu can eat him out of that ultimate and keep him safe.
Yeah, and I do feel like Xmithy ulted earlier than he had to. The flash was down on both Alphamu and Huhi during that play. It's now up right now, so if they were timing the summoner spells, he could have been much more patient after this beautiful Bard ultimate by Olay. He catches both of them, no one has flash, Xmithy can just wait. Both Pobelter and Xmithy shoot early. So the ult essentially hits nothing, and now Alphamu falls warding while that replay was happening.
I mean, as well, if he does eat them, then you knock them both back at the same time.
Yeah,
hey,
it's all about patience.
2 for 1. Why not? Good kill there onto Alphamu as they find CLG roaming a little bit. Darshan still in the top lane, causing pressure. Will be met with Flame in just a few moments here. And it looks like Immortals is just grabbing this area around the next Drake. Get that vision up. They still have a while to go, but they do have much better map control at this point.
And so far, Smithy has been getting the better of Dardoch. You know, he has been able to make more plays, have more effect on the map, and so many people coming into this game are looking to see, you know, it can't be a win-win. Who got the better half of the trade? Is Smithy the one who comes out better, or is it Dardoch? And these guys are going to be looking to prove that they are the ones who are on the better team, that they are the ones who are going to be more successful. There's certainly a lot riding on this game, I think, for both teams, but for the junglers in particular.
And I wonder to what extent, even for the few seconds we talk about, was Dardoch thrown off by how fast Smithy actually got through his jungle. Because they probably didn't know that Red was only there for a few basic auto attacks, and then he was to the other side. So Dardoch's timing may have been off as well in the early game.
Definitely a lot of mind games going on, and Dardoch's tendencies of having such a high jungle proximity and his first gank not working really did pay off in the side of Immortals, and it looked like the Rift Herald was close to expiry here.
Oh, TP coming in from Flame. It looks like they're going to try to go bot and collapse on CLG.
That'll hurt their turn in the mid, but they're going for the big play here.
Rift Herald solo mission in the mid lane as the fight goes towards the bot side. 6A's eaten up. We've seen this one before. Summoner spells are there for the 8 carry, but it's not going to be enough. Pobelter picks that one up with Winds of War as Ole comes up big with the crowd control. And to the front of the line, I thought Pobelter was going a little harder, but he pulls back as they go 2 kills on that and still have their mid.
Yeah, and Immortals willing to pull the trigger on these plays. It is Flame teleporting to the fights to make the plays rather than Darshan, as we have seen in the first 3 weeks of the North American LCS. So the Rift Herald doesn't even quite finish off the turret as they're able to give a little bit of poke damage towards it. And another nice play there by Immortals. Love the patience on Flame for his Cataclysm, waiting for the Devourer to regurgitate Stixxay out and then getting the ult in.
And this was very well done by Immortals. It did feel like Stixxay might have been able to get out if the Bard Binding hadn't actually connected, but it looks like it's timed just as he's getting spat out.
Yeah.
And if the initial connection is going to hit, even if you use a move block like that, you still get tagged. So just that tiny little difference in timing. Had he not got caught, Stixxay had his flash and should have been able to survive.
CLG trying to pick up in their jungle what is left and clear this vision out. You see Immortals actually just pinched right through CLG there. They feel very confident about the moves they're making and are not hesitating.
And CLG now really are going to be trying to take down this mid lane outer, because that is all that they really got from the Rift Herald, just some chunk damage on it. But anytime you have an obvious objective like that, Immortals can look to set up another play. They can look to try to counteract that and hard engage on you with the Galio, with the Gragas, with this J4. So CLG has to try to be a bit patient, make sure they do their due diligence, get some vision, know where the other members are before they look to try to force anything.
It's also getting tough for Hugi because you see that many people, or those 3 guys, I should say, engage, and they're not really your primary shockwave target. It's not going to do that much damage.
And every time your flash is down against this team composition, if Immortals wants to kill you, they're going to get it. And then it's all about CLG being able to set up the right counter engage. And if they fall too far behind, they're going to lose the ability to do that. With that being said, CLG does want to extend this game into the later phases. Camille will win late game 1v1s against Jarvan. Caitlyn will do more damage than Jhin in the late game. And Orianna has higher impact fights on 4 and 5 items than the Galio does. So it's all on Immortals now to continue the proactive, aggressive play and take CLG in this first game.
And I think the double Mountain Drakes is going to help them do that, because you get to the mid stages of the game, you get to this time around 25 minutes, and one of the best ways to close out the game is with a Baron. With the double Mountain Dragon, you can burn that down so quickly, even though their team is not particularly suited for rushing down there.
Deadly Flourish just misses, but they give Dardoch a bit of hell towards the top side. It looks like that's the focus for Immortals. Even Flame is going to be up here. His teleport's down, so this is a commitment. CLG should see what's kind of going on here. Darshan could have a good push.
Looks like Hui's going to decide to come up as well. They're not sure where all of Immortals is, because Immortals has such good vision across the map right now. They have not allowed CLG to get any aggressive warding done. And they're able to move back and forth between the lanes, so CLG has to kind of play the game as if Immortals could be anywhere.
And it's so hard to split push as Darshan when you're in these situations.
Yeah.
Still not at the point where he will be able to win easy duels against Flame, or even Pobelter for that matter, who's been able to build up a lot of armor with his Ninja Tabi and his Glacial Shroud. So incredibly difficult moment of the game right now.
Galio is also such a good answer to split pushers in general, because you have such safe wave clear. Like, you can just refuse to fight this guy and keep clearing the wave. So if J4 cannot actually match up and doesn't have strong enough wave clear later in the game, you can simply group J4 with the team and move Galio down to try to answer that Camille, and not necessarily going to be able to outduel him or kill him, but you can wave clear, and then if your jungler comes, you can lock him down in 2v1.
It's so nice to be able to have the double teleport, something that was banned out in Shen by Immortals in that second phase. Now pulled out there when, as we see Flames teleport down, be the one to make that transition. We'll see how much Immortals actually starts to spread, CLG thin here, with that ability to go cross-map and make their way towards the top side.
And double mountain with this type of vision control is exactly where Immortals want to be. The more control wards they get in the jungle here, the more they can deny vision, the more fear CLG will feel about that Baron buff and their ability to contest it.
Just a good move from Immortals straight up the top side. CLG does not have eyes on where they are going, so they're going to try to get up here and defend this, but the turret is almost dead, so now it's just 1 or 2 autos away from going down, and Immortals will be able to collect that gold later on.
Yeah, and Immortals knows the answer to the question right now, who wins a straight up 5v5? It is them. Who he doesn't have his items yet, Stixxay is not at Infinity Edge, so they want to force these things, and they should continue to do so. I actually want them to be more aggressive. They have so much tankiness on that team. If Stixxay goes up there to go down for that turret, throw the Jarvan ult at him, throw the Bard ult in, try and get those combos, because if they can get any kill, 1 kill, they probably get the Baron off of it and much more.
Darshan back and forth between Scuttle and bot lane. There's still so much damage to be done on that bot turret. He has a lot of time to work on it. 4-1, Immortals not giving CLG any time, continue to work on the rest of their turret.
I really just am so impressed by their vision game. It's rare to see a game that is this one-sided as far as vision control. It just feels like it's been so long since CLG has been able to get any deep warding, and Immortals deserves a lot of credit as a unit for moving around, for clearing it out, and for really establishing this, because that's going to help them utilize their mount, and that's going to help them get the Baron and perhaps close out the game.
Exactly, and there's only so many wards on the map. Xmithie going Tracker's Knife and Dardoch going Chilling Smite also influences that outside of already having a lead. Ole has been consistently one of the better warders in the league, and all these things are kind of are coming together to include this vision lead.
Pushing it forward and clearing it out. We actually saw the effect of that vision the first time when IMT stole that blue, which in the end went back over to Huhi, but those wards started that early in the jungle and have stayed forward. This resulting in CLG now placing 4 defensive pink wards. None of these are at their advantage. They're trying to react to everything Immortals is doing.
And they're trying to make sure that they at least have control over the red side of the jungle, so they're not just getting bled out of the game. They can continue to farm this, and if you can maintain control in that area, it allows you easy access to at least check on the Baron, to know if your opponents are going for it.
23 minutes now. And it looks like if Immortals do get a good stretch on CLG, that Baron could be an option, but with the power they have, I'm sure they're more easily able to find a fight just somewhere outside of the Baron pit.
Yeah, and with the 3 control wards they have in the jungle, I'm surprised Immortals isn't forcing harder. There's not even a large amount of pressure on those bottom lane turrets. You can actually concede a bottom lane turret to the Camille if it means you're getting your 4-on-4 or your 5-on-5 in the Baron pit. So CLG, in their sense, is playing good defense, scouting with the 2 scrying orbs they have, as well as the Orianna ball, but I feel like that only lasts for so long until Immortals pulls off the fight.
You see how scared you would say Cody Sun is as the Jhin walking up to get shots onto the turret isn't the safest thing here. So once they do get up there, they're going to need a few more people to do some damage.
And it is also one of those things where there's more pressure on Immortals to make something happen. CLG is happy to play this very slow game where they're getting the most out of that scaling. They're allowing their Caitlyn to get huge. They're allowing their Orianna to get huge. And Immortals, while their comp certainly they can win late game, you do feel like there's more of a clock. There's more of something where it's this massive mid-game power before the Caitlyn has her 3-4 items and her armor pen and everything. It's so hard for her to deal with this insane amount of damage and kind of dive coming at her.
Yeah, and that's where Galio is right now. He's in that unkillable state, I feel like. Abyssal Mask plus Frozen Heart at the point of the game before any AD damage dealer can have a Last Whisper or AP damage dealer can have a Void Staff. It's the strongest point in the game for Galio. So now, even more than it was 5 minutes ago, Immortals is in their power spot.
See, they get Infernal here. A lot of uncontested objective taking going on. We know CLG to be quite a bloody team in their games. for how they play. But this one, they can't even find the fights really as Immortals work around them.
And one thing to keep in mind, you know, to give CLG some credit around this Infernal and sacrificing that, obviously it's great for Immortals, but this is not a full damage dealing type team, right? There's not a massive amount of AD and AP that are going to be built up on, say, the Galio or even Gragas or even the Bard. So, like, you know, it's not like it's a Zyra and a you know, a J4, sorry, rather a Zyra and a Jace and these sorts of things. So you get less out of it as a team with a lot of tanks, but it's still going to be very valuable.
Trying to take out Darshan. He's been hiding in a side rush for so long. This is why.
Oh, the flash taunt brings in the Durand. Looks like they're going to hang out in the ultimatum for a little bit. They like the space. It looks good. Pobelter picks up another one. 2-1 and 2. As the Immortals are just being systematic about what they're taking.
And that is a very big pick for Immortals. They could try to force pretty heavily here, either on the Baron or on some turrets, with 40 seconds down for Darshan.
Yeah, and with double Mountain Drake, it doesn't mean they have to turn to Baron right away. Pretty easy to take a big chunk out of this bottom lane turret. Still playing very smart as well. It's so interesting seeing this low kill game out of CLG, who has by far the most kills and deaths of all teams in the North American LCS. And you'd often expect if CLG falls behind, oh, they're just going to try and make plays forever and be really aggressive. But because of the inherent scaling advantage they have, and because Immortals has so many of the initiation tools, we're kind of seeing the opposite of that. So I do want to credit CLG a little bit here for, I think, doing mostly the right thing while behind. Right. Even if I don't like their draft or the reason they are behind, I think they're doing the right thing now.
Absorbing the pressure, seeing if they can throw it back at Immortals at some time soon. However, Immortals, far from making mistakes. Here, Ole, getting a little crazy, but with the vision they have, kind of knows the boundaries he can push here. Shares a little fruit with Dardoch. I mean, why not? What a nice guy. But still, just taunting CLG here.
Flames looking. Galio ultimate could come in.
This is even disjointed, and CLG still can't really answer to it. Spit out and flash coming through. Aphromoon now on the sore end of this engage as the Caboose. There the redemption's coming in for the heals. Who's going to live? And also Pobelter is in, as he is the hero of the fight, but who comes up with the kills? Who is the victor? Aphromoon goes down. Ole is also down as supports have fallen. Darshan looking to get in, but can he find that in? As it does not happen. Xmithy and Pobelter are on the front line, and now CLG try to route down mid. That is a low turret, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it.
Continues, who he's caught.
Solo knocked up, can't even use his abilities. He goes down. The Ghost was used at the last second to try to run away, but he still falls. And the chase now to Darshan and Dardoch.
Yeah, and Darshan was trying to cut the wave there to deny their push, but Styx a very low, no summoners, flash available onto the end flame. I think he has to just back off and give this up, or he's certainly going to get dove.
Darshan's still looking for some type of play, and Afro coming in now, but Stixay's gone.
Abyssal Voyage, Stixay gets obliterated out of the fight, and Darshan has been on the wing the whole time, looking for that in. But Immortals keep cycling back. They keep finding where that entry could be, and they shut it off. They walk away with second tier mid.
Yeah, that's the type of fight that Immortals really wanted, and I also think it speaks to a bit of an Achilles heel of CLG when they're playing these split push competitions, is Darshan, like a moth to a flame, is drawn to team fights in these split pushing scenarios. The team is down, they're gonna lose 5v5s, yet he's pulled up to collapse after the fight has already gone awry, and he really didn't do much of anything after he collapsed in this and could have taken that turret bottom while this whole fight is happening.
It's one of those fights where they know that Darshan had been picked off, then he is bot side, they can go for an aggressive play. Galio roams over, and that's why you can go for the full commitment. You have this massive amount of damage reduction onto Flame as he's diving in, and then very good CC was layered on Stixay, pushing him completely out of the fight.
Yeah, and also, that fight is over by the time Darshan teleports into it because they have the Jarvan, Bard, Gragas, Galio super combo that is able to catch CLG out seemingly time and time again.
And at the time, that was basically a turret wave for him in the bot side. Might have been able to take it down. Still's down there. Flame will pay his respects in just a moment as he gets his vision down, then to clear the wave. As Darshan has been just doing his job until those fights. As we kind of said, it's been that pull away. We see him fall behind in CS due to those situations a little bit here, and those are item spikes later in the game, and a bit of his scaling now that Flame has a bit ahead of him on.
And Darshan, you know, he's at a point where he probably can duel up against the J4. Yeah. But it's very difficult to do so when you don't have vision, when you don't know where the Bard is, right? Ole was roaming down there, threatening that. So had Darshan ever committed, you know, it would have been a 2v1 scenario. He would get taken down.
That's also, good call. The range they have to worry about. That's Pobelter or Tempered Fate to save the situation.
All those semi-globals. I mean, They're going to try and get a pick anywhere.
Oh, missed time.
Just missed the sweep.
Yeah, and now without a flash on Camille, the Baron can just be continued by Immortals. I mean, so much about this is shutting down what CLG is trying to do, and the question now is, will they go for a fight after this Baron?
Oh, great vision to Naba. Ole with the pink ward over the wall as well if they tried to come in any quicker.
Here we go.
And what will they decide to do here? There's the chomp up onto Dardoch. They lock them both in. He's forced to jump out after him again, left on the backside. There's just nobody else to help him once he helps them. 9-2 here.
Oh,
Great
big
shockwave.
shockwave.
Isn't the turnaround. Darshan tries to find it in, but there's Pobelter in flame again on the front line. Ole protecting Cody's son in the back.
And it's going to take more time for Stixxay and Huhi to really be able to get the items to shred through these tanks. Immortals have been pushing the pace so well. But Darshan does have his ultimate. If Immortal steps too far forward, they could perhaps look for something.
They look confident. There's the
TP coming in from Flame on the side. They're going to try to collapse on them.
His own deadly flourish. Cody's locks him up. The taunt, the crowd control on Darshan. The ultimatum not going to save his life. And now Cody's son to kite this out with Pobelter. It's a 2v1. Flame just on the backside, ready to flag and drag in and give everybody the Demacian might. Pobelter's still alive. One more taunt. Flashes into lockdown CLG. Dardoch now staring at the light, and he is taken down.
And you thought maybe that teleport was going to come in a little bit too late for Flame, but it was just in time. Cody's son cleans up the back end of that fight. CLG needed to make a play. That was their window potentially back in the game, but as soon as Cody's son started getting those crits off, not only did they get CLG down, now they can push with this Baron buff.
And Pobelter did such a good job peeling for him, keeping him safe, denying Darshan's ultimate onto him, and they will crack the first inhibitor, but that was such a well-played 2v3, delaying time until Flame got there. You know, it was looking like CLG would be able to take over, you know, this part of the fight, but the route into the taunt onto Darshan, he has to use his ultimate on Pobelter, even just defensively, but now they don't have any lockdown for Cody's son, so they can't get over to him.
Exactly, and Stixxay can't really shoot Pobelter. He didn't have his completed last push before this fight, so he tries to go for Cody. He's got the fourth shot in the chamber, 789, and then Flame is here to clean up the backside and finish off Huhi, but so much of this was on Pobelter soaking all of that damage. The insane power spike, especially with the Gargoyle Stone Plate now on 3 people, since all this game is about team fights, always proccing that.
I was going to mention that. 3 stone plates. Oh, I've used my damage. I'm going to die. Let me just press that active.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, and it synergizes so well with all of these champions because you're essentially pretty cooldown gated on your damage. They're not massive auto attack damage champions. So you fly in, you spend all your abilities, you pop it right then, and then as the Gargoyle Stone Plate expires, you have your abilities coming back up and you can start to pump out that damage once more. It's very synergistic.
They're on a ward.
Oh no, Stixxay gets caught.
This is the one though. If they can set this up and retaliate, we'll have to see. The shockwave is in there, but it has not been used yet.
Oh, beautiful up by Smithy.
They turn back. Dardoch low, Darshan low. Pobelter's in the fight and he punches straight to the back line. Darshan falls first. The turret will follow as the shockwave is used in retreat for CLG. Nobody can follow up on the damage, and Immortals once again, with any CLG members in front of them, cut them down and head for the Nexus.
They just smashed CLG in that fight. CLG was trying to be cute. They didn't pink ward, they didn't sweep where they were standing, and that was disastrous at the end.
Immortals really making a case for themselves as the best team in North America, taking down CLG very convincingly in game number 1.
It's going to be 33 minutes in, 17-4, demanding victory for Immortals in game 1.
Yeah, pretty much everything worked for Immortals in this game. They got all of those power picks that they could flex around early in the draft. Once they got the laning phases set, they didn't have any hard losing lanes, and the one thing that they needed to guard against was the Caitlyn turret push, which they did with an early 4-man roam. On top of that, they were able to play very well as a team and consistently force team fights and completely shut down the aggression of CLG, which has been working against every other team in North America.
I just think it's such an impressive game for Immortals, both from the drafting to the vision control that was so powerful throughout the game. They had full objective control because of that. They get an uncontested Baron because they kept that up for 15, 20 minutes. They never ceded vision really around that Baron, and I think this is a game to hang your hat on. It's very impressive stuff from Immortals.
Very nicely done. We have way more to go here. I hope we're going to a game 3. And for a closer look on that Immortals win, let's send it over to our analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv. Now, I'm not going to say we told you so, but We told you so. I mean, exactly as we had expected. Smithy and Immortals putting a lot of focus into the bot lane when it comes to those early minutes and making sure they garner an advantage for Cody Sun and Ole. But before we get to the actual gameplay, I want to look at the champion setups around how they picked these lane matchups, and in particular in the bot lane, we look at Stixxay and Afromoo taking, the classic strong laner in Caitlyn right alongside that Tahm Kench.
Exactly. I mean, Tahm Kench has been rising in popularity in Korea, and as we know, a lot of teams taking their cues there.
Yep.
The other thing, Doran Shield coming through, and a lot of shifts here in the bottom lane. So it's not, completely wild that they're early picking this Tahm Kench, because we have seen it before. And, you have a higher success chance of getting through the lane phase, to be this useful tank and to be able to get people out of crown control with a Caitlyn as your AD carry. Well, so, and they duo up on that.
Exactly. So to some degree, it looks like CLG has opted for a relatively safe bot lane. They have the opportunity to push the lane if they need to with the range of Caitlyn, but also to farm under turret and then have that kind of escape path of, gobbling the Caitlyn up and running out anytime a gate comes. But even still, Immortals finds their way to get kills in the bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, CLG, they also are drafting the split push style here with the newly buffed Camille coming on the top side. So they're going with pretty much the same stuff that we did expect from them as far as Darshan focus on the top side. So bottom lane, just don't die, right? And try and play that safe lane. As you said, though, a lot of the plays coming through, and it's not safe.
Well, so the question becomes, as we had posed prior to the match, would these teams stick with their patterns, or would they adjust outside of the patterns that have been established? And Immortals sticks with theirs. Pobelter, Smithy roaming out of the mid lane and down towards that bot lane to get his first blood, 440 into the game. Get that bot lane rolling right.
So here it is, the gank, duly assisted here by Ole with the Bard. Magical Journey allows Smithy to get in there, and oh, how sweet it is to get that first blood on your teammates.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So Smithy gets that first blood. Meanwhile, Dardoch trying to catch up in the lane, as was mentioned. He kind of had his back stopped by the Krugs and is just now farming to catch back up. Will get a kill on the top side of the map as well, falling in with the trend. But at the end of the day, it's that story of the bot lane and getting Cody Sun and Ole those advantages that they can roll into mid and late game team fights. We saw that 31 minutes into the game, a 4-for-1 in the mid lane after the Baron call from Immortals.
And this is really where it all comes down to, right? We're talking about, the improvements from Ole and Cody Sun, and they're playing well in their own right, so it justifies more resource being spent down in the bottom lane. And Cody Sun absolutely demolishes this team fight. Pobelter doing work on the front line with Galio does give him amazing space to work with, but the execution is huge here from actually both these guys, and so much surprising damage here coming out of this Jhin. Absolutely blasting CLG.
And I think that's where we can kind of return to that question about team identity coming into the split, right? What does Smithy do for Immortals and what does Dardoch do for CLG? And in the case of Immortals, they have talented laners. They have talent in that bot lane. Now it's about giving them the support system that can get them off the ground and let them win the game for you. Smithy slots into that role much better.
Exactly. That's why we wanted to highlight so clearly in that augmented reality segment Smithy's ganks, right? It's not just, his mentality and his late game, game knowledge that people are talking about, right? He's got very effective early game, and it was on show here, and they were able to snowball. That's the really big, important thing here, too. When you're talking about, taking that #1 spot, snowballing those early leads into clean victories is the key.
And in large part, as we see Dardoch on your screens here, to me, he felt unnoticed in this game, where Smithy was making those early moves. It did feel like Dardoch was very much sitting in a more farm-focused early game, just trying to keep himself relevant from a, golden experience standpoint. But while turrets are falling all around the map, you're just conceding map control to Immortals, and ultimately that's what kind of let them be the decision makers in terms of starting that Baron completely uncontested.
And I like how the members of Immortals all are talking about being more vocal and more proactive. Ole's a guy who talked previously about, he's worried about his teammates going to get mad at him or his teammates, doubting. And that seems to all be washed away for the entire team. And these decisive calls that you're talking about are coming through, over and over again.
So what's the adjustment here going into game 2 if you're Dardoch? I'm putting you in the position of Dardoch. You're back on CLG as the jungler, Kobe. What do you do in terms of identifying either, early jungle pathing? Are you going to try and go help and counter gank in the bot lane? or will you decide to pull focus and focus more towards Darshan, for example?
I think maybe putting some more priority on getting, one of those early jungle picks for Dardoch that will allow him to be more proactive. But you also always have to take into account the matchups for your lanes, right? Draft some winning lanes to work around so that you can, open up a space on the map for him to start to work. I don't necessarily think going to try and meet Smithy every time, even if he does continue to go to the bottom lane over and over, is always going to be the case. But I think that CLG are going to make adjustments in the draft come second time, because this was definitely a deviation from them.
Right.
And you can see, where the deviation was probably inspired from, but the execution just wasn't there.
Yeah, of course, we spend all this time talking about the bot lane. I do want to look at the top lane just briefly. We saw the Camille come in after some minor buffs to her. Again, it wasn't necessarily the determining factor in this matchup, but you could already see, again, kind of that trend for CLG towards getting Darshan onto a strong split pusher. It's just that the resources and the investment wasn't necessarily there to get him off the ground and make him a threat.
Exactly. The thing you're talking about where Dardoch feels like he's behind the whole time, and you get into that mentality as a jungler where you're trying to catch up, and if you have to go cover for a laner, now you're going to lose camps. Now you can't go over to that side because now your camps are warded.
Right.
And it all kind of snowballs from there.
All right, well, there we have it. Some thoughts on Game 1. We're going to step away for a quick break. When we return, it's Game 2 of the battle for first place. Don't go anywhere. You're watching CLG versus Immortals.
I'm gonna pocket. Only got $20 in my pocket. Gonna pocket. Looking for a pocket.
This is Pocket Awesome.
Pocket Shop by Pocket More.
Flashes forward to get him to safety, but they still want Alphamu. They get first blood. Immortals on the board. As he is the hero of the fight, but who comes up with the kills? Who is the victor? Alphamu goes down. Ole is also down as supports have fallen.
Yeah, Flash. Just keep running. Keep running.
Fucking got him. Let's go. Go.
Good job, good job. Don't die, don't die, don't die.
I'm going, dude. I'm not gonna die.
Walk up mid.
playing him against Oli is going to be fun. He's similar style to me, playmaker. He's been playing the same champions I have, Rakan, Morgana, Bard, Blitzcrank. That's all the ones I can name right now. And I think it's going to be whoever holds their support pick will probably have the upper edge in draft. And that's usually how it goes for playmakers and usually what happens when you play against a support that's at our caliber. So I do think support will definitely shape the game and how this support jungle combo works together.
Interesting.
Yeah, it makes sense. Why did you pick Tahm Kench right away then after what Aphromoo just said? Because that's exactly what we ended up seeing. He picked Bard second and had a much larger impact on the game.
Also, not one of the supports he named there, but welcome back to the North American LCS. Yeah, right? The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Counterlogic Gaming and Immortals. And actually, that's where we're going to start, is in that champion select. Wondering, you know, kind of what was that back and forth? CLG went for something new, but there really wasn't any comfort in there either.
I mean, I think, you know, you can look at some of the picks as pretty comfortable, like the Orianna, the Kha'Zix, the Caitlyn. Those are definitely, you know, strong comfort picks. But, you know, they drafted something where they had to go late, I think, to kind of get their advantages. And Immortals played so well around Vision. They had a really strong early game, and they were able to, you know, force their advantages so well on their opponent because of their draft and because of their play.
Yeah, they had some champion comfort, but the team style was much more passive than we've seen from CLG in the first 3 weeks.
Just a few kills to their name. They're going to chalk some up more, or chalk more up. Words are easy. As they come into the second game, we're in the ban phase with Immortals. Another 10 seconds left. It'll be interesting if we don't see that Aurelion Soul off the bat. It is kind of something CLG gets over on other teams as a first ban phase ban. But is it a first pick worthy ban? We'll have to see. Galio goes for Counterlogic Gaming, and Immortals answer with their final.
And this is the most confusing thing about the Game 1 draft, again, for me, is I see Immortals banning Gragas, and I think, oh, that makes sense, because that's totally a champion that CLG would first pick. But Rek'Sai was banned by CLG, has received buffs. Everyone in the LCS has hundreds of games on Rek'Sai if you're a professional jungler from back when he was good. So everyone is already comfortable and confident on this pick, which has had some minor changes and buffs.
And I think that the changes and buffs, you know, are something that work well with what Dardoch wants to do, right? He wants to be able to duel out. He wants to be able to be aggressive, to kill people. And some of these changes allow you to have that more aggressive style, you know, with this now combat ultimate, this damaging ultimate that allows you to dive in and finish off some of the games.
Yeah, and immediately countered by the Elise. So now the jungle picks are making a lot more sense, whereas Elise fell through entirely, as Xmithie has been one of the best Elises. Also want to talk about the Thresh, because that's a high utility pick and one of Ole's better ones. But now CLG gets to have the counter pick to their support. And where do they go?
And now, I mean, Tahm Kench could make a lot of sense, right? Now you bring him out after that pick has already been done. The interview was perfect from Aphromoo, and we'll see if he actually does get the advantage now because of this.
I love it. If you can hold your support, you're probably going to win.
Could be Caitlyn again, right?
Maybe maybe that's the one he's been holding lately. Yeah, it could be the Caitlyn.
It should be Caitlyn.
So do I. I think that you force then your opponents to pick up their AD right away, but I'm not going to go with the Caitlyn. Going to look for Ashe. So this does give you some more engage, some more kind of utility out of that bot lane.
That's a good point. The for sure engage out of what we're seeing here. That's something for Dardoch to follow up on.
And especially because, you know, Jat was talking about this was not the super proactive start team fight style CLG. And when you use the Ashe, that can really help to start these team fights. That can really help to start things going.
Yeah, and this is more of a draft towards, I feel like, what a lot of the teams have found a bit more of their success on. Just like historically, Darshan's always been an early game. Sorry, Dardoch has always been a very strong early game jungler. And Flames Renekton has been absurd this year. So they locked that in early. They telegraphed their counter pick as being the mid laner. They will try and pick a marksman right after this second ban phase. And they're also now targeting the champs they want to avoid from CLG.
This is interesting to me, though, because there are certainly still some answers to the Renekton. While you can get bullied out early as Fiora, that is, in my opinion, a pretty heavily skilled matchup. And you definitely can outscale. So if Darshan wants to go back to something like a split push, Fiora is unbanned, and he would be able to go for that sort of a pick. They do, again, have some of these kind of side lane answers with the Tahm Kench to help him out, with the Rek'Sai to get in there, too. But that said, there's also some tanks on the table. You can go something like a Shen if you just want to look for more global play.
Kalista.
Boom. Yeah, they do not need to necessarily go Caitlyn. Kalista, Thresh have some insanely good built-in synergy.
The old pick.
and a lot of aggression in combination with this Elise. You know, you can throw in the Thresh, you have the play hook combo, follow it up with point and click stun from the Renekton, point like the Cocoon rather from the Elise as well. So you have a lot of CC and a lot of pick here.
Yeah, Immortals picking a ton of engage options as they did in Game 1. These are more single target focused, whereas a lot of their engage in Game 1 was team fight focused, but it still speaks to their ability to execute. If they execute with this, they can get many kills.
Now it's down to Darshan, and I think that his pick is going to decide so much of what style of game they want to play. If he does go with that Fiora, which I do think is a pretty good matchup as long as you don't get bullied out very early, that's going to dictate the fact that they have to split push. They have to play these side lane styles, and that is going to be the answer here. So again, though, back to the split push. We're back to the same old story where you have to kind of get some time. You have to be able to build up to this point where you can dominate that Renekton.
Talia making it all the way through a second phase ban from Immortals last game. And it is going to be locked in for Pobelter here. A lot of lanes with kill potential coming into this game as Chronologic Gaming looks to get the game back over Immortals.
Yeah, and I actually think that Talia pick by Pobelter was influenced by Darshan's pick of Fiora, mainly because Talia is such a good champion against split pushers. Very few mid laners can reach a side lane faster than a Talia, especially without having to take the Summoner spell Teleport, which is very dangerous to do against Ahri. So a lot of times I actually feel like teams ban Talia or control Talia if they're going to go with the split push strategy. CLG doesn't do that here, and now I feel like they're at the mercy of Pobelter's play.
And Immortals did ban out a champion that can do a similar thing, a Aurelion Sol, right? Someone who can join that side lane. So Ahri, you know, while you can roam, it's not nearly as quick, and it's going to be more on Tom Kench, on Aframu again, to be joining up with this split pusher to help him get those advantages, and Dardoch here as well.
Looking for that top spot. Immortals or Chronologic Gaming. Zix and Song shake hands and they make their way off stage. We see the compositions much more well-rounded, if you will, here for Chronologic Gaming to go all the way throughout the game. They don't have to wait for too much. They can start early or decide to wait. This is going to be a volatile one. Hashtag CLG win. Hashtag Immortals win in this civil war we have between Chronologic Gaming and Immortals.
Yeah, looking at the way CLG wants this team composition to play out, is Rek'Sai needs to control the early game up against the Elise, which is easier said than done, but Rek'Sai has insane early power at level 3. And that should hopefully act as a bridge towards the late game where Fiora can dominate the 1v1 and potentially the 1v2. Because until that can happen, CLG will have a hard time actually getting an advantage with Darshan's Fiora.
We also are really going to have to track this bot lane 2v2 and the addition of those junglers. If Rek'Sai is trying to keep this Elise down, you have to look to the bot lane where Thresh provides incredible gank assist, super strong pre-6 all-in potential with this Kalista and Thresh, especially because they're bringing Ignite. So you can Lantern in the Elise, you can look for those ganks, and if they can get ahead, Kalista is certainly a champion that can snowball and take over games with this kind of semi-frontline AD carry style where you build tons of lifesteal up.
And I feel like that position of lanterning in, or getting a lantern into the fight, if you will, is easier from that red side. You're a little hug to your turret, you can get it over to the tri-brush instead of being out in lane and then hugging up to this wall towards river. It's a little more telegraphed, so that play going in the favor of Immortals here, as Ole just brings out the frog.
He's showing the frog to Tom Kench, man. I mean, he's got his child there. That's terrible.
Where'd it go? Well, that's, I didn't think of that.
That's dark. Yeah. It just went to a whole new level.
I mean, Thresh is pretty dark. He like holds Lucian's wife in his lantern and stuff. So this is already a pretty dark champion, and now it's getting personal between the supports.
Those inner-coded things you never knew about. See where they start here. There was a bit of a scuffle in the jungle as we saw in Game 1. As they got onto Xmithy's jungle, he was able to come out pretty strong on it. And it looks like they won't give Dardoch any trouble. Things start off pretty calm.
Yeah, they don't do the same type of super pull that Immortals attempt to do for Xmithy last game, and I actually feel like they could have. If they don't get push in this bottom lane, I feel like it's a pretty big missed opportunity, but they would not give a pull because they really want to hit level 2 first against Thresh Kalista. If Thresh Kalista gets first level 2 on you, their kill pressure is absolutely insane. So I think that's what CLG is trying to do here, at least keeping the lanes very close so they don't immediately lose pressure in that bottom lane.
Who's going to get it? Oh, the damage already done. 6A looks like he could be able to solidify this for the team. As he starts priming the next few minions as well. Top lane, it's just a quick back and forth. Junglers won't be having any hand in the early level 2. and it's matched up in the bot lane as well. They actually look for that early level 2 or scuttle control here, straight up the river.
Yeah, and that hawk shot doesn't directly scout out Elise, but it can give you an indicator of where Elise will be. It sees the Raptors and the red buff are clear, so they can assume that it is towards the blue buff area, which is why Aphromoo immediately goes toward the river, because he doesn't expect to see Elise down there that early based on the start. Yep. Hawk shot, much more utilized by pros than by anyone else.
They're actually looking to set up a dive here. Darshan has to push this in very quickly, and then Dardoch's going to go over the wall. Flame is low with no potions. He needs to probably flash the knock-up from Dardoch, or he will go down.
Low on Fury as well, so he's not going to get the full heal off of the champions he's fighting. The flash as well from Flame before he goes down.
Yeah, worst of the situations right there where he flashes and still gets knocked up at level 2.
Yeah, your only chance is really being able to get away from that knock-up, but if the Rek'Sai player is very intelligent, they just actually right-click on the champion instead of pressing their W to unburrow, and then you can't have that happen. Right. You will always land your knock-up.
Yeah, and a pretty ridiculous jungle route from Dardoch. Raptors red, blue side Scuttle Crab, gang top. That's one of the really hard things to predict, and by no means is it an efficient route, but it is an effective one early on in this game.
Almost needs to be started earlier with Xmithie having such a strong game last time. CLG needs to get off on a good foot.
And it's also enabled by the fact that Darshan was trading so aggressively. Yep. He pushed, got earlier level 2, zoned Flame off the wave, chunked him out, has forced those potions down. Like, you don't go for that gank if that's a full HP Renekton. So Darshan and Dardoch planning out this route and executing it very, very well. The kill did not go over to Fiora, so no advantage really for Darshan in the top lane yet off of this. It's got to be Dardoch who kind of cashes in there.
He's got 2 swords now, dual wield. Starts swinging away. Like Ole, Cody Sun back to the bot lane. No purchase for them, just getting the vision to keep each other safe. Looks like nobody's actually trying to grab too much brush control. Here goes Ole. I was going to say, though, it's right out in the middle of the wave. You have such a long way to fight if you do get an engage. It's just where does the trade go after that, and pretty much in favor of Immortals.
Now, this is just really well done. Even if you have Tahm Kench to eat up the Ashe after that hook lands, Ole always lands in the Flay. Kallista's getting this free trade while the Ashe is in Tahm Kench's belly, and now they're going for the all-in again. Oh.
Yeah, I feel like it was really well played up until that moment. The Devour is up, and then it falls apart, but using that to try and create pressure in the jungle.
Whoa, goes back in! And they're gonna zero him out, that's the repel. Xmithie gets the, not first blood, but gets the kill first. And then goes down. A little retribution for Huhi there for his teammate. Orbit Deception will not hit and not give Huhi enough speed.
That was pretty sick.
Yeah, the flash direction dictates the mindset of the player more than any other player who's seen in the wild there. Dardoch easily could have flashed out of that, not get hit by the seismic shove, and it resets, but instead flashes in for the knock-up and quick knockback with the Rek'Sai changes. Huhi then flashes over the wall. They actually only end up trading kills, so probably not worth when all is said and done, but an awesome play to see.
And blue buff goes over to Huhi, so that is something to keep in mind that will make this play probably okay in the end. And he flashes in, definitely not what their opponents were expecting. Xmithie gonna get taken out. The blue buff was transferred from Dardoch to Xmithie, over to Huhi. So nice leash on that blue buff for Dardoch. Great job, got it on the mid laner.
Yeah, blue buff has a lot of friends so far in this game. Almost really slim margins in that fight as well. It looked like Xmithie repelled with about 10 health, then still got off the X.
Back
now
again.
Huhi with level 6 before Pobelt, they're going for play.
And Renekton is not 6. He doesn't have the ultimate to survive here.
Darshan goes in first, starts tanking, gets himself to the outside with a flash. And Flame kind of scratching his head as he goes down for the second time.
That parry is a little bit risky from Darshan. You actually can't parry turret shots, so sometimes you actually go for that parry and you're actually in turret range still. You get another shot and you die, speaking from experience, so.
Xmithie trying to save this turret by himself actually does.
Like
so really well played there by the Elise.
And they have to respect the fact that Pobelter had gone missing out of mid lane. So they're scared of that Taliyah ultimate coming up. You have no summoners on Darshan or Huhi, so that would be super bad in the 2v2. If Taliyah ulted up there, so I think it's a smart play from CLG.
There's that aggression. Stixxay and Aphromoo a little farther apart here. Don't even need to eat him up, so the continuous damage from Stixxay turns that one around a little bit without having to devour him through. 3-1 as CLG starts putting a little more kills on the board. It's more like CLG.
It does feel like a lane that has been dictated very heavily by the Immortals bot lane, though, and Cody Sun and Olay have just been so steadily improving. To me, Olay was already one of the best supports in the league last split, but Cody-san had garnered a lot of criticism from the community, from other pros.
Yep.
But at this point, it's pretty much universally accepted that this guy is a top-level AD carry. He's been doing so well this split from Immortals and is a big part in their resurgence.
I think both of them kind of leveled up as well in that play. If Ole's roaming, Cody-san can still make plays in that lane by himself, and Ole, as we said, making plays all over the map when he can.
And even listening to a lot of the interviews from this team, Ole and Cody-san share a pretty strong bond in that bottom lane. A lot of trust in each other, a very good relationship between the two, and that builds in the long term, which is a lot of what Immortals has talked about. Rather than finding the highest skill player immediately, they're trying to find the players that will work best, are most committed, and be the best long-term for their organization. And they must be really happy about the xMsmithy trade, especially early on, as they now also have a shot-calling voice that they've been following to much success.
It's a cool organization as well for the fact that they prioritize a lot of their players' well-being and their players' happiness. Looking back to Huni, one of their stars, who they released from contract to allow him to pursue other options and things like that. And a lot of people are saying, hey, is this the best option for your team? Giving up one of your star players, but Immortals is being rewarded through a very successful split, and they're very happy players.
Definitely a team that's ready to grow over long term. Ready to get that slow dime over the fast nickel. Things have calmed down a little bit here. 600 gold lead in favor of CLG off of what they've been able to work around the map. And here Immortals once again switching lanes and being the first to do it within this game.
Yeah, and going for a lot of team play here. This is what CLG tried to do last game, but CLG only roamed up one. They roamed up the AD carry. Now the Thresh is here. They were hoping Darshan would go aggressive off that play. Ole did get spotted traveling between the brushes there. They still have, though, 4 people up here, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for CLG to match and save this turret.
Plus, Pobeltzer could actually ult up there, too, so this just has to be completely given up by CLG. This is very well done from them, and Darshan, despite the fact that Flame has gone down twice, he has not really gotten any advantages here. It's actually probably going to be Flame who's up on gold, I would imagine, after the turret goes down.
Yeah, such good ward control as well, being able to get that roam off with even the Elise surprising them. And contrasting this to game 1, it shows how Immortals has actually won both sides of the same turret trade, where you take your bottom lane, send it up top, and try and get it. Game 1, they turned it around on CLG, took first turret bot lane. This game, they did the play themselves, also get first turret.
And now they're trying to actually defend on the bot side as well here from Flame.
I think they should be able to get out. xMsmithy's left hanging on this one. Gotta watch after that Fate's call. They're gonna, they decide not to. Skips around, leapfrog on Dardoch. But the spider goes down, and they're gonna start bringing the rest of the brooms to swat away Immortals. This is them heading through the brush. Vision is denied from that pink, so they're gonna have to follow through into the darkness. Ole, this is just kind of a creep away here. It's a walk down the beach. Is anybody gonna go down further in the fight? Cody's unable to get a little bit of distance now. Darshan, he could rend him out. That's the bite, the devouring from Aphmu to save his life. And going tit for tat, it's just love taps back and forth as they walk down the top side of the map.
And Flame is free on the bot side of the jungle. I mean, Flame is actually taking down this turret right now. CLG is so heavily committed to this because Flame TP'd away, but Immortals is able to disengage, and Flame is going to get a solo gold turret down here on the bot side. They're going to end up getting 2 turrets, and the Renekton is going to end up very ahead of Darshan now that he's up over 20 CS, and when he gets this local gold, he's going to be up, 800 or so gold.
Yeah, after investing so much to shut down Flame, the quick jungle route from Dardoch to get first blood, the level 6 roam by Huhi to get a second, and now Darshan is down 600 gold to the Renekton in the Fiora matchup. Again, strong team play by Immortals. I think CLG absolutely overchased in that fight. They nearly suffered fatalities as Cody-san was stacking up the Rens on them on the retreat, and if it wasn't for the Krug waiting in the brush, Ole would have hooked and gotten more kills for Immortals. So another good start to the game here by Immortals.
Cody-san now soaking up top. This lane swap from Immortals as well. Kind of done at any given time. It's happened at different times of the game. And this one actually extends all the way into what happens here in the jungle.
This play starts up. Dardoch sees Flame TPing out of there. They know that he is gone, so they decide to fully commit to it. Ashe is even roaming up, and the play continues.
Yeah, very narrow miss by the charm from Hui. That delays this fight a fair bit.
Watch this Ashe ult too.
This Ashe ult could have been so disastrous. The box then, though, slows everyone down, and from this point forward, Immortals kites out really well. Very hard to chase a Thresh with box and Flame.
Yeah, Olay did such a good job actually disengaging Darshan. He was never able to proc a single vital, so he didn't get the speed boost to actually chase down, and he would have been able to get some of those kills had he even hit one.
Yeah, instant cleanse on the charm right there, but the Krugs sitting in the brush. Talia ult comes through.
Like we have,
yeah, Immortals was starting up that Rift Herald. CLG is able to make them back off, but Aframo is actually holding it in combat. It looks like they want to try to challenge for this. It is very low.
Ole looks like he's going to get soloed out here. They seem to be playing the waiting game, but with not enough power.
Afro has still held this. They're still trying to take down this Rift Herald, and they're actually collapsing. They're rounding up Immortals.
He's baiting, too. He didn't even use hard skin.
They really want that Rift Herald.
So he still has a chance to do that. Chomps up Smithy. Rift Herald is going to be taken down, I believe picked up as well. That was over to Dardoch.
What a way to deny the smite. Smithy accepts his death. He decides he's going to go in to try to steal away the Rift Herald. Afro just eats him up and says, nope.
Yeah. He's had good chances last time, but he had the Zanyas to make it work.
That's true.
If we're going to give Smithy credit for his 6 steals, you also have to call him out when it just goes horribly wrong. 1v3 for a Rift Herald when there's the stacks of the Tom Kench Devour sitting on you, not a good idea. That was a bit of a mistake there by Smithy, but good secure by CLG.
Definitely a tough one, you know. It's hard to know. Can he actually get out even if he tries with Hui wrapping around behind him? Olay trying to peel very heavily for him and trying to keep them away, and they just turn it into games. You know, Stixay has his ultimate up, Hui does as well. They get the execution there, and Afro very intelligently has held this Rift Herald the whole time. And now, you know, Smithy has to make a decision because Ari is behind him. I think he does not think he can get out here.
That could also be very true, but just no real chance for that steal. Nice eat by Aframo. Cody's son runs out the backside, and overall just a level of greed from Immortals that we haven't seen that much of this year, costing them in that one as they couldn't really contest the Rift Herald. They were not as grouped up as CLG, but
it was pretty weird for CLG as well to kind of taunt and bait that one out. It seemed like it almost put Immortals into a bit of chaos to react. Here, nothing really going with their vision on the bot side as CLG needs to clear this before they move a little further.
Dardoch is sneaking up in this brush. They're hoping to get a kill, then drop Rift Herald, but Olay is here. Pobelter could ult down, and Smithy is coming, so CLG may be biting off more than they can actually chew.
I like the cut. Oh, they actually go all the way back to Cody's son. Gets the flash to heal out. He is safe. Tempered Fate back, but he's blown up, so Ole just gets chucked out. What are they going to do to Dardoch? He's taking one more shot. Killed by Flame. He gets the cull and the slice and dice in with Dominus on. And nobody can touch the big croc at this point. They got to turn tide and head down towards the turrets. It's going to be a roam up from Smithy. Looks like he's just going to grab Scuttle, and the team might go for Dragon.
Yeah, and it's about playing it smart right now. Track the cooldowns that have been used. Immortals did end up using a fair bit there, but they still have map control from that. The question is, will CLG concede? The Cloud Drake looks like they will.
Big pressure top as well, getting pinged out there by CLG. They'll have to pay respects to that, so no contest here on the Drake, and they may have the inner line on the mid lane. Stixay gets hit, so this is Immortals pressure here with Pobelter. Almost on the work ground with enough speed to trying to work that passive.
Very close. This is also kind of one of the criticisms I sometimes have about Darshan is while I think when you're playing a tank, playing for the team and sacrificing your lane and giving up farm is really worth it oftentimes. When you're on a Fiora, this is a greedy pick. You need to get farmed. You need to be fed, and you need to carry in the late game, and it gives up so much.
Oh, Smithy comes up, Smithy goes down. Just seeing him hit at Rift Herald. The team tries to go mid, and a nice shot from Stixay saves the turret. And Smithy needs to find another 20 seconds before he's back.
Yeah, second kill generated by that Ash Arrow from Stixay, so in that way the pick is paying off pretty well, and it's going to be about Hui right now. 5 kills on the Ahri is able to turn the tides of a lot of these things, because if they're going to split push with Darshan eventually, I actually think it's more about Hui roaming and supporting that split push to create kills. Agree with Azael's point there, where Darshan should be actually split pushing more and getting more farm on himself. Even with that Ash Arrow, he left his lane to run towards Blue Buff in case a big fight broke out. Just create the pressure in the lane is something CLG actually was so good at about a year and a half ago, but haven't done as much of this split.
And it's interesting because it's a discussion that we had heard CLG talk about with Hui, where sometimes they say, Hui played too much for the team. They had to tell him, no, play for yourself, be that greedy player, because you can make the difference later. And Darshan is sometimes falling into that trap a little bit too much. You know, on this Fiora, getting so much jungle focus to his lane, 116 CS at 17 minutes is not, you know, an impressive amount for professional play. It's while he's moving that because he's roaming, it's not like he's just missing CS. He's kind of allocating his resources and his time in a way that he cannot pick up as much farm as he otherwise would be able to.
Now, one of the things in the big picture of it for Counterlogic Gaming is that, well, all of these teams around the league make changes. They're usually one that's still able to sit at the top, despite the changes. Huhi and Huhi and Stix, they came in at the same time. That was 2 big losses in Pobelter and Doublelift at the time, but you're thinking this guy still comes back, they're still able to get a championship in the spring, and it's just a team that's been well-rounded. When do they find that power? When do they continue to escalate themselves? Because they have weeks where they pop off, and then weeks where you see this happen.
And that's the inconsistency that we've been talking about. Yeah. But this game from CLG certainly a lot closer than game number 1, where Immortals was very dominant. And CLG are going to have their chances in this game. And they also still are going to have this insurance policy of the Fiora in the late game if they can get there. Huhi's very strong right now, so they can keep playing around this Ahri and hoping that he can create picks.
Yeah, and CLG as a team have also kept xMithi down much more in this game. Another aggressive play by Huhi, though, misses the charm.
Missile voyage forward, 3v1 situation. Pobelter finding himself hung out to dry here. There was a bit of a roam from Ole to see if there was a lantern that could be used. It doesn't really relieve too much pressure on the map. A kill picked up by CLG.
Also like the patience by Dardoch right there, not taking the kill when he could have, and instead giving it over to Huhi since they know he's going to be the ultimate carry if this game goes late. Whoa!
Oh, nice from Darshan.
Still eats a bunch of damage from the Elise. They're going to keep chasing.
Spiders, they're stopping.
That was actually so well from Darshan. It's not that easy to actually parry the stun from Renekton, and not only does he parry that, he reactively flashes away, then pop the ultimate to try to get a speed boost from a Vital. I don't think he actually procced that, but still, well played by Darshan to survive that gank.
See where the pressure goes now. Pobelter still coming out of base, going towards the bot side. Looks like he'll start to meet up with Huhi just a little bit more, and we'll see how teams take to this. It's not kind of having that Galio on the side lane this time. Immortals have to work it a little bit different. They don't have the liberty of keeping somebody in the side lane all the time if these TPs are down. The wall helps a bit, but they got to be more careful.
The wall certainly does help, but if it's Pobelter that's being attacked, if it is that global or semi-global that's being attacked, he cannot use it effectively, right? You know, because he's the one in the side lanes, and he wants to be the one that is kind of going to his team to meet up.
Yeah, and both of these teams actually want to play the same way. They want Renekton to overpower the Fiora, create side lane pressure, and then use that to get picks with Talia or any of the other champions because there's so much engaged on that side. And CLG's doing the same thing with similar suites of champions. So the game is very competitive right now, and a lot of it then comes down to vision denial, and just straight up execution. Again, I call to the vision control of Immortals, and we need to track how good that can be in this matchup. They have more Sightstone wards out of Ole because he's upgraded to his Eye of the Equinox, whereas Aphromoo is still sitting on the 3 ward stack Sightstone. And then Dardoch has also gone with Chilling Smite once again, as it's a good item on Rek'Sai versus the Tracker's Knife on xMithi. So the longer that CLG can match this without the vision game actually costing them, the more they're almost getting away with it because of the combat spells they've taken with Chilling Smite.
Definitely are. You can tell that they're not super confident right now in their vision game, though. You know, having used the Hawkshot to check a 20-minute Baron, having a little bit of worries that Immortals could be going for a rush like that. It's something you always have to take into consideration with Kalista, who is kind of the supreme objective secure champion, and that's someone that we haven't seen a lot in the LCS recently. So it's very easy to kind of forget about one of those traits.
Wards are placed. The wards are cleared. It's the vision game. This could actually provide quite a fight, though, if you're not playing it correctly. CLG looks to be winning the top side of that vision, which makes things a little tougher for Flame in the long run. It doesn't look like he's too much trouble just yet.
Yeah, you always wonder when they're going to pull the trigger, but it's literally just soul laners battling it out in the side lanes. True 1-3-1 happening right now.
And Huhi forcing out the cleanse there is pretty big. He did not actually commit his ultimate. Now he does. Roaming up, using that ultimate to roam up, it looks like.
Diving down, there's the wall. They block off the right side. Dardoch immediately onto Pobelter. He can't get the damage in, and he's zeroed out. It's going to be Aphromoo going down next. His Stix falls just behind him. Immortals had the jump on the fight. and it looks like they'll be able to chase this one out as well. Darshan, if he can find a target, if he can find the vitals, this turns around immediately, and it's Flame and him 1v1. Who he throws the orb in. Immortals now get control of the river and have a little bit more room to work with, but it's low health bars as they limp away, and CLG still feels like they can fight it. Losing Dardoch without the knock-up, it's just looking too scary to keep going.
And again, Darshan roams down, you know, when he could have just taken that tier 2 turret, could have gotten an advantage for himself, and he arrives, and hopefully for him is going to turn that fight, but he's not able to get anything done. He's spending his time and not getting that reward on a play that is essentially already over. You can have Ruby and Dardoch disengage while Darshan takes down the top turret. Well, he gets a CS advantage so that you can then punish the Renekton later. And in this case, he gets no advantage on the side. We'll look to try to get this mid lane turret.
Yeah, I was, as they chase after Darshan and go for another kill, I was playing with the Fior in solo queue the other day, and he kept trying to team fight, and he said, CC is dumb. And that's what it felt like for Darshan in that fight, because on almost anyone you feel like everyone's super low, you're going to run in and kill 4 people. But no, CC stops you, which is why he needs to actually split push in this game. Almost everyone on Immortals has a block for this Fiora in 5v5 fights, and no matter how patient Darshan is, they're going to have something cycling up to stop him in the extended fight.
And you know, the initial play, the TP is not matched by Darshan. He had that available, decides to actually roam down. And then if you're going to run all the way down with the minions at that turret, you're getting here too late.
Yeah, and here is again CLG's aggressive tendencies trying to turn. No longer do you get the multi-man knockup. It's one knockup with a knockback, but they still combo a lot of damage. And then look at Darshan, he jumps in, he procs 1 vital on Flame after getting his ultimate off, and then they still continue to chase because they think they have enough, but they have no flashes up. They're still going up against an Elise and a bunch of other CC that can be chained, and they overchase.
And chasing that choke is so difficult to do because Immortals can really hit those skill shots so easily. You know, dropping the box, playing people out, and now Afro is going to get picked off probably.
Still has hard skin to be used. They go after the one.
Oh, this could be fair. They're both going down.
They take 2 down, Dardoch and Afromu. As Afromu just spawns, and now there's no smite for the Baron.
Immortals starting to take control of this game. 1,000 gold, this is a huge moment. No smite and a Callista on the Immortals team. They can secure this. The question is, can CLG stop them from getting it low enough? Doesn't look like.
Does Darshan even want to go in? The waves semi in their favor. They just have to
they want to go.
Save this off. The smite and the Ren come through. Obviously, Cody's son picks that up, and Xmithie, the rest of the team, run unscathed to the top side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to get a lot off this, and the question is, how much can they get with that Baron buff now? CLG at least will take down that mid lane turret. Darshan looking for Renekton on the top side, hoping that he can get that 1v1 duel, but Flame spotted him walking up across those wards and should be able to back off pretty easily.
Yeah, and the charm of the 6-0 Ahri has become less effective now with the QSS being completed on Cody's son. That means he can then save Ole from a charm. Pobelter has cleanse. Cody's son can save himself. Fewer and fewer targets. Watching this pick one more time, it's just a really nice Talia wall as CLG is trying to set up the 1-3-1 again. CLG did not have the minion waves up. Immortals had not committed to the sidelines, yet their 3-4 squad was not in the position where they could disengage. Immortals pulls the trigger at just the right time and gets 2 kills.
Yeah, and when you take down the jungler, you know the Baron's probably gone, and it's tough to make these sorts of calls, you know, but should after those first 2 got picked off, should he have just stayed a bot and tried to take down that turret? You know, leave your Ashe, try to take down the mid turret. No. Try to trade something back. You know, if you kind of commit to try to stopping the Baron, you cannot do that, then you lose out on both sides because you're not getting that side lane golden experience, and you're also not contesting the Baron, but those are hard choices to make because you're obviously hoping you can pull off a miracle play.
8 pink wards in the inventory to CLG right now. They just need the room to put them down, the room to be able to defend them. That's 8 times 75 right now. And they are trying to regain control of the map. Darshan's top with the double 2v1 situation already. Good Q damage from Xmithie. Waits on the cocoon if they need to use it under the turret. And CLG starts to use some of those wards as they get a little bit of room.
And nice patience by Immortals. They have to worry about who he coming over the wall. I like the controller by who he goes in right now.
Turret's low. He has to back off. Spirit Rush is still available, but it's not used to go in. They let those fizzle out, and the turret falls. Flame as well towards the top side of the map. Another turret. 2 at the same time is getting to be a consistent thing for Immortals.
Yeah, and Immortals, because of the gold advantage, is generally stronger in the 5v5 fights right now. Yeah. And as a split push team, when you fall behind like this, the stalling becomes very difficult, especially against a Baron buff. So making very good use of this Baron power play.
And Ari does not have anywhere near the wave clear as like an Orianna or something like that. It's hard for her to delay against these Baron minions. You usually start to bleed a lot of objectives. That can get pretty tough. It's also a little bit interesting seeing Olay here with the redemption on Thresh that heals for so little.
Oh, what a seismic shove coming in from Pobelter. A great repel from Xmithy to draw in the arrow, and Stick stays down immediately. A lot of the damage is gone here, but Darshan comes in to deliver the rest as Huhi goes down. Darshan blinks, he breathes, and he almost dies in the same instance as Immortals chase him to the top side of the map, evening the kills at 10-10, but CLG's base is theirs.
That could be game. I mean, these are long death timers. They're knocking down the inhibitors. They have the minion wave. I think Immortals is about to end the series.
Immortals consistently playing around the situation and consistently finding the fights over CLG.
Aphromoo trying to delay the minion wave and wait for the respawns of Stixxay and Huhi, but it's still 5 on Stixxay, 15 on Huhi. Immortals is pushing for at least Nexus turrets.
Under 30 minutes coming into game 2, and it looks like Immortals in 2 games straight are going to be able to take down Counter Logic Gaming. 28 minutes in, the spawns are coming up here. Darshan in 7, but it's Stixxay just firing the arrows. Does he have enough in his quiver? They're pushed back to the fountain immediately by Flame as theirs is snuffed out. Immortals take it 2-0.
And just like that, it's over for Immortals. Now 6-1 on the split, already taking down so many of the top North American LCS teams. Victories over Cloud9, TSM, and now CLG as Immortals top the standings.
And I think this is perhaps their most impressive series yet, both because of the difficulty of the opponent and because how cleanly they played. Game 1 was incredible for Immortals, extremely dominant, and Game 2, despite early advantages going over to CLG, Immortals stay calm, they're able to make the plays when it counts, and they're able to then close out a game in 28 minutes that looked like it was gonna go late.
And so much of Immortals' success this split is about team. The hype for this matchup coming in was who got the better of the trade. Dardoch, Xmithy, CLG, or Immortals. But in this game, Xmithy started 1-4. He wasn't having a good game, but in no way did it feel like Immortals allowed him to continue to be exploited. They continued to make plays. Everyone stepped up when they needed to, and they played so much better as a team. This game was decided because Immortals made it to the fight faster than CLG.
I think we really saw a team in the Herald fight. While we said Xmithy has good plays and he has bad, the team was also there. They were saying, yes, we're with you. Bad call or not, we're going to try to make this happen and steal that Herald.
And I think they played so well around the fact that there was a disadvantage on the top side. You know, Darshan did not cash in on any of these kills, but Flame died twice early. They rotate top side with their bot lane to be able to get some more gold on with that turret going down. Then they send him bot side. They're able to disengage while he gets the split push advantage. That was something that CLG and Darshan were never able to pull off. Darshan always was having to come to the team, group with them, and never getting side lane advantages. So Flame ended up ahead in gold and much more impactful despite being put behind very early.
Exactly, and there's two sides to the coin in the way these games are played out. Immortals grouped well and forced CLG into a lot of difficult decisions, and CLG never really set up the split push in the way we would want it to see. They were never willing to sacrifice a turret to get Darshan any type of advantage. Time and time again, we would see Darshan arriving very late to fights and then not being able to get pretty much any damage off in the game. I mean, the Fiora, 5,700 damage in a 28-minute game, less damage than every single player, including the Thresh on Immortals. Like, Darshan was not an impact in this game whatsoever, but that's because Immortals was forcing so aggressively, and CLG kind of needed the Fiora's help, and he just couldn't give it.
They did. It's such a great game by Immortals. For more on that win from them, let's check in with Freak and the Immortals jungler.
Thank you very much. I am joined here by Xmithy, reigning champion now 2-0, first place in North America. So talking to me coming into the matchup, did you expect this sort of a stomp of a 2-0 like this?
In the game, I don't think it was actually a stomp. It was like pretty close fight. It could have gone either way actually for a team fight. So yeah, like even if it was a 2-0, like I think it was still like well fought for my team.
So what do you think you did, either you individually or you as a team, that made it the 2-0? You said it was very close. What was some of the breaking points in your mind?
I guess like just this day, like everyone was thinking like pretty similar. So like I don't really have to like tell everyone where to go, or like they just know where to go. And yeah, it was pretty nice like playing this series especially.
and you played really well. I want to talk to you about playing CLG specifically. Of course, it's your old team. You've got 2 banners back there playing for them. Talk to me about what it meant going up against your old squad and then beating them at the end of it.
Well, I like to think every game, like, it's not really special, since, like, I feel like that's the best way for me to play like the best level for me. So I just try to think that even though it's CLG or TSM or Echo Fox or any other team, like, I like to think they're all the same.
Well, talking about taking every team one at a time, taking them all the same, I want to talk to you about winning, because right now you're in first place. You beat one of the other first place teams. You got 3 teams back there with banners winning North American LCS, and you've beaten all these teams so far with Immortals. Is this going to be you with the next banner up there?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. That is the most direct "we hope we win North American LCS" I've ever heard from an interview. Little bit more strongly. How bad do you want to win this one?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Smithy, ever the hype man. Thank you very much, man. Congratulations on the win. Let's toss it down to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. Inspiring stuff, really.
Freak is so needy.
Hopefully,
come on, tell me you want it.
Hopefully, I will be one of the best 5 players in all of North America at the end of this split. Either way, a huge 2-0 victory out of Immortals here tonight. As Freak mentioned, they have now beaten TSM, CLG, and Cloud9, the only 3 organizations to ever host the North American Trophy. They've already unseated them here in the first round robin of play. But when related to this series specifically, Kobe, ask and you shall receive. I asked you what you wanted to see going into Game 2 from CLG, and you specifically had said, all right, let's go for a powerful pick in the top lane, supported by an aggressive early jungler who can make plays, and that's what we got.
Exactly. I mean, they picked up the new Rek'Sai here for Dardoch, and not only did he go for the earliest possible route with an experienced Quint for the classic now, Raptors Red Scuttle Crab. You know, it's on the opposite side, so it's a little bit more awkward, and you would expect it less. Coming into it, though, if you would look at the champion select, you're thinking Immortals are completely ready to handle any sort of top lane aggression. They've got Renekton and Elise, pretty much the best duo, bully duo you can think of. But CLG got out in front of it, and we're like, oh my goodness, you know, Dardoch's taking matters in his own hands. He's being proactive, and they're camping for
going to the top side, as we had expected he might do in Game 1. Finally comes out here in Game 2. They get that early kill on the level 3 turret dive. As you mentioned, this will open up CLG to bring Huhi to the top lane a little bit later and capitalize on a second kill.
Exactly. Dardoch, this is after he just finished that scuttle. 3 camps up to the top side. Darshan is pushing the wave. He had already harassed down Flame. It makes it very, very simple. They don't even have to use one of their own flashes to pull it off. And then, as you mentioned,
that tunnel's still there, by the way.
Yeah, this is not that long until the second one comes. He's not even level 6 yet. He comes up from the mid lane. He just hit level 6. And he's like, you know what? We're going to take this top lane strategy straight to the bank. It's all about split push Fiora, all about split push Fiora. But that plan only lasted them like 5 minutes.
I was going to say, that plan is the extent of blue that you see on the gold graph there. That tiny little advantage that CLG has in the beginning. Those kills amount to nothing if you don't have a handle on the macro game, which is where Immortals really shine in this game, getting the first 2 turrets completely unanswered.
Oh man, that was beautiful to watch, because CLG got absolutely outplayed in the team play in this game. Immortals, as you said, they swap out of their lane that's getting camped in the 1 versus 1. They use that initiative to get the first turret gold. Then the teleport down bottom while CLG try and chase kills allows Flame to get another turret. So this team that's getting camped, the teams that's behind, this Renekton that's already been stifled, is suddenly up 2 turrets, and this is global gold that they then are just so punchy with proactive move after proactive move, and it's absolutely, you know,
all
refreshing.
The work you've done has now been negated because the Renekton's caught up in gold, as well as experience from having that free time in the side lanes. And then, really, the rest of the stories of the game was smart play out of Immortals as a team, and Huhi as an individual trying his best to carry the squad. He had a great performance on Ahri, even in the loss. We have to give him a nod for that.
Exactly. Huhi was getting pick after pick after pick here with the Ahri. Wasn't enough to get them much, though. I mean, their composition really did hinge around split push Fiora being a point of power, and then, you know, the Ash arrows and the Ahri picking people off does come through. But the first step there, the key factor, never got to a point of power.
Right.
Darshan, as Jat was saying, barely any damage dealt because, you know, he's trying to split push and then halfway joins the team fight.
And that's the tough thing, right? Is because we can sit here and we can criticize CLG for the fact that Darshan keeps grouping, but at the same time, with how quickly and decisively Immortals was starting these fights, you can definitely see that they were in between a rock and a hard place from CLG's perspective in terms of, well, do we need Darshan to collapse just so that we don't lose the game here, as opposed to applying that side lane pressure?
It always is hard to play, you know, these pure split push compositions while you're behind, because you feel that need to defend.
Right.
And you feel that need, you're like, oh, the whole team is coming towards our mid turret. Everybody come, we have to defend this. But that's like, those are kind of the most basic of League of Legends instincts, right? You're like, no, don't take my stuff.
Right. I've got to protect it. But in hindsight, you know, hindsight being 2020, perhaps trades and getting Darshan, you know, added CS advantages and experience advantage would have netted them a more competitive game and perhaps even a victory in this case. Now, Ole is going to be picking up player of the game. While a majority of Immortals wins, in my opinion, look like team wins, it's hard to ignore this guy on playmaking champions. So with the Thresh, having the ability to start the fights as well as Peel pretty phenomenally in some of those chase down fights as well.
The hooks and the dark passages were both coming in key.
Now, it's been a very exciting split so far for Immortals. I've asked a couple other analysts at times what their, you know, kind of report card and assessment of this roster is so far. It was brought up by Azael that this is an organization that's always been very forward-facing about having the best interests of their players in mind, and we liken that to letting Reignover and Huni go. And here they're finding success with a roster that I think a lot of people at face value would say doesn't look as good. You know, what is your assessment of this roster and maybe how far they can go here in this summer split?
I'm really, you know, enthused to see the improvements in all of the players. You mentioned Flame. Just as an individual, even without, if you take out Smithy's effects, you know, for ganking top lane, he's playing better individually. Cody Sun and Ole, their bottom lane, absolutely stepping up as well. And Pobelter got his confidence back. So it's just, I don't know. It's the feel-good story, right?
Right. They're an exciting squad, but look, we've seen in Immortals dominate in the regular season and struggle in the post. These guys still got a way to go to get to that postseason, and we've got more League coming your way in just a few minutes. Our next series has Echo Fox hitting the Rift versus Phoenix 1. Don't go anywhere.
Professional level. Guys, I just made a sick play. Let's look at Twitch chat saying. Tab out. Oh, Sticks a PogChamp. Not again.
Well, so he's not going to get the full heal off of the champions he's fighting. The flash is well from Flame before he goes down. Whoa, goes back in. They're going to zero him out. That's the repel. Smithy gets the, not first blood, but gets the kill first. He's baiting too. He didn't even use hard. They really want that rift arrow. So he still has a chance to do that. Chomps up Smithy. They block off the right side. Dardox immediately onto Pobelter. He can't get the damage in, and he's zeroed out. It's going to be Alphamu going down next, and Stixay falls just behind him.
Yep. Keep going. 2, 1. I'm stunned right now.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Ari.
Yep.
Hey, dive.
End mid.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. It may not be a tri-cast, but joining me for this series, the caster is so nice, I count him twice. It's Aiden, Zyrene, Moon. How you doing?
Moon. I'm gonna screw things up.
All right, it's gonna be a fun one, of course. It wouldn't be a Phoenix 1 series without the Challenger casters bringing it in. Phoenix 1 taking on Echo Fox. Now, for Phoenix 1, even though it's been a very rough 0-6 start for them, it feels like this team might actually be reborn here with some roster moves. A new jungler, new support could pay off this week.
Yeah, week 3 was huge for them. P1, you know, people are getting more and more excited about this team after their acquisitions. Xpecial has enabled Arrow to once again start carrying from the bottom lane, started playing things like Braum and Tom Kench to keep him safe. But the big one was Mike Young in the jungle. This guy had an incredible debut, and he's a rookie. It was really blowing my mind how he started having stats that are first 4 junglers immediately right out of the gate, and he played against CLG and Dignitas, who are up near the top of the standings with a combined record of 10-3. And also, these actually kind of changed the whole look for Phoenix 1. Coming into this week, in weeks 1 and 2, they were actually the 10th place team at gold difference at 15 minutes, averaging down 1,800 gold. But then in week 3, with him up against 2 of the top teams, they averaged up 1.5K gold at 15 minutes, which was highest in the league. So complete 180.
And that was with them still losing the matches. So his early games are absolutely on point. Okay, so we talked about Phoenix 1. Let's talk about Echo Fox here, because their fans are going to hope that they can start transitioning some of their perennial early gold lanes into actual match wins themselves, because they are the reigning early game champions as a team.
Exactly. This is going to be really interesting, because both these teams had that early game power. Echo Fox have lost 6 games, but 4 of those games, they had over 4,000 plus gold leads in them. And you can see that they average up in their losses 1.3K gold at 20 minutes. So those are great advantages that, you know, it's great that they're getting them, but transitioning those and being able to close games out still plagues Echo Fox a little bit. So they're accruing those gold leads, but the biggest issue has been that mid lane priority in the mid game when they're contesting neutral objectives. That's what you have to keep your eye on here, is can they actually keep control of the center of the map?
Well, despite Phoenix 1's recent changes, Acadian believes that Echo Fox just needs to focus on their own game plan to win today.
Preparing for any team, really, you just need to focus on the way that you play as a team. In terms of P1, they look sort of weak. I mean, they put in some like random solo queue player that is like a Nidalee one trick, and he did pretty well, but I mean, I'm not really too worried about it. I think we look at our own gameplay, and we look at the way we play the game, and it should never be about the way, as long as you have good enough individual players, it should never be about, hey, this team, you know, is really good at, you know, X, Y, and Z, and we need to change our strategy to beat that. I think it's more just if you play the game better than the other team, you play your game better than the other team, you'll come out with the win.
I still think it's important to know what the other player is going to do, because now I have heard Mike Young be called a Nidalee and a Lee Sin one trick.
He's a 2-trick pony.
Oh, well, you look at his solo queue, he's actually just really good at a lot of champions. So I feel like you can't underestimate him despite being a rookie. Acadian has been in that position where he was a rookie, and now we are seeing him grow a little bit and care about teamwork as opposed to individual performance. But there are individuals you have to watch out for when you're playing against them.
Okay, so we'll see what happens here in this match. Let's get ourselves to the starting lineups for both of these sides. And on the blue side in game 1 is going to be Echo Fox. Looper up in the top lane. Acadian just heard from him in the jungle. Froggen in mid. Keith in the bot lane alongside support Gate with Coach and Arrow.
And that means on the red side for game 1 will be Phoenix 1. Fans are hoping that this is the rebirth for them. With Zig in the top lane, Mike Young in the jungle, Ryu in mid, Arrow in AD carry, and Xpecial support with Coach Fly.
It's only their second match with these as their 5 starters. It's Mike Young's 3rd match. It's Xpecial's 2nd here on Phoenix 1. And again, their stats had looked pretty good, even though they did lose to some very highly placed teams in North America last week. We'll see if this can rise for them.
Yeah, ended up taking both Dignitas and CounterLogic Gaming to 3 games apiece. Yeah. So they played really long series and had gold advantages in a lot of those games. So that's hopeful for Phoenix 1, because at the beginning of the split, it just looked very tragic. People were questioning what happened to that team that placed 3rd, because they hadn't really changed anything and they had more time to synergize with Shady. But it looks like this is the roster they're going with for today, and it seems like the one that they are most hopeful in.
So we'll see what comes through into this one. If Echo Fox shape up their late game shot calling, if they can play their game as Acadian put it, or Phoenix 1 can learn to get some of that weight off their shoulders. One of the things we heard recently when their owner was asked about adding Mike Young, adding Xpecial, is you know, giving Arrow a bit more room to breathe. I've heard him talking about the fact that he kind of put more emphasis on himself to carry some underperforming teammates, and now with maybe a slightly better situation to be in, it's going to work out a bit better for him, and everyone can be the role players they need to be. 4 bans in so far. Zach and Kennen off the table, banned by Phoenix 1. Pretty typical red side bans. And another blue side Cassidy ban This is one thing we saw before as well, as Echo Fox loves to ban Cassidy and blue side and then grab Lucian in the second round of the first phase.
Yeah, try to make sure that they have something that they can counter with or have something that's uncounterable. Interesting though, the Rek'Sai is jumping up there as one of those champions. You can see actually a smile on Froggen's face there because he knows he's getting LeBlanc.
He's getting LeBlanc, and so few teams allow him to get this champion. He is happy and he thinks he can take this game into his own hands. It's going to be a fun one to watch for Ryu, who had been underperforming somewhat early in this split. Can certainly have some comeback games soon. Galio, highly prized as well, known as a flex top mid and support. And actually, we've actually started seeing him more in the mid lane as of this patch than anywhere else. So if you're going to play the odds, it's Ryu playing it.
Yeah, it's a little harder to counter in the mid lane. You have to kind of go for that mid lane Fiora, which not a lot of people are practiced on, who he was the one who did it. And you can kind of chase it around the map, but if he's playing into LeBlanc, then you'll know what that matchup is already, as the Jhin comes through as well for Arrow.
I do like Jhin a lot. We were having a discussion briefly backstage where is it because of the buffs, or have people kind of learned the right item build on him? I think it's a mix of both. Certainly the buffs were meaningful. They added several win rate to him, compensating for the fact that Deathfire Touch got nerfed so much it's not really viable on him anymore. That lost him a lot of his damage, and so his Q and his ult do more damage in all cases now, and feels pretty good.
Yeah, and I think he's actually quite powerful. Yomu's Ghostblade first item into crit afterwards, so that he has a really smooth power curve of one of those great early game items into having late game. And then when you have all those crits coming out, we saw Cody Sun in the previous match have a fantastic performance on it. And so we'll see what Arrow's able to do on a champion that we know he is very, very well versed in.
Oh, absolutely the case here. And meanwhile, Keith has some protection for himself. Shen grabbed up on the table here for Echo Fox. Acadian bringing out the Lee Sin. They weren't so afraid of Mike Young to ban away Nidalee, so maybe he'll get his one trick in this game. And oh, he will! Acadian, the Soothsayer. Maybe. 5 seconds to go. I think at this point they lock it in, and they are. All right, so Lee Sin and Nidalee on the table. Fun junglers to watch, absolutely. Echo Fox waiting on their entire bot lane. Phoenix One waiting for a mid-top flex and a support, although Galio still is a flex there a little bit, so it's the most flexible of drafts you can really have in your Phoenix One.
Yeah, and talking about the Nidalee for a second here, when I talked to some people who had played against Mike Young last week, they talked about how he was always picked into winning jungle matchups because they could have picked him Lee Sin very early on, instead opted for the Jhin, etc. But they've also given him bottom lane leashes in all of their games. They have constantly gone and had Xpecial and Arrow start the buff with him, not Raptor Camp, start the buff with him so he doesn't have a jungle that you can really counter and invade on. So they've kept Mike pretty safe in the draft and the beginning of the game.
And to be honest, I'm going to go ahead and take a little leap and say it's probably intentional. Look, he's a rookie, he's coming in, he's just getting acclimated to pro play. Pros are better at invading than in solo queue, generally speaking, and so you give him something a little bit more comfortable and let him get a bit more room, and to be fair, it has worked, as you've been mentioning before. Phoenix One has had great early game stats so far, and we'll see if that continues against, once again, the kings of early game. Echo Fox are the best team overall statistically in that first 15 minutes. Their problem has been converting it into more. Second phase of bans are done, top laners off the table from Echo Fox. Even though Zig has been the only Galio player on the team, they're actually banning away top laners. They think it's going somewhere else.
It's interesting seeing that they think that that would end up there, because Zig can play things like the Kled into the Shen, which is still a pretty decent matchup. Yep, there it is right there.
All right, so Kled is the grab after all. Even though they've dropped some of the Bruiser top laners away, he gets his tried and true, his most played champion, Kled in the top lane.
Yeah, funny thing about this for Zig is Zig was just such a dominant Kled back in spring, but I feel like Kled started to become more and more meta, so people got more practice against this champion and against very good Kleds in the top of solo queue, so it ended up being a champion that didn't have the same surprise factor as before.
Absolutely the case. Xayah and Rakan locked into the bot lane, though Rakan really has risen up in popularity as a support, and in the duo, of course, even more powerful. Xayah did take some nerfs in patch 7.12. You can't go for the instant Q auto pullback for the instant root, and she lost some cooldown. She got a longer cooldown, I should say, to be more specific, on her W, her attack steroids. So overall, slightly weaker champion, a little bit less reliable crowd control. Obviously, still something Keith wants to play, and Braum will be the final pickup, who is great into Xayah as a matchup to block the feathers.
Exactly, blocks the feathers from passing through, even on the ultimate. But I gotta say, for Keith, this composition right now looks really safe for him. He has the Shen to ulti for him. They're going to have 1-3-1 split push pressure, which I think is Echo Fox's best way of playing around the fact that they don't control mid very well. And also, Keith previously had bought things like Phantom Dancer, Death's Dance on the Xayah, has the ultimate. Now he has multiple forms of protection. It'll be very hard to go with a kill Keith strategy as Phoenix One.
And the nice thing about playing Xayah into this enemy composition of Phoenix 1 is all the things you want to dive, or you want to dodge, are actually dodgeable by the ultimate. Like a Kennen, you land and you still get stunned by slicing Maelstrom, but a Galio ultimate, a Braum ultimate, things like this are actually dodgeable. It's a one hit and quit. And if you hit the ult, you become untargetable, you're not going to get stunned out. So does fit the lineup pretty well. The only difficulty, again, being the Braum shield does block the Feather pass-through. As we get ourselves through the end of Champ Select, the coaches go to shake hands. I want to give a quick follow-up on Inero saying he would fist bump me backstage. I missed him last Sunday. I told him I'd see him on Friday. Hopefully after this series, I'll head down and hit fist bump Inero. I owe it to him.
He looks a little bit like Justin Timberlake.
He does, actually.
Yeah, throwing that out there.
There you go. I agree. And hopefully he can say bye-bye-bye to Phoenix 1 in this series as Echo Fox hope to get themselves just what they want here, a win, and to get back to the positive side of the standings. Phoenix 1, they're hoping this will be the rebirth, and they get their first match win of the split. Lineup's just now on your screen. The crowd ready to go. And remember, if Phoenix 1 wins, everyone in the studio gets a fidget spinner. Shout out to that. Game 1 underway.
Sell out. What are you doing? No caster bias here.
Nah, I don't care who wins. I've already got my Phoenix 1 fidget spinner. They handed those out last week, regardless of the wins. It's all about this match here, Game 1. And again, I can't say it enough. I really do. Like, we had the story meeting after our matches last week when we heard about all the players coming in. And I was like, I actually really want to believe in Phoenix 1 right now. I think this team has gotten so much better, right? They took some teams that were tied for first place to 3 games. They had gold leads against them. Phoenix 1, I think, can really be a legitimate playoff team at this point now. And just in time as well. We're here in week 3. In 3 weeks' time, they're going to be playing in Berlin for Rift Rivals right now. And if Phoenix 1 can shape up in these next 3 weeks, represent North America, get some wins in the win column, make it off to the playoff run, they can even go to Worlds off of championship points and whatnot.
Exactly. Even if they make it into 7th or 8th place, they'll still maintain their championship points and have the ability to go through the gauntlet. But I feel like that's pretty far removed because right now Phoenix 1 still have that opportunity to climb back up the standings. And they showed that they have it in them last week. They just need to convert some wins. But that's the same story for Echo Fox. Echo Fox, since the inception of this team, have not made playoffs. So they've missed out 3 splits in a row. This is their 4th split as an organization here in the LCS. And fans are waiting for them to just show up. Last split, it was like, hey, early game leads. First Blood King, let's go. This split, early game leads. Now they're trying to push that even further. But there's so many teams in the running right now, and you can't let Phoenix 1 take a win off you if you have playoff hopes and let them surge back up.
Yeah, that's going to hurt you a lot here because you're running out of the first round robin pretty quickly. Nice heavy leash of Echo Fox, and wow, that is a significant leash for the Cadian. Lee Sin is not the easiest Raptor taker, but with that much release from Zion Rakan shouldn't be too bad for him. Going to kill the last of the small Raptors, get level 2, continue on his merry way.
Yep.
Mike Young, though, heavy leash from his bot lane on the buff, just like in the previous series, and he's going to be on a very similar train right now.
Yeah. Make sure that he's off to a good start. No real counter that can come through to that. And he ends up quite powerful and accelerated in his jungle clear. But the fact that Echo Fox gave such a hard leash to Acadian, they missed out on 3 creeps of experience.
Gosh.
They missed out on a lot here.
Keith has no XP from the melee waves. That's actually terrible. That is so much lost out right there. I'm not sure what caused him to lose that much time, but again, if it's a bet that says if Acadian can get a gank off, you succeed, but it hurts their bot lane so much.
And it was one of the differences here. Okay,
and he's on a ward.
Wasn't sure if he was trying to go for the blue buff or what was going on there, but regardless, the bottom lane's going to hit level 2, and they're going to push up very heavily. And this is one of the reasons that people stopped starting buffs in professional play and started doing Raptors. Great, it's a great camp in the first place, but oh wait, actually, Acadian's trying to invade here level 3 because he has an EXP Quinn.
Too slow.
Yeah.
It's already too late. Mike Young's got the first camp. Acadian will not find a rev up because wait a second, that's gone. He sees the Raptors over there. Mike Young does the same thing. Quick trinket ward to run away. Watch out for the cube, but he's still got things to path block. And that one Secret Service Raptor may have saved his life. Acadian may have pulled the Q across.
Yeah.
For the dive onto the turret.
So what Acadian did is he's actually running an experience Quint, which allows him to do 2 camps, Raptors Red, and then a Scuttle Crab, and then that gets him level 3 instead of having to do 3 camps. And then he goes for the invade afterwards, trying to exploit Mike Young, who, of course, got a leash on his bottom side that was very heavy. They had to kind of account for that because we knew about it. So Acadian trying to punish the rookie with a more aggressive route.
That's happening right now. Ooh, unlucky for him. The little Krugs lead, so Mike Young's actually a little faster on this play right now. And Nidalee, by the way, so good at killing Krugs. They have negative magic resist and positive armor. So Lee Sin kind of hates it, Nidalee loves it, and waiting for what's not likely to be a tower dive, but could be a chunk of damage down to this bot side. Ooh, that's a really good chunk of the mid lane right there, and it might be Ryu's first recall now at this one. We can see the farm lead +8 right now for Froggen.
There'll be even more, too. He's got some to pick up. And it'll be a TP back as well from Ryu, I would assume.
You know what's great? One of our stats guys, Tom Sear across Optimus Tom, is trying to put together a stat which is CSD minus Danes. It's for mid laners, because everyone who's not Danish has negative CSD at 10. Everyone loses lane to Froggen, Jensen, and Bjergsen. So he's like, it's only fair if we remove them from the pool and then once again recheck the other 7. So Rita's holding up to the average. The Danes win the mid lane.
Yeah, it's actually overwhelmingly true. Those stats are pretty bonkers. I can't wait to see when they're completely developed, presented. But yeah, Froggen, has a centerpiece for his team as well. Like, I feel like everybody who has a Dane on their team in the mid lane kind of plays around their Dane to some extent, whether it's Bjergsen, even Jensen gets a lot of jungle proximity, gets later game farm, etc. And they're fantastic players in the first place.
They absolutely are, and oftentimes they are worthy of that emphasis. And we'll see if EchoFox can find more of that worthy damage right here in the mid lane. More chunks coming out from Froggen, and Ryu on his first recall was unable to get any magic resist. He went Corrupting Potion and a Doran's Ring. I imagine he'd love to have a Banshee fail and a Null Magic Mantle in there, but not going to happen just yet. We check back in the bot lane. It is that small lead for Phoenix 1. Again, this is EchoFox who had missed the first 3 melee minions of the wave in the first place and are treading water otherwise, so seeming to do pretty well despite the fact that they gave up some priority to help Acadian. Even though Acadian's dive didn't work or his gank didn't work, they're okay in the bot lane.
Yeah. Finish off that whole previous point. It was just the fact that you start Raptors because your mid laner's going to leash coastal lane. Don't want your bottom lane to come up and waste time. Goes back to the whole Zyra standing in lane, setting up plants, etc. You want to be able to push out and get level 2 first. EchoFox put on the back foot, but they only missed out on 4 so far. So they're in a good spot.
Looking okay on this one. Mid lane now being pushed a bit more by Ryu, who's got significantly more mana than for himself. Of course, we know both these mid laners use teleport to get back to the lane, so some time to go. EchoFox 10th early on a small gold lead. Again, that is pretty much all Froggen's doing. That mid lane lead getting better and better over time. Ryu, unfortunately for him, still having a rougher split than before. We'll see if Mike Young can make that turn around with some mid lane ganks later on, although it's very hard to gank LeBlanc.
Yeah, Mike Young actually has some pretty good top and mid jungle proximity. He hangs around those lanes a little more than the previous junglers for Phoenix 1. Putting attention on those areas, whereas Inori was very bot focused. Meteos would hang around the mid a little bit, but the top lane and the mid lane for Mike Young seem to be where he hangs out. Zig actually gets a lot of attention for a change.
Yeah. He's going to move on towards the standard attack damage build. I believe Black Cleaver doesn't build from 2 long swords, so early team at to start, and we'll go on from there. Way to go, yeah. And that top lane sort of counter pick. Of course, he did pull several bans. Looper blind picked the Shen, Siga Galio. They threw in 2 fighter bans. Still got to go to his trademark Kled. Otherwise, he's been trading water in that matchup, so the counter pick has not yet really paid off. And now that we do have a level 6 Shen, you've got to see if EchoFox make a play with that.
Yeah, well, also the Kled is kind of synergistic with the team, right? Jarvan got banned away after the Galio was picked up. Renekton, 2 things that can dive in and then get Hero's Entrance, whereas this is kind of the next one in the list where you ulti in, you joust into the middle of the fight, you get Hero's Entrance as the Kled, because otherwise Phoenix 1 would really lack some hard engage tools. You'd have some pick, but not so much something that dedicates or really starts a fight on somebody.
Absolutely the case. You're right. You do want a facilitator for the Galio.
That's a great point.
That's why we see so much.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's the word.
Back in the day, in like season 2, season 3, we said dive buddies. So like, who are the 2 melees going into the back lane? But first of all, into the back lane are going to be in the mid lane right there. He's gone. Doesn't even need the back half of the queue. Acadian kicks to take all the credit for Froggen's hard work. First blood, EchoFox.
Acadian again with a first blood here. The guy so far has been fantastic in this game and picking up first blood. He's actually got one of the highest rates in the entire league for getting it in summer.
He's been good. We watched it again. Yeah, Froggen. Ryu's already at half, and again, no MR in his build.
Yeah, and Froggen jumps in, has been landing those chains. Even though Ryu snap casted the W, doesn't get much damage just on the back end, and then it's a second chain there from Froggen with the Mimic, and then Acadian is just right there, taking all the credit, like you said.
Yeah, QRQ, it helps ensure the kill. You don't want to kick him away. You want to make sure your skill shots landed first, but either way, it's a 600 gold lead now to EchoFox, who say, even with Mike Young, we are the early game kings.
Yeah, so far, Acadian has played 10 games. This is his 10th one, and he has now gotten first blood in 7 of them.
Yeah, he's pretty good at doing that.
Yes, so 70% first blood participation for himself. Definitely topping the charts right now. Even against Dignitas, who ended up going on to win that series, he still had great early games against Shrimp and Someday, who were teaming up and creating a really big combo against him. We're seeing, coming off of losses, Acadian hasn't always handled them well, but if he's playing for the team, Well, see that shift in him.
Yeah, shout out to, if you haven't watched it, Drive Acadian.
You're all about those sellouts today.
I am a sellout here for this one. But yeah, it was a really good feature. It's only 7 minutes long. It's about his growth of the player. A lot of great quotes from the team owner, Rick Fox, talking about what it means to be a rookie. And, you know, there was a great line because it's basically, if you believe fans when they say you're the best, you have to believe them when they say you're the worst. And you've got to realize that, you know, where you really are, somewhere in the middle there. And it's all about the improvement day over day and making sure you're playing for the team. It's definitely the story of Acadian, the story of Echo Fox right now. Even though you've got the individual all-stars like Froggen, former world champions like Looper.
Yeah, it's the difference between intrinsically motivated and extrinsically motivated. Right? Extrinsically motivated, you're motivated by things outside like rewards,
Sure.
Praise. Intrinsically motivated is you feeling like you want to do a good job, etc. So,
I'm intrinsically motivated to cast with you. Zyrene, my homie.
Glad you're not extrinsically motivated. I got nothing for you.
You bribed me for it. We are into this game, though, and it has been a bit of a slow one. That first blood in the mid lane, but we're 10 minutes in here, and it looks like Drake control is on the mines. Mike Young kills off a control ward. Phoenix One put a few around as well, and Froggen hugging the left-hand side, but suddenly there's a champion, and look at the damage outputting special. Just blows him up where he stands. Acadian jumped on by 3 of the members, 4v1. One last snipe on a Froggen kills the minion wave.
Yeah, and that Infernal Drake, they definitely want to pick that up early. And Jhin with Infernal Drake, pretty disgusting. We were seeing Cody-san with 500 AD in the mid-game last match, and that would have given him a BF sword worth of AD. So Arrow's going to start off with that, and that's going to be great for Jhin.
Really good start here to Phoenix One, getting that comeback kill in the Drake, certainly worth more than 300 gold in value. We watch that kill in the mid lane again.
Yeah, Ryu ends up
the trap season. He's
going off on the other side, and yeah, exactly. They kind of pivoted there, jumped on him, and got the full CC chain there with Arrow from really far away with the Deadly Flourish.
Really nicely done, good calls, and they were all there for the setup onto that one. We watch some fights in the mid. Now the top lane as Zig is chunking back and forth. It's very interesting. I think you've brought it up before, talking with Zig about Kled matchups, because dismounting and remounting onto Skarl is actually a regeneration mechanic. You get more health back, so there's matchups where you actually want to dismount on purpose, like over trade, if you know you can build the courage back up, because it'll actually heal you, and you win trades doing that. Zig constantly toying with the chance of death. More chunks down for Froggen, out goes Ryu.
Yeah, Ryu has the teleport and may teleport back into the lane, but yeah, like you were saying in that top side, over trading is sometimes good, but you definitely want your W up. Your W is a huge part of how you remount, and if you're up against a champion like Shen that could potentially get a taunt pass through and maybe kill you in time, then it's a big problem, but you want to have that dismount, wait a long time, and you kind of like go into a period where you don't want to trade at all after over trading.
Right.
Wait for that cooldown.
You can see that the lanes have swapped back. Both these teams putting their duos top side right now. Of course, Drake off the table. Maybe Rift Herald is on the menu. Both these players have their teleports, so let's get away from the global objective and make sure the ones who can't run around the map are near the thing we want to fight for now that the Drake is gone.
Yeah, exactly right. Rift Herald is the objective they would play for, and mid lane Ryu comes back, does have the Banshee's Veil, or at least the Spectre's Cowl now.
That's going to be building towards Abyssal Mask.
Yes,
because the new Banshee's Veil doesn't build from that anymore, so very tanky build, which is to be expected, of course.
Yeah, and he also has a Ruby Crystal already, though, so.
Yeah, Abyssal Mask more and more likely here.
It, yeah.
See what it ends up being at the end of the day. Could be Visage, who knows exactly. Froggen now hugging the bottom side of the lane, which is correct. Of course, the Nidalee's above him, so always staying away from the jungle as much as you can. Again, the 42 minion lead for Froggen. He is blasting this mid lane, but he's really the only part of the team that's winning right now, as everyone else down in farm or XP or something else right now into this one. Looper temporarily a level up onto this Kled, but Zig ties it up right there.
Yeah, I want to talk about that small difference in the mid lane between the itemization. The Abyssal Mask would be for Mike Young to deal more damage because he's really the only other magic damage dealer on the team. Whereas if he went Spirit Visage, it would be for the heals from Mike Young and also a little bit of the heal from the Bond of Stone or the Stoneborn Pack now. So it's just kind of whichever one you want more of in that mid lane. So we'll see, because it's actually quite interesting which one they'll go for.
What we want to watch for. Of course, Abyssal Mask does help you as well. Yep. So certainly it'll help the Galio with some self-synergy. And we'll see what the choices end up being. Froggen is keeping the minion clear going, and I mean, he's got great farm numbers. The Gunblade is done, he's back in lane now. That was his second TP use, similar to Ryu, and you can see the damage output there. The Gunblade slow pretty much guarantees the chains land, and life is pain. He's got auto attack damage, so it's easy to last hit.
And one of the things that you definitely should keep track of as well with a player like Froggen is not only does he have great CSD, which means he's harassing his opponent or like beating them in matchups or has good matchups, he also keeps his CS per minute very high, which means that he is just CSing well, regardless of the situation, regardless of the pressure on him, etc. So I definitely think that Froggen and well, Danes in general, like you're saying, are good players.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, it's not just the fact that he's bullying very heavily, which you see that he is, but he's also just picking up farm constantly and is good at just the basics of the game in CSing.
Froggen very much a complete package in the laning phase, and it's been one of the strengths of Echo Fox, both Froggen and the laning phase, but we'll have to see if they can still get more out of this one. Still a very close one in the mid, and we'll wait to see as more comes out of this. Another move up over to the LeBlanc player in the mid lane. They first picked it for him. He was happy he got to play the champion. We've seen the payout in the laning phase, just nothing yet in the mid game. We'll see eventually a split pushes will come through later on. Double TP for both these teams. You'd expect that split push to come in eventually.
Yeah, it was actually one of the happiest I've ever seen Froggen. When
I got LeBlanc!
Yeah, I just saw him for a quick second on the player cam. He just looked ecstatic that they had left LeBlanc up. Well, I'll see what he's able to do with it here. So far, he's been doing great in lane. Transitioning that, like you said, the 1-3-1 will typically come in and help Echo Fox with some of their mid-game issues. But Mike Young supposedly helping Phoenix 1 with their mid and early game issues. Gonna go for a gank.
He doesn't get anything for it. He walks in to be visible, kind of gives away his location. Of course, he did walk by a ward anyway. I said maybe a cadence coming around. He put a couple defensive boards down and then doesn't see too much. You see Froggen, yeah, averaging insane farm numbers. Triple his average. Pretty good League of Legends player, some might say.
First, though, in CSD at 15. Just across the league. And Echo Fox right now are sitting at a 500 rating right now. They're 3-3.
Yeah.
Oh. But they have had those immense gold leads. So it's crazy that this team is sitting at 5th place when their record in their early gold leads against all teams would indicate that they are quite good. We're seeing right here.
Finally getting some moments. Zig dives forward, finds a Gallia for some damage reduction. None of the LeBlanc passive gonna go for damage though. And Echo Fox have all recalled. They're looking to play for this Infernal Drake spawning in 28 seconds. Looper able to withstand some pressure as well. And hey, a Froggen roam gets ult out of Ryu. And Froggen will be back in the mid lane first.
Yeah, it actually burns 2 ultimates there from Zig and Ryu. So an Infernal Drake fight would be a little bit better for Echo Fox here. Yeah, put your bottom lane on the bottom side, put your globals on the top. Looper has 2, so you want to get control.
And the fact that neither team is trading, the fact that they're both putting their resources on the same side of the map means they both think that they are on equal footing, that yes, we can both play for a Drake. Instead of saying, oh, we're the losing team, you get Drake, we get Herald, we'll trade you first turret for it. It's both these teams trying to stack up the long-term objectives. And I think we're likely to see a fight, whether in Vision or an actual champion combat, to make this happen right now. 400, 500 gold lead for Echo Fox. And we'll see as Froggen, Gate, and Keith all group up through the mid lane.
Yeah.
And if they push the mid lane in, that means they have learned mid priority.
I feel like they would have mid priority here, but it is against the Galio who can take it back quite easily with Winds of War. Well, right now, if you're Phoenix 1, you're pretty happy with going for a fight because of the fact that you have some good purchases, like the Infinity Edge versus like the Essence Reaver if you can get the crit with Jhin. You have Black Cleaver on your top laner completed. It is just that mid lane, though. Ryu kind of wants to back spend like the 1,200 gold plus that he has before something happens.
We'll see if it comes through. Yeah, Ryu. Well, let's see if he can make that come in. He does have TP available. Top end still winning the wings as well. Big chunk comes in for Froggen. Look at the damage up in there. A bit late as Hashem, but he's staying in melee range for it. Lands the taunt to the other skill shots. Not going to land just yet. Mike Young getting away underneath the turret. Looper still a bit tanky, but he was the first to leave the lane. Zig still getting free time to push in the top side. So now, under the gun, Echo Fox, will they answer back to the top lane? And the answer is yes. Looper going to run his way back over there, but Zig, in the meantime, getting free attack. In fact, this might mean first turret. Arrow did re-engage towards there. Going to flash away to stay alive. A little bit of chunks coming through back and forth. Staying afloat on this one. Looper is going for the recall. So yes, first turret comes through to Phoenix 1. The play did, in fact, backfire. They're forcing flashes. Those are some momentary advantages for Echo Fox, but if there's nothing to come out afterwards, it's being first turret for nothing.
Yeah, Zig is going to continue to push the top side of the map. Looper just backed, got himself his Titanic Hydra, so he does have an item completion here. Not incredibly tanky, though, if you were to come into this fight, and I think the Phoenix 1 might look to start it up right here. LeBlanc backing. Froggen's got like 2,000 gold to spend.
I think it's good if they can get Zig to walk over because they can force Summoner Teleport out of Looper. He's far away from this side of the map. Here it is.
Yeah, that's TP from both, I believe.
Here they come across. Gate wants in, lands the knockup on a 2. Will there be a team fight? It's led that to the front line. Exhaust on the front as well. Huge knockup comes through from Special on Braum, and Gate forced to run, staying alive. Finally drops down by Ryu. 1-for-0 to Phoenix 1. Can they get any more out of this one? Zig in the front lines has to dismount. Mike Young far away on the wings. Looper running away now, looking for a slow. Keith now in the front looking for a few more attacks to come in. Tight back, the flash forward. Keith running out of health, and he dives in, and he dives for free. Keith gives it away, and a second one as well as Looper falls. 3 for nothing, and here comes the curtain call. It might be just that. The slow lands, the kill is in. A double kill there for the marksman as Arrow finally gets some signs of life and gets some signs of death for Echo Fox. Not going to jump over the wall. Not going to find a steal on this one just yet. And it's going to be double Infernal Drake to Phoenix 1 plus a 2,500 gold lead.
Huge as well. That Jhin with 2 Infernal Drakes is going to be massive. 2-0 and 3 for Arrow after that fight. And look at this Froggen. Actually, it's hard for him to find anything in this fight. He blast cones over as Mike Young goes the other way. So Froggen is now desperately trying to get on Mike Young on the top side of the fight. And he is most of the gold for Echo Fox now in terms of advantage. So Mike Young is kind of just dragging him around, and Echo Fox wastes a lot of their time on their mid laner there. Whereas the main fight, Keith didn't get a great pullback on the Blade Caller, and P1 were really just holding their own there with Special using a great Glacial Fissure, and Looper jumped in as well, trying to go for a taunt flash, but not quite.
It might have been they thought there was a route to be had, and he might have went for the Q auto E or something. I'm not sure what, but now a Rush Bear on 20 minutes into this one.
This is how you
down
get
a lot of gold,
in.
but there's not the enemy team just yet. Blue Trinket used. They know it's coming in.
They're not going to kill
the
it.
Wings.
Froggen's looking for a pick here off on the side.
Yeah, maybe finding Mike Young, but yeah, there's no way it's going to go down. Good.
Oh, he's found Arrow.
Phoenix 1, can he kill him though is the thing. Here comes Shen, here comes Galio. Globals from across the map, and in he comes for the hero's entrance. Captain Flowers would be pleased as Arrow runs away for this one, and Froggen gonna drop. And the second kill gonna come through as well. Looper gonna lose his life. There's no way about it.
Zig?
Just gonna take a few more seconds. Zig will trade back, but a double kill in for Mike Young, the de facto rookie of the split.
Well, we talked about how Arrow was getting more protection from his team with the Braum, but throw in a Galio on top of it, and he's looking golden there. Had the LeBlanc jump on him, it was the highest CS in the game, and Froggen wasn't able to take him down.
Wasn't able to do it. The tank stats were there. Well done, the Phoenix 1, thwarting the Baron attempt and thwarting the dive afterwards, and now it's the back foot for Echo Fox, hoping to make a comeback here in this.
Yeah, that was a desperation play to try and get at least a pick or look for something in terms of the Baron, but weren't able to get either of them.
Yeah.
Actually get the play reversed on them here. And Arrow walks up where Froggen is, throws a trap in, sees him, and now starts playing for it. The knockup comes through, hits Froggen, doesn't hit Looper. Looper taunts through, and then Ryu actually gets a Justice Punch onto Froggen, followed by a taunt to Shield of Duran immediately afterwards. So Froggen got locked up there by the knockup again from the Justice Punch, and then the taunt afterwards. So he couldn't deal much damage to Arrow in that fight.
Just Zig holding off the other 3. He did lose his life for it, but worth it when you win a team fight, of course. 4,000 gold lead now. Phoenix 1 hoping to clear off the minion waves. Looks like it's actually going to be... I can't tell if he's going Titanic Hydra into a Death Stance or something, or if he's going Ravenous Hydra and going further. Zig, I'm speaking about, by the way.
Yeah.
Has components of both, and I'm not sure which one he wants more. I'm guessing Titanic into Lifesteal, but who knows just yet.
I'm unsure either.
Otherwise, it's Ravenous into, like, a Visage, which actually is not terrible either, so.
Yeah, but I also feel like Gargoyle Stoneblade is such a good item on Kled, because you can pop it right before you dismount, and it gives you way more time to actually remount.
Absolutely the case, but we'll see what comes through into this one. Lupus finished his first damage at him. Titanic Hydra. Pretty much mandatory on Shen to get wave clear, with Sunfire Cape receiving pretty big nerf in the mid-season. We don't see that item much anymore.
Yeah, you almost never see it at all. People are going for, like, Iceborne Gauntlet if they're a mage, or one of those mage top laners, like Galio or Gragas. Yeah. But yeah, you can see Phoenix 1 just grabbing a hold of this game with a 4,000 gold lead and 2 Infernal Drakes. It's going to be a third one coming up, too. That'll be huge as well. And also notice that Arrow did not go for the Youmuu's Ghostblade, went straight for the Infinity Edge and the crit build here.
Yeah, it's better overall damage if you don't care about some of the early damage. Theoretically, you get more crit online sooner. I do like the Youmuu's build myself. And there is a time and place for this, though. It's all just kind of number crunching and target selection regardless.
Yeah, and the Youmuu's Ghostblade is a decent amount of it is for mobility, too, for the active. But when you have a gigantic Galio jumping in to give you damage reduction, and you also have the Braum jumping in front of you and giving you some as well, then it may not be as big of a deal, because they're going to get on you with the LeBlanc. Just the question of can you survive or not. So I can understand why he's going for more damage immediately, or overall, like you said.
High Edge Burst definitely can be its own great item, because, of course, your 4th shot from your auto attack passives as well as from your ultimate will respect crit damage. And because you get free crits, it's really nice in some of the cases. And we're going to move on to look at some more of these choices here into this game. Ooh, it's going to be, yeah, gate rushing for a Talisman of Ascension in this one. Also, the new updated locket coming through for Special, which scales off of bonus health purchases. Generally speaking, it's going to be weaker on a tank support.
Yep, unless you get Stone Plate.
I forget the exact numbers, but basically it's going to be weaker until he gets more items into this one. Almost all cases.
Yeah, it's kind of the change was to push people away from just buying a locket redemption and not having more stats behind it. But people really value the shield in general, even if it's weaker as a second item. But then it gets better as the game progresses, like you said. It's kind of like redemption as well. Lower in terms of the overall base value, but it takes triple healing and shielding values or bonuses.
Right, absolutely the case. Well, we'll see what happens in the top lane now as Froggen looks for some more split pushing duty. Echo Fox really feels like they need the 1-3-1 to make this game work because they're not getting much else.
I don't know if you're getting through Rio, though. He's got Frozen Heart. He's also got the Abyssal Mask for the MR, and he also has 8 stacks on his Dark Seal. And AP, a little AP goes a long way with Galio.
It really does. He's got some nice scaling from that one, but so far, he is the one making progress. Actually, it's Ryu getting the push lead in that top lane.
Yeah, Drake. It's time for that third Drake for Phoenix One to set up for.
Triple Infernal. Feels great, man, for Phoenix One.
It's 25 minutes in. There's only 1 turret down, and it's Phoenix One taking that top lane turret, which was a solo mission from Zig. This is kind of playing for these Infernal Drakes. Everybody's just setting up.
And it was because Echo Fox wanted the Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
Infernal Drake is everything for Phoenix One. Praise your lucky stars. Praise RNG. Phoenix One hoping they can keep the scaling going. Another turret goes down, and Zig playing the split push game well, farming quite nicely. You can see the value of a fighter staying in the side lanes, getting turret damage down.
Yeah, you want to get your backs off now, though. Like, you see the TP coming in from Froggen after the Void Staff, etc. And down bottom, we're going to see TP from Ryu.
On Zig, TP from Ryu into the bot lane. Ulti coming in for Arrow, doing a lot of damage to the back line as well. Doesn't finally land the last chunk, but here comes Zig looking for the dive. Ryu on top as well, gets 1 knockup, but team is staying alive so far. The flash to get to the back line. The Rit's going to land. Keith almost out of life, and he is going to fall down. Zig gets the kill credit onto that one, but it was a team effort to be sure. The team still forced to run away. 1 final shot to come through. An Arrow on a killing spree. The Q comes across. Looper and Keith both gone into that one, and Phoenix One going to win yet another team fight.
Yeah, that was a fight that started off with Keith getting rooted, and then the rest of the team has to kind of run back. And he's their front line now, as Froggen tries to kind of threaten from the side, and it didn't really work out there for Echo Fox. Froggen is trying to leverage positioning, but he doesn't have enough of an advantage to really blow up anybody in the back line. We're in the front line here, for that matter.
And not really. No one is falling down right here. Froggen's only kill participation in this game was the assist on the mid lane, and he did all the hard work. He deserved that kill into Ryu, but has not been able to do much else than farm the rest of this game. You contrast that with Zig, who had an equal laning phase, has farmed almost equally, and is in a better spot.
There you go. You got your answer to that question in the top lane. It will be the Titanic Hydra. Walks back into that.
Good damage output. Knockup not going to land. Death Stance will be next up for Zig, based on the fact that the Vamp Scepter in that pickaxe. That or Scimitar, though I doubt Scimitar very heavily. And out they go for now. But yeah, Zig, again, to bring up that point, has gotten 2 turret kills as a result of his split pushing, and it's just worked much better.
Yeah, like I said, he'll get that solo turret gold as well. Yeah, Froggen jumps into Zig, split pushing, puts pressure on Gate, who runs away, and they kind of leave Keith, who then gets caught up there on the re-entrance.
Nice flash taunt by Ryu.
Yep. Ryu with the hero's entrance into the flash taunt afterwards, and now they just pick up Looper after the fact. And yeah, Froggen's pretty much like trying to skirt these team fights, but they're happening a little bit too fast before he can get some kind of jump in, chip damage, and jump back out, but it's like not working for him right now. And he doesn't have enough split push against Ryu or even Zig at this point, I would say, to really pressure them down. They just have so much gold.
Yeah, they're really big. Level 16 right there in the top laner. Zig out-leveling Froggen, even though the Void Staff is prepared and ready on this LeBlanc. Just not been able to get much out of it. Slowly but surely, Phoenix One out team fighting, and they've not been pressured in the split push game at all here in this one. Phoenix One now back in the mid lane looking for their 3rd outer turret to kill. Froggen did a decent job of defending it, and then Keith took over that duty later on. Wait to see what comes next into this one. 1,094 damage, says Arrow secures it.
Yeah, as he has 2 items that are really effective against that. And then the last one, we're not doing too much, but hold on, looking for a pick on Ryu. He's going to be hard to take down.
Big shield that buys some time, going to land for a bit more Zig special. Q's going to get dodged, and out they go. Ulti out from Akadi, nothing else really lost by Phoenix One.
And they just get to go back to mid, pushing it in, trying to get mid priority. Zig will try to bully the jungle here. as well and get himself his red buff. Ah, Looper got it.
Red over to Looper, helping with the fight. Meanwhile, a battle in the mid lane. Waves clear back and forth, and it's still Phoenix One looking to make the plays happen. Looper now pushed out. Rebel will give him some regen, so we'll be back in action soon enough as he pushes towards Dead Man's plate.
Ooh. Ryu used his hunt, so he won't have it. And then back up, seeing that Froggen's off on the side. So yeah, Froggen looking for that flank to collapse. He could push top lane and potentially get that turret, but he's just too worried about this mid one going down right now.
Yeah, right now it's all about defense. Phoenix One, though, still slow and steady. Are winning this race right now. That mid lane likely to fall pretty soon. It's one wave away from dropping. Arrow's got plenty of damage. We'll see if he saves the crit for a little bit of action. Not hitting the minions. Turret's gonna fall in one more shot. Minions doing a little bit of work, and it burns down. Did not see local gold go over. Special was the closest one, and that was still plus 100 for him. So a loss of 350, but the gain of the outer turret still nice. This gold lead, 7,000 for Phoenix One.
Yeah, it's not always about the gold at this point in the game for the turret. It's more about the fact that it's down, you get to put your ward lines up and have that pressure. Whereas Froggen wants this one top.
That turret's low. He's got it. It goes down. Local gold over to him as well, so that's a nice little chunk.
And you can see that the Void Staff second item is helping him out against Ryu, allowing him to at least chunk him out and deal some damage against that beefy tank.
We'll just farm it up. 199 farm on him. True to an Italy style. Get all the gold, level up to 16. Doing nicely for himself. Is a decent threat. Has the Void Staff and the Rod of Ages, so a pretty decent team fighting build to have some durability. See what else can come through. But Phoenix One really just kind of snowballing off of a couple of team fights in a row, and Echo Fox have really yet to challenge them.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Echo Fox to really kill anybody on Phoenix One as well. The more I'm looking at it, the locket coming through from Xpecial, it's not that powerful, but even if Froggen wants to get a kill, he's got to go through a QSS of Arrow, which will give him MR, Xpecial giving him a shield, the damage reduction from Ryu, and Ryu also buying a lot of tank stats for himself. Then there's also the Zhonya's Hourglass and then the Death Dance. So it's going to be very difficult to actually kill members of Phoenix One here as Echo Fox.
Absolutely agree. We'll see if it can come through. Froggen wants to jump the wall, does get away. Special look for the slow, and they just keep trading wave clear back and forth and back and forth. 5 control wards in the inventory of Phoenix One. It all dots the right side of the screen down there. Ready to play for the next objective, which is likely to be the Baron Nashor. Now that Cloud Drake's up in the field, they've got nothing else to play for on the bottom side. No one likes those. For the top lane, Froggen wants to kite away from Ryu, but still chunked on half HP, and not a lot of targets to lifesteal off of right now. He's like looking for the flank, though. Maybe it's here in the mid lane. Keith at half HP.
Setting up for Baron here for Phoenix One. There they go, they started up. Zig now in the mid lane, just kind of holding off. They do see it though. Scrying orb that's killed. Farside orb is killed very quickly.
The next attempt. Here's the dive for. They get the knockup, but nice. QSS flash. Arrow gets away from it. Now here comes the engage. Not gonna have much of a root, but a big chunk of damage out from the Galio. On the front line they go, and they picked off one. A rampage from Mike Young. As he picks off Looper, the chase continues. They look for one more in the back line, but no kill to be had. Just the one for 0. Looper never the chance to flash out or pop a ult for a shield on someone else. Looper having a pretty bad game. 0-4-0 into this one. Once again, back to Baron Nashor. Phoenix One goes, this time without a Shen to stop them.
Yep. 9,000 HP on it. Cadian looking for a steal. He's over the wall. They don't see him. He'll check it.
They make this play happen. Cadian does have Smite, a root on a special. Good damage.
Okay,
nice. Double taunt in, and Keith is gone right away. Arrow gets the crit. The Rampage is in a trade kill. Those Special loses his life. And Baron heals back up. Froggen kiting away from Arrow, but he's got to be careful. The chase might have still been on. And back they go. He's going to clear off a minion wave. Still 4 versus 3 on the map. Only missing it Special. You still say this seems likely to work out well, but Looper is alive in 5 seconds with his ultimate available. Can Acadia make it in? There's no vision in the pit. He's got to toss the Q at some point.
Yeah.
Now he's going to make the guess. He has flash.
Don't know if they have any wards left. Gate would have to jump in, maybe give him some vision. Here comes TP. They're taking a lot of Baron damage here.
He got it! He got it! Acadia gets the steal, but Galio going to find the slam. They're going to likely get a kill, but first Mike Young drops off the face of the map. Looper flashes off the wall to stay alive a little bit longer. The respawn's going to come through for Echo Fox. This brought the game a bit closer. Only a 4,000 difference and a Baron Nashor onto, I believe, 4 or 5 of them. What did they need except that Baron steal? Acadian coming through in the clutch.
Yeah, now they have to deal with a 1-3-1 that has Baron buff up in both of the side laners as well. So that's going to be huge here. Acadian, let's see that one more time. Gate
should stop
jumps,
damage.
Yeah,
Hits the fucking Q.
they do start here to stop damage, but they go very slowly. But the TP comes through, and that's the pressure. And they stop. Gate goes in, but they try to burst it. There's a 785 crit in there from Arrow's Jin. He crit, and it got it in range because they tried to burst it and time it with that smite.
But Mike Young's smite was late, and Acadians came in just after the Jin auto attack. And sometimes you just guessed wrong, and it was well played by Acadian. They went for the burst even though the Lee Sin Q was on, and they got outplayed, and now you got to fight in the bottom lane. The root's going to be on there, and now Zig forced to run. Skarl's a coward, but Zig's going to die as Kled. Looks like Skarl lives to fight another day. Bot lane turret's going to fall as well, and suddenly the ability to win the game might just be here as the turrets are falling all across the map. Suddenly all 3 outers are gone, and the gold within 600.
Froggen's going to have that split push going. Like I said, this is big for Echo Fox. This composition can utilize a Baron like no other.
Let's see if they can get a little bit more out of this one. They are still down that triple Infernal Drake. The team fight power likely to reside with Phoenix 1 continually throughout this game. But it gets a little bit closer now. Only 1,000 apart. I guess I misspoke earlier when I said it was 600. But looking for a little bit more here as this turret's going to fall really quickly. And Echo Fox gets closer and closer with this game. Tied in gold down the Drakes, but up that Baron buff, looking for more.
Yeah, and they're gonna push for more in both mid and bot side here. Froggen jumped in, but nope.
And it forces the Zonias though on an almost magic resistless Nidalee. Mike Young now forced away pretty heavily, despite being 4-1-4. Gate gonna kite back, and Echo Fox may have started to learn what you need to do when you have a Baron buff. That was one of their weaknesses back in Sunday. They couldn't close the game despite that buff, and here, they picked up, what, 3 turrets straight in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, don't know how much they practiced those Baron steals, though, but that one from Acadian fell into his lap. He played it incredibly well, and now they have control of the game again off of that play.
Absolutely incredible stuff right now, and the reset's going to come in still with a minute left in the Baron buff to cash in, and now, if the previous sieges went well, imagine with an extra couple thousand gold in inventory, Phoenix 1 looking to push down mid real quick. But the recall's coming in, and with the home guard boost, Echo Fox are here soon.
Yeah, Froggen over the wall, looking for a root.
Knock up onto the tank in the front line, a double taunt as well from Shen, but they are not dying anytime rapidly. Keith, though, free fire from the back line, one more chance for the knock-up and comes in, but now it's going to be Froggen stunned up and attacked.
Oh,
and
it's not dead yet.
Just enough to keep him alive, and he kites away with it, and Keith gets a kill onto a special. The shields were just enough for Froggen. They're able to kite back now, and that's despite the Infernals. They're able to get the damage output through, and Phoenix 1 now forced to run away.
There's a TP from Froggen off on the right side. He wants to continue this fight and pick up more.
He's healed back up. They can absolutely do it. It's a 5v4. There's no cooldowns left for Phoenix 1. Can he get the damage? Ryu is going to fall with the chains. It took 2, but he fell. And now it's up to Akita to get a little bit more. Going to land the Q. Going to go for the play. Not going to actually follow through on that one just yet.
Yeah, a little afraid of Arrow walking up there. But man, Echo Fox now back in the lead. Have themselves a bit of that advantage. Baron falling off quite soon, though. Acadian just has a little bit of that remnants there because of the mastery.
And despite these kills being 7-11, Phoenix 1 have to take a big gulp right now and realize they have given away so much of their early lead. Looking now at the mid lane again. Ryu is still dead. The primary tank is gone. In the 5v4, Baron buff is timing out. There's a little bit left. Onto, I believe, well, now no one as they run away.
Yeah. Acadian just had it because the mastery in the middle tree give you a little bit more duration on it. But right now, Looper was pushing top lane, and they're looking for that top tier 2 turret. Positioning between it, Zig kind of hanging around.
And you saw him go back and forth. He was going up there. He knew they could be waiting in those wings, and he was right about that one. Gets away from the Shane, doesn't lose too much. Now, top lane, inside track for Echo Fox. They should take this one down. That Baron power play, 4 turrets, 8,000 gold. Here comes the attempt, though. Zig into the back line. Can they get what they need? The knock going to come across only onto the tank in the front line. Shen going to stay alive. A big charm, big knocker coming through for Gate to buy some time. And here's Ryu taking damage in the front. A nice kickback. They will not quite pick up Gate as Keith kites away as well. Look at the damage up and available from Arrow. Going to look for a couple more attacks. Indicating going to lose Guardian Angel. Ryu taunts up at the front. Out goes Keith. Looks for the root. Can't find it with the Feather Storm. Root. Another root's going to land. There's going to be the champ. And Mike Young picks him off. 2 for 0 so far. Make it 3 as Arrow knocks one down. And Echo Fox are completely routed. Only these solo laners left alive.
Yeah, and they're trying to back here instead of go for a run around. And I think Looper, he's just going to continue running, whereas Froggen going to go for the full back there. P1 are just taking these fights, and it's so hard to drop these members, and once they get one person down on Echo Fox who don't have as much defense, they get to start running them down.
Stoneplate's coming in for the front line. Kled and Galio both looking at that item next. And this turret likely to be taking a whole chunk of damage. And that one's going to fall. Phoenix 1 getting the lead back for themselves after a good team fight.
Adaptive Helm comes through for Looper.
For what?
I don't think it's particularly good here at all.
It's
so.
not good for literally anything.
Yeah.
This is a straight up misbuy by Looper.
Yeah, because it says magic damage. So even if it's an ability, like a W from Kled, it has to be magic damage. Anyway, Ryu gets in here. Gate tries his best to charm everybody up, but Arrow goes for the QSS immediately. And even though Gate has that Zeke's convergence on him, trying to slow everybody around, it's still not enough. They don't have the damage. You can see Acadian just gets destroyed there. And we're kind of waiting on a little bit more in terms of damage output to take Ryu out, or maybe somebody in that front line from Echo Fox. But that just may not happen. They have two people who are very beefy with, like you said, two Gargoyle Stone Plates coming through quite shortly. And they are completed for both Ryu and Zig. It becomes kind of a nightmare for Fox to try and navigate these fights.
You saw the potential damage that Keith could have had. And imagine if Express didn't have that unbreakable shield up and the Featherstorm did even more. This could have been a slightly different fight. Keith certainly has been getting better this split.
Yeah. And there's a Zeke's convergence behind him as well, so he is getting bonus damage after Gate uses his ultimate. Yep. So he's throwing out a lot in these fights, and he's staying alive a very long time, as you can see.
Yeah.
But it's just the issue of they need to get even more off, and they need to have somebody like Froggen have access to that back line. Because he wasn't threatening Arrow for most of that fight, I would say. If at all.
No, Arrow's been pretty unthreatened. His front line is way too beefy. He's got basically 4 melee champions in front of him.
Yeah, big special.
Half duty.
Now with the Locket, also the Knight's Vow onto Arrow. It's going to be very hard to kill pretty much anybody on Phoenix 1's side. And Phoenix 1, they're probably just going to start running around the map as 5 members, grouping all the time against this 1-3-1 because they're so good when they're all around each other.
If that's the case, they're on a bit of a timer. Looper pushing down to the bot lane. He doesn't have defensive wards. There are no Echo Fox wards in that eastern jungle to keep Looper safe. He doesn't know if he's getting jumped on or not. He uses Trinket for 1. And now with the blue buff up, he knows there's going to be some threat there on that side of the map. He'll look to chunk that one down. And he's going to be safe to do this, actually. Right now, Phoenix 1 not looking to stop that just yet.
Side lane control is the name of the game right now for Phoenix 1. Elder Dragon's coming up, and so is Baron on the field, so you definitely have to control your mid and your side lanes as much as you can here. Mid is the most important, but then it's always whichever objective you're really going for. And push that side lane in a little bit harder.
Want to. Little chunk out from Froggen, jukes away, Keith only takes damage, no root onto this one, and Zig not going to find an opponent, but Acadian getting chunked, a miss from Arrow. That could have been a kill. Acadian's going to drop anyway. Arrow just has the damage. He moves so fast with the crits in. And now the chase back, and they find Froggen. Can they find a kill? The crits coming in, and Keith down below 1,000 HP, but with Acadian missing, there is no smite steal to be had. This Baron may very well go to Phoenix 1.
Yeah, how do you make sure that doesn't happen again? Get the jungler killed. Arrow had so much movement speed, was able to run after him, get that crit. TP to mid lane, though, from...
It's going to be a trade of an Elder Dragon.
For Elder. They don't have very many there. And Zig is actually TPing out alongside Ryu. They're going to 2-man contest.
All right, 4 versus 2. The Soul Laners showing up for this one. They're durable. They can buy some time for sure. And again, there is no smite. And here comes Expansion. This could not be a better fight for Phoenix 1. You think it might go in for them. A nice chain, a nice set of roots as well, but it's not really enough. They're just too durable. No one is taking meaningful damage in this one, and Looper is slowed and running and trying to get away. Ran to his Omen, keeps his health bar from getting away from them as they're going to push for more. And godlike now Arrow, the defending MVP, finally having himself a couple of good games. And when as Phoenix 1 looked for maybe their first match win as they look to battle against the 3-3 Echo Fox. Thanks for the leash, Echo Fox. Now Elder Dragon taking the damage. Hayden is alive, but he's far away on the side of the map.
Yeah, not going to be able to pick this up, and this is going to be huge for Phoenix 1. Triple Infernal. Arrow has 798 attack damage.
It's a lot.
Even at 71 AP, it's like, where is that coming from? Does the Baron buff natural talent?
I actually want to pose that potentially Inferno Dragon is less good than you think on Jhin because he has other % AD modifiers that might stack additively. I don't know if that's true. I'd have to check, and I'm sure someone actually knows. But it might not multiply his actual passive. Either way, he has a lot of attack damage. Who cares? He's the big boy, and Phoenix 1 looking to close his game out right now. Diving in with Looper still dead for 6 more seconds. Looking for Arrow. This turret is very much alone. They're not going to find Arrow just yet in this one. That turret is gone. It is turned into rubble, and the fight continues. 2 minutes on the Baron buff. Looper alive, 5v5, but they couldn't get more powerful here, Phoenix 1. Looking to close it out right now. Under 44 minutes. And the minions get thinned out, and they're going to wait a little bit longer.
Looks like they're pinging the top side of the map. They're going to rotate up there as a cluster. Make sure that nobody gets caught out. You can see Arrow is actually in the front as they're running up there. as they see LeBlanc on the bottom side. No, there's no threat to be flanked on that side, so all their tanks are kind of bringing up the rear.
Let's see what comes in next for this one. Can they find a flank? Can the backline die? It doesn't seem likely right now, but something that Echo Fox need because this death fall is too scary to lose a siege. Braga needs to find a flank play. They need to get some burst damage out from Keith, and it's not been happening so far. Turret under fire, big chunks of damage are gone. 3 more auto attack that's likely to drop a little bit of a root onto Ryu, and it doesn't matter. He's just too tanky on this Galio. Forward in the front line for Mike Young, for Arrow, for the rest of that team to make it happen. Double inhibitor down. No scratches on the Echo Fox for the Phoenix One paint.
Yeah, big, yeah, a little bit chunk, but it doesn't really matter. They're just going to Baron back. They have the Elder Dragon for a little bit longer. It's 3/4 done. So that'll be about the time they run across the map. But Phoenix One are just looking completely in the driver's seat. Like you said, even if they get to 6-item point for Echo Fox, you're still dealing with a triple Infernal Dragon Phoenix One. So they're kind of cheating. They have even more items than they normally would, because of the extra fact that they would have that AD on top of it too. So you're getting a lot out of these Drakes.
Yeah, they're big boys right here onto this one. Time's gonna tick down. 30 seconds left on the Baron buff. The Elder Dragon, not much more, and you can see the glimmer of hope for Echo Fox right there. That Baron steal was an 8,000 gold Baron power play. I'd be willing to bet their best Baron of the split so far. They haven't had very many good ones, but it slipped away right afterwards. The team fight prowess is too good for Phoenix One. Ryu in the front lines. Those 14 assists, the full tank Galio. Thornmail in there as well, just to make it even more annoying. And Arrow, unkilled in the backline, able to just follow up on the tanks, follow up on the engage. Mike Young having another good game out of the jungle. Great farm, good kills, lots of damage. The full AP Nidalee.
Yeah. And this comp is going to be so hard to deal with from Phoenix One. We talked about it all game. Death Stance for Arrow. Now we have double Gargoyle, Stone Plate plus Locket.
Look for
we'll
the
see
play.
if they go for it. Arrow gets out.
Up on no one. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't find Arrow, who's able to get out of that one. No kills to be had, and that's the major engage tool is gone. The root is in. Keith forced to run away. Zig in the front lines, and he is so much more than just durable. Galio dives in heroically, and he has entered the fight. A 3-man taunt after a flash as well, and Keith forced to run, but Zig is on the chase. Shen might help, and he is going to stay alive a bit longer. But it's not going to keep his teammates alive for much as Looper's forced to run the knockup for Ryu. The damage up, but not quite there as Looper stays alive, but it's still a 4v4. The crit is 966 damage. The fight comes through for the shutdown. His 9th kill of the game. All of half of them are onto Arrow, and in fact, no kills have come from Phoenix One that were not touched by Arrow in some way. He has signaled death for Echo Fox in game 1 as the Nexus falls, and Phoenix One may find themselves their first match win.
After bringing in Special and Mike Young, this team definitely looks a lot better in that early and mid-game. And that draft was just really dirty. The way that they were flexing the Galio around, and then they picked up the Jhin for Arrow and said, hey, it's back in the meta. We know you have a really good Jhin. And it paid off. This might be the formula for them. Mike Young is a jungler that they're able to protect in the early game, doesn't fall prey to invades. They gave him the leash. The bottom lane didn't actually lose anything for it, but on the other side, Echo Fox lost off of that little cheese they tried at the very beginning with the experienced Quint and also the leash.
Yeah, he got a couple of small raptors out of the attempted invade. Yeah. Mike Young actually just too fast in his jungle clear.
Because it could have been a kill. It could have been a first blood if Mike Young had played it differently and played too far up to the top side of it and looked like he was going to route from his red to Krugs instead of red to Raptors.
Yeah, not the way it went, though. It was a nice game out of Phoenix One. They took the win, so now we're going to throw it over to our analysts to get their thoughts on that Phoenix One win.
Thank you very much, Freak. Phoenix One find a victory here in game 1 of the series. Of course, it almost slipped away from there with that Baron steal by Acadian and the massive 8K gold swing. So not exactly how you'd want the victory to be coming, but the W does fall in the column for Phoenix One. And of course, as you mentioned, the hearts are now pumping. They're fully awake and alive in this series. We'll see if they can return it here in game 2, perhaps a little bit cleaner to snag their first match win of the split. But when it comes to that winless Phoenix One, I want to pull up the statistics we showed going into the matchup here. Weeks 1 and 2 as compared to week 3 when they've picked up Mike Young and added Special to the roster. And although they didn't get the wins last week, you can even just see here in the goal differential stats that there was market improvement for this Phoenix One squad.
Yeah, Mike Young was definitely a very good pickup. It surprised a lot of people, actually. He has a surprising amount of experience. and knowledge for someone so young, right?
Right.
Been playing in Challenger since he was 13. Everybody from Phoenix One and coming out of that organization has talked about, how vocal this guy is, how important he is in setting up the plays, not only for himself, but for all of his teammates as well. And then the fact that they have also now added Xpecial in one of the most veteran players still playing the game, played it even before the LCS existed in a competitive setting. They've completely retooled, basically, this lineup.
Right, and from the outside looking in, it looks like it's made massive changes to the success of the roster already. Now, if we look at Champion Select and the comps that fell around these kind of new players, the Nidalee pick for Mike Young is something that he's jumped towards a couple times already, and to a degree has found some success in terms of being able to at least keep himself up to speed with the other junglers. Do you feel like Nidalee, though, is somewhat of a crutch in terms of having the option of hard farming and or getting into lanes, that a young player, it's been aiding him in his debuts on the stage?
Yeah, Nidalee to me right now is a viable jungler, which is definitely something to be said.
Right.
She's not on the same tier as like Elise and Zach and Lee Sin, but is kind of in that next tier of, okay, it's not, supreme, but she's viable, right?
Right.
It's not like, oh yeah, we're gonna build our team comp around Nidalee and the spear throwing anymore.
I guess maybe that's what I mean. Is let me refine what I'm saying here. Is that it feels like the pick in some way is a crutch for Mike Young, where he can be supportive, right? He can sit there and heal his teammates up, throw the spears without ever having to necessarily commit to anything and be the playmaker for the team. And as a rookie, that probably takes a lot of stress off of your shoulders if you're not the one who has to make the sweet flash engage, like on a Zach, for example, or any other of the the Elises and whatnot.
It could be. I definitely did enjoy watching him on Lee Sin and making big flashy plays. So I hope that we do see him on more picks like that. But I think the Nidalee's fine.
Either way, Phoenix One looking a lot better as a team, while Echo Fox is still very clearly trying to play through Frog. And I mean, we saw a massive CS lead built for him in the mid lane on the back end of the initial gank from Acadian to kind of jack the kill with the Lee Sin ultimate.
And use his ultimate. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are having this criticism like, Echo Fox, it's again the Froggen show. And it's hard because you're faced with this scenario where, but you really blame them for playing around Froggen?
If it works, it works.
He's getting an advantage almost every single game. He's got this giant CS lead against Ryu. He's bullying him under the turret to the point that Acadian can just come up, land one Q, and then throw his ultimate out there as well and grab the kill. But Froggen is the guy consistently building up pressure for this team. And something I did want to bring up that we were talking about was that pull that they gave him. Right? You're like, oh my God, we just saw this in the last game where Dardak went for the experienced Quint and early, play up topside.
Right.
That's at their bottom lane behind a bunch of experience. Then the, Acadian and Lee Sin didn't get anything out of, putting so much effort into that early path. And then you have a Shen on the top side anyway, so it's not really a, split push style victory up there.
Right, exactly. It is. It does seem like a one-dimensional squad that is improving in their single dimension, but I've yet to see new looks out of Echo Fox, and to some degree, I feel like that's where we see them fall apart in this game, is that if Froggen isn't the impetus of every fight and the one to solo carry the fights, then they are going to largely lose the straight-up 5v5s. We saw that 19 minutes in, a 4-for-0 for Phoenix One in the river off of an Echo Fox overreach.
And this is the other thing that we definitely want to point out for Echo Fox. Yes, team fighting is largely compositional in nature, but it's also the execution of these team fights, right? And it goes beyond just the champions that they drafted early on and how strong they are for the 5-on-5s. The positioning for these team fights and the execution leaves quite a bit to be desired. And Phoenix One come out with a tremendous victory here. Keith actually flashes forward into this, and then you kind of have these delayed engages, right? Looper then flashes a little bit later as the Shen following the Xayah, and then your backline has to run, and everybody's kind of scrambling at that point. So the coordination is definitely something that this team probably has very high on their list for what they're practicing with, because there are multiple scenarios where sometimes we even see a Shen ultimate start to be channeled on someone who's just about to exit a fight rather than proactive and forward and everyone on the same page.
And that team fight there was the beginnings of an 8K gold lead that would eventually be thrown back, as we mentioned, off the back end of the Baron steal. But even with that, it was very clear that, again, with the Infernal Drakes in the back pocket, that Phoenix One, all they needed to do was extend themselves to that late game 5-on-5 full 6-item team fights where compositionally they do end up with the better team comp. I mean, on top of that, you got your player of the game, Arrow here, Deathless. Of course, you're set up for a lot more success with his positioning and ability to throw out damage over 700 AD at the end of that game.
Definitely looks good, you know, comfortable with Xpecial. They were playing solo queue, if you watch Arrow stream at all, for a tremendous amount of time. So even though Xpecial just joined the team and they haven't had much practice with him, and they've talked about, you know, not even getting that many scrims, it does feel like they're working together quite well already.
I mean, we heard Phoenix One management say that they feel that Arrow was deserving of his MVP votes from Spring Split, but that they were charged with now the responsibility of building a team around him that let him play to that potential, that MVP potential. And it looks like already warming into that duo in the bot lane alongside Xpecial, they very well might start making that rise back through the standings. Of course, they got to win one more game just
Nowhere
to come
to go
away
but up
with their first match victory. We'll see if Phoenix One can do it, extend us to a 2-0 in their first match win of the split, or if Echo Fox can fight back in round 2. The series continues after the break.
Backlander gonna be in the mid lane right there. He's gone. Doesn't even need the back half of the queue. Acadian kicks to take all the credit for Froggen's hard work. Tight back the flash forward. Keith running out of health, and he dives in, and he dives for free. Keith gives it away, and a second one as well as Looper falls.
Coming. Right here. LeBlanc. I got LeBlanc.
I'm on Shen.
All right, let's go Shen. I'm healing you. You're fine. You're fine.
My bad. Thank you. Okay, go now. I got good shit. Jin. Oh, get out. Just get out.
It's gonna be Froggen stunned up and attacked. And his battle is just enough to keep him alive, and he kites away with it, and Keith gets a kill onto Xpecial. Galio dives in heroically, and he has entered the fight. A 3-man taunt after a flash as well, and Keith forced to run, but Zig is on the chase as the Nexus falls, and Phoenix One may find themselves their first match win. Welcome back to the North American LCS, everybody. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Phoenix One versus Echo Fox. And Phoenix One, maybe the fans can start to believe the hype. They took a, I don't want to say completely convincing win, but they did win a pretty strong game over Echo Fox here in the first one, and it seems like they can do it again.
Yeah, and I think like Phoenix One fans are starting to go, okay, Mike Young's in, Xpecial's in. This is the rebirth for them. Is this the rebirth for them? 0-6. The team has already started off a split at 0-9 is one of their records, and then started to kind of bring it back. But now Phoenix One, they're hoping that this is the rebirth for themselves, because right now they've started to unlock Arrow again. Yeah. He was looking a little bit like that MVP status last game, had insane damage per minute on that Jhin, a large part of his team's damage, and also 100% kill participation. So the fact that Xpecial is now alongside this guy and willing to throw away his life, his Braum and stuff like that, to allow him to do damage, gives him that safety to have those performances they were talking about on the desk.
Absolutely the case. The fact that 935 damage per minute was only a third of his team's damage, by the way, is a little bit insane in its own right, because it means Mike Young was getting a lot done, as well as the Kled, as well as the Galio, and everyone kind of involved there. Sorry, especially you're not a high damage champion of Braum, so you're not included in that conversation. But still, it's been very interesting watching this go. And I want to see, how tested can Mike Young get? As you mentioned before, he was given lots of winning matchups in the previous week. He's been getting pretty heavy leashes here. Acadian failed to get into the jungle in time to punish him. At what point will we see him really tested here in the jungle of Phoenix One?
Yeah, I don't know. Because right now, watching him and his kind of his game sense of how he paths, etc., I'm not seeing gigantic weaknesses that are very glaring for his play. He's mechanically good. Question is, does he play a diverse field of champions? Can he play those champions? Because his team is definitely propping him up a little bit with their leashes and the champions that they're selecting for him in the matchups.
Absolutely. Well, Kennen still banned by Phoenix One. Still the red side Zach ban. This time around, Echo Fox not wanting to give Ryu the chance to play Galio. I do want to give them credit for their draft, by the way, because coming into this match, the only player who had played Galio on Phoenix One was Zig. And when they grabbed it as the early flex pick, Echo Fox still went for top lane bans, knowing that it was likely to be flexed somewhere else. Just wanted to commend them for that idea. And Echo Fox, of course, is right about it, as they did flex that Galio into the mid lane. It's been more popular there on pro play this patch. LeBlanc this time removed by Frog, and even though they did beat the champion, Phoenix One had the spare ban. They went for it. Caitlyn off the table. Doesn't mean that's not an option for Arrow here, but of course, his Jhin looked so good. They're just going to first pick it.
Yeah, the Jhin, the Caitlyn being banned away makes a ton of sense to pick up for him. And it didn't look like Echo Fox really had too much to deal with that. We'll see if they get something that can reach that back line, because Arrow went deathless in that game with 100% kill participation, and he was also QSS flashing a lot of the engages from Gate on Rakan. And that's a 2-part CC chain where you get the charm and then the knockup, but Arrow was fast enough to QSS it. He was ready for it every single time.
Rakan grabbed early here for Gate. Lee Sin still high priority. Mike Young still given the option to play Nidalee for himself. Another high priority champion such as Elise is allowed, but if he wants to go for comfort, he still can right now.
Yeah, I feel like the Nidalee would come through again, because up against Lee Sin, you can power farm and just be 2 levels up on him. And it'd be very easy. I wish 2 levels up was an exaggeration, but sometimes it is not in this matchup.
But it's really worth pointing out, there are not many teams in the world who would pick Nidalee over Elise in this scenario.
Yes.
Maybe exactly one. Phoenix One.
So dramatic.
Oh my gosh.
Only one, Mike Young.
You know why Arrow's doing so well, by the way. You see what's in his hands right there. That is a device of victory here. And the Braum we picked up again. So Phoenix One keeping the exact same comp so far, only exception being they have no chance to play Galio. So we'll see if they find another mix that's going to work for them here. Echo Fox hoping to round out their lineup into the first phase. And we'll see which of the various lanes going to go into.
They pick a Froggen champion and then ban the counters. Yep. All right, the Caston was something that got banned away last game by Echo Fox in their first phase, because they said, all right, you might pick it on red side, but now that they pick their mid laner, they may throw up another Cassidon ban here up against Ryu, maybe fearing that champion.
Echo Fox up first for the ban. Let's see what they want to get rid of. Will it be Frog encounters, or will it be some more of these Zig special top laners? Cinder the first one up. And we're going to see if the Cassidon ends up being the second here for himself. There's kind of time to go. This is the slower part of the champion select phase with the second ban phase.
There's a lot to consider, because you could say, all right, let's ban out Fiora, maybe some top lane tanks like Shen. Maybe we'll go for AD carry like Varus, Twitch, Xayah. There's a lot of things you can go for here, because they've shown, hey, we want to ban Twitch Varus last game, but there are considerations of Shen was kind of annoying at some points.
What's really interesting to me is that both Twitch and Xayah, I feel like, get soft countered by Braum a little bit, because they both have pretty significant pass-through mechanics that he stuffs, but still not willing to give the champions away to Echo Fox, Botlander, and Keith. Lucian going to be the secondary ban here. Of course, that would be Ryu aimed. Ryu has put 3 games on Lucian so far. Sorry, that was actually Frog in stats. Ryu's only played 1 game on Lucian so far this split, but we know it's a common and popular mid laner to play, and especially with an ability power-focused jungler like this Nidalee, that champion's available. The question now is what will Keith play, and likely they're going to wait for their top lane to counterpick. Shout out to Zig playing Urgot last week.
Yep.
Tristana. Ooh, I like this champion a lot. I think she's super powerful. In the hands of a good player, you can do some great things, and has amazing synergy with the Rakan as well. Of course, you could rock ship into giving the shield, into making the ultimate land immediately, and could be fun to watch for. But Keith is certainly going to be able to do a lot of damage from the backline here on this champion.
Yeah, self-peel as well, and has multiple ways to get people away from him and create distance. So I like this pick here for Keith, and also the fact that it will shove in very early on in this matchup, because you have a Braum plus a Jhin. You have wave clear advantage. You can deal a lot of damage to that turret. And we'll see how hard it ends up being to lock Keith down, because last game it was supposed to be as well because of the fact he had the Xayah, but now he has the Tristana, which can create that distance.
Mid lane pick going to be Cassiopeia for the mid lane, so one of the 2 casts is coming through. Full lineup is in for Phoenix 1, and it's going to be a tank and a bruiser for the front line, and a Rumble to come alongside that one. Rumble did get some fairly major changes in 7.12. Essentially, he pushes way less well, and the shield's got a shorter duration. Otherwise, there's very similar things overall as a champion. As Echo Fox are done with their lineup. 2 magic damage dealers, 2 physical damage dealers, and very scarce tank stats on the team. It's pretty hard to make Rakan super tanky, but if the engage is there, the follow-through certainly is.
Just taking a moment to look at these really quickly. Yeah, they have a decent amount of engage on the side of Phoenix 1 and Echo Fox. It's not really anything crazy, right? It's not like these teams are really built for anything except for team fighting. Might be a little split push for Phoenix 1, but otherwise these teams kind of want to bash their heads against each other. Yeah. Not seeing a 1-3-1 here from either side.
I don't see much of a 1-3-1 either. Maybe a 1-4 thanks to the Renekton. I feel like he should be able to win the 1v1 against Rumble at some point. The one thing that concerns me from Echo Fox is no true tank against a conventional team fight team, though. Who's going to survive 2 Jhin crits? Who's going to zone back a Cassiopeia who's ready to go for full damage? Ryu can certainly put out great team fight damage here in this one. It's going to be, in my mind, a tough one for Echo Fox to navigate, but we'll see if they can do it. Phoenix 1 with the new lineup have tested some first place teams and now have a 1-0 lead over Echo Fox.
Yeah, you always do have to be a little careful though. If you are a Cassiopeia or Jhin, 2 low mobility carries against a Rumble, who can just throw that equalizer onto the backline and make those team fights pretty much an instant win.
We'll see if they can have it happen. Here we go in a game 2. Echo Fox taking on Phoenix 1. We switched sides and here we go. Let's see if Phoenix 1 can close it out and find that first match win, or if Echo Fox can hope to sweep back and make that playoff run they've hoped to do all these years.
Yeah, almost going on 2 years now and missing out on playoffs. Echo Fox, fans are getting anxious. They want to see that team up there. Whereas Phoenix 1, just coming off of 3rd place in the playoffs and going to Rift Rivals. Oh, people are saying, all right, let's see them get back.
Exactly. Can they get back to that form? Gate once again going for the tankier of the Keystone options on the Rakan. Also, once again, going for the ancient coin line for the free skill point. Usually comes online for a rank 2 ultimate by level 10. Rakan's ult rank, not the most important, but...
it does increase the CC duration.
Oh, it does? Okay. You lose it because of the knock-up anyway, though.
Yeah.
You often don't get actually much out of it. You get a lower cooldown, which is nice,
Exactly.
obviously.
It sometimes allows you to kind of get it off exactly, because it's 1.25, 1.5 in terms of the seconds that you're CC'd. So if somebody does have Merc Treads, the cast time of your W will be just enough to make sure it's unavoidable without a QSS. But otherwise, yeah, it's not that impactful.
All right, we'll wait to see what comes through into this one.
A lot of traps set up, and they're going to unleash them again.
Yeah, should be plenty of damage out there for the Nidalee. Jumping around, feeling pretty good. W start makes sense. We'll see what kind of leash Cadian can get. Froggen looks like he's going to be playing for zoning and harassment, but now his Q's on cooldown for the Raptor spawn. And Ryu takes plenty of damage. You can't feel too bad about that one. And here we can see...
Oh, they're double leashing
the new meta. Yep, the double leash. Plenty of damage here into this one as Mike Young hopes to finish down the Raptor camp. And right now you'd want to leave to get back to lane. So this means Phoenix 1 will be late to getting some CS. And look at this. Yeah, Keith wants to zone them out. Gate the same. And it's not going to be too bad, though. Only missing XP on 1.
Nothing.
No, one of the Reds is already dead.
Yeah. Just one.
But yeah, that's really not terrible. Especially considering that Echo Fox didn't leash at all. You feel like they might have wanted to walk into that wave and force it to focus fire by stepping in and jumping into the brush. But that wasn't done there by Gate, so no gains. Knockup gonna land.
He does have to crit though.
Yeah, plenty of damage going back onto it as well. But the Courage the Colossus shield makes it not too bad.
They will hit level 2 a little bit sooner. They got there and missed one, just like you said, on the P1 side. But Mike Young, this is a very fast jungle clear. He's about to hit level 4 at 2 minutes, and we'll track it here. He actually goes over. 250. 250. Ugh. That is such a fast jungle clear. Like, his top laner's level 2, about to hit level 3 off of a few more creeps here, and he's going to go for a level 4 gank on this Rumble here. Zig doesn't have the full... He just wants the level so he can get sliced. Look at that, but no, he's going to go for the flash.
Oh, the Javelin goes far! Looper, like a little bit more damage, gets away with it, but he was stunned and Mike Young threw it too far away. Oh, you can do wrong, it turns out. That kill was destined to go Phoenix One's way, but it was turned aside.
Oh, that was... I feel like he thought that the stun wasn't going to be as long because it was an empowered one, and that he would have walked forward a little, but it's still, you just click right on him, and ends up not going.
Well, unlucky there. Looper has to burn his TP to get back to lane, and Zig doesn't really need to burn much to stay in for this one, so.
Did burn flash for Looper still having his up, though.
That's true.
Does force the back, like you said.
No crit coming through for Arrow, though. Didn't quite get the range to attack Keith. Shields come through for Gate, and we have a pretty normal standstill in the bot lane. +1 farm lead for Keith, not the biggest.
Mike Young going to be on the bottom side of the map now for a little bit because his camps will be coming up. He'll clear this. And then because he went back to his Raptors a little bit later, it's actually not going to be up for quite a while here. So see if he looks for a gank in that small window. I would say he has about 30 seconds here before a camp really comes up.
Let's see, can they get the knock-up on the Ryu? Acadian waiting in the wings. But he's hoping for Nidalee to come by, or he's hoping for Froggen to make something happen. Ryu has guessed incorrect. The knockback is there. Flashes in time. He didn't want to burn that flash for a closer Q, but it's still a burn flash away from Ryu. Lane lead to the mid lane.
Acadian did a much more common jungle route that's coming out now for things like Rek'Sai and Lee Sin, where you start Raptors, go red, kill Krugs, back, it's level 3, and then you buy a longsword, and then you can run straight down and do your bottom side jungle into a gank. And if you run into anybody, you'll be level 4 and you'll have a longsword over them. So it's actually quite a good route if you ever plan to fight anybody.
Didn't find anyone to fight just yet, but he is back on the map, taking a second round of Raptors, level 5 for him. So Acadian's actually managed to get the level lead over Mike Young.
Yeah, it's because of the Raptors that Mike Young did later, so they're actually going to come up at a much later time, so he didn't kill the big one first.
Oh, I didn't notice that after it. Okay. That makes sense, though, as he's looping back around. Level 5 now on both these. Acadian running away. Trading Trinket Wards, and they're going to be fine on this one. Looper does have the flash lead in the top side, and Zig just now TP'd back in. But just for Ruby Crystal Longsword, not a huge pickup right there for the Renekton. Gromp going to leash back, and Acadian just preventing Mike Young from farming anything. The only camp up for this Lee Sin is his Krugs. The only thing up for Mike Young is this Gromp, and looking for the play right now as Rumble roams down. Smite fight! Mike Young doesn't have one, so it shouldn't go away from Acadian. He's going to land that one. Nicely done. Safeguards away.
He was a ward the whole time, but they're going on Acadian.
And it's a lot of damage. They're going to get this kill. He's forced to flash, and who's even there to follow? Mike Young zoned out by Looper. No first blood lost, but was it really worth the risk? Looper himself going to lose his flash. You have to expect. Zigga has the stun available. Lands the kill, and he stops it. He pulls a Dyrus, and down he goes. First blood to Mike Young.
But Looper there for him. Ooh. Yeah, he had time to do that too. He was just thinking that it was gonna.
So panicked.
And the other part is, if he doesn't flash there, he's hit by the spear. If he does flash, he may still eat the spear. It was before he could reach the wall. That Mike Young maybe flash chases. So there's a possibility that Mike Young gets that kill anyway. So have to look at it a little closer here. But yeah, this was great from Acadian to get in and out, eats the stun there, but then they overstay a bit. Mid doesn't have priority, and then Acadian takes so much damage, and Looper can't get the kill onto Mike Young there and starts running away. We'll see it one more time here. The spear comes out. Yeah, the spear connects before he's in range to flash.
He was close.
So yeah, he may have been able to chase anyway because Mike Young still had flash, but it would have been a flash for flash. It's not my proudest kill.
But you'll take it anyway. The revenge is in. 700 gold through Phoenix 1 Gate. Glacial Blast to the face is going to be okay with this one. Mike Young, level 6 in the Italy. He clears away that bottom side of the jungle 7 minutes into the game. We'll see what can come up next for these players. Skate puts the ward down, but a little bit too late. He knows that buff is gone. Those are two of my very favorite ward spots, by the way. If you have some control over bot lane, you ward by the red, you ward by the Raptors. You can track the opposing junglers very, very well on the bot side. You can even track the mid laner based on the positioning there. You don't put it all the way in the camp. You make sure you can watch the mid laner come down or the Raptor move. And so it's some pretty good safety there for Gate, unpunished by the deep play. And Mike Young unleashed the blue away for Katie could land a skill shot. So farming well. And he's actually going to get his own blue. Doesn't give it over to Ryu.
He has a tier as well. Probably just assumes that there isn't much pressure in that lane, and he's super low, so why not? I feel like the great debate of who gets second blue in Italy. Yeah, I feel like a lot of junglers want to have that second blue. Like, it's the conversation I have with Meteos every single time he's on like an analyst desk or something, and we're just chilling. Like, second blue should be junglers. Helps you with your second clear.
Yeah.
Allows you to stay out there.
It's fine.
Exactly. Right.
Dr. Mundo? Yeah. Those cleavers.
Exactly, but like that's why Rek'Sai was one of those things that people really liked as mid laners. They're like, give me first blue and second blue, and just keep giving it over. But I like that they gave it over to the Nidalee, not just because I'm a jungler, but because I think it's very effective for him, because Ryu is full mana and has ways to get it back, whereas Mike Young was kind of running out there and would have had to back otherwise.
Sure. Needs to stay on the map when Nidalee's core strength is her efficiency and incredibly high uptime. No jungle chance done just yet. Nice chunk right there on the arrow. They feel back in the wings there, but not a lot of sticking damage. Wait to see what comes in next for these two players. So here comes the engage. Works special, but of course able to rocket the boy pretty easily. Gate didn't have the knock-up on him or any damage at all, so there's no root to come out for arrow, and out they go.
Expecting to maybe get something there, but it's hard to get something out of them like a flash.
It is almost impossible for Braum Jin to force a kill in Tristana. There is you can't, you have to somehow ult the rocket jump, which to be fair is doable, but it's your only window at all to prevent that.
Even if you jump on Rakan, she jumps away, Rakan jumps to her. Right. Her, exactly. Her. Exactly.
He jumps to her, yeah.
Yes.
Tristana, yep. Out they go. Mike Young looking for an invade now on this blue buff, though. Really high pressure, high priority. Level 7 here, looking for the blue steal. You know, you mentioned mid laners love junglers who give them first blue. How about giving them the enemy blue? Or Mike Young gets both.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the mid laners giving it over. I feel like that's the other jungler. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the bottom side, they lost a little bit of control. Mountain Drake on the table, and I feel like Phoenix won. It's a great composition to have a Mountain Drake, because we talked about 4-1. The Renekton will do more damage to it, and Cassiopeia and Jhin damage to a Baron can get pretty disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, the Baron rushes are definitely a stake in here to get Mountain Drake stacked up. Phoenix 1 so far have the early game lead, and now as we talk about now in the middle of the split, which team can fix their issues, who can improve? Phoenix 1 with the roster will certainly have. A lot of the rationale behind the changes was who can be a role player, who can be a carry, who can do what needs to be done for the team right now. Mike Young seemingly fitting in better than an Ori, in the words of the owner. And so far, this improvement has been shown.
And there was actually that little clip that we were showing with voice comms during the break, or like right after, before the break. Yeah, where Mike Young was incredibly vocal, very clear voice in the team communication during a team fight. That's something that you almost never see in a rookie, is very calm and clear calls where you know exactly what's going on and there isn't superfluous information being like thrown back and forth.
Yeah, it's not LeBlanc, LeBlanc.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go LeBlanc. Focus that guy. I'm healing you. And like, that's great calm. That is exactly what you want out of a player. And I just agree with you. Really good stuff out of Mike Young so far. Has been looking good. And now Echo Fox showing some signs of difference, though. They've swapped their lanes to the other side of the map. They were first to go for it, looking for the Rift Herald, but now getting pushed away.
Now, similar timings here, where they're actually just rotating to the other side of the map on both sides.
But this time, they're both giving away the chance at the Drake. In last game, it was Phoenix 1 who went for the Inferno, grabbed it, then swapped back. This time, it's both teams staying near Rift Herald, which makes sense. I like that as a metagame call. Rift Herald's important, certainly. But again, it's both teams thinking they have equal claim to the objective. Not willing to trade down, in air quotes, for a Mountain Drake. Root doesn't quite land on a gate. He walks away. Jukes the Javelin. Suave as ever. Out they go. Still 900 gold difference, and again, a somewhat slow, meandering early game. Very farm-based on the early side.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Tristana has not been able to shove in as effectively as she used to and be able to pick up some damage on a turret, because that bottom turret for P1 is actually still very healthy.
A lot of it's that Rakan's, I think, a weaker laner than Braum is. Braum can threaten you pretty consistently, and he can prevent you from trading off into the marksman afterwards. And you don't really have that same thing out of Rakan quite the same way. The damage that's just there. And I feel like, generally speaking, the matchup should feel pressured if you're Echo Fox in the 2-1-2. And sometimes that means you're just not able to go for the pushes as well.
Yeah. Rakan's a little bit more defensive during the laning phase, kind of plays back. You can go for plays every now and then, but the variance is very, it's a pretty wide variance.
Also, Arrow. Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Also, Arrow with the Doran Shield is like very hard to push out as well. So that once in a while poke you get out of the Sonic doesn't line up.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more Doran's Blades after the Doran Shield nerf. Yeah. Just the 50 gold cost where you can't bring another health potion in. I feel like that nerf is good, but we're still going to see Doran Shield be very big in the bottom lane.
I think it's a viable item, and then, maybe on average it's slightly stronger than the Doran's Blade, but Blade's more damage, his life's on a team fight.
It scales better.
Things. Of course it does, yeah, absolutely. Here we go, though, they dive onto the bot lane turret, and Zig looking for the 2v1, and Looper's got nowhere to go this time. Not much you could have done about it. He did burn Flash, but the Flash meant nothing. No summoners lost by. Phoenix won one more kill on the bot side, and that turret's gonna be under fire.
Yep, Zig able to tank the turret the whole time. Mike Young didn't miss the spear that time. Woo! Oh, redeems himself, but now this is a race against the Tristana damage on the top side to that turret.
Seems Keith favored. He goes in, auto attack's coming across, and 2 more hits would have killed it, but yeah, he's got to, again, respect what the special could do to him. With Gate in, though, they can go for this. And again, the teams should be calling how much threat that bot lane turret is under. At a certain point, you're almost willing to give up a kill to secure first turret gold.
It's very close. Yeah, Zig is going to get it here in just a second. Acadian's coming up to try and secure.
It's tight timing. Zig's on the rushing. Here comes the damage up, and they can't knock it down. First turret gold, the 700 gold swing goes the way of Zig. That gank worked off, and they were 4 seconds away. You have to believe something could have been done differently.
And you could see special there. This is what I really like about watching him when he has a hyper carry type player on his team. Just somebody who's a very good AD carry because he's willing to protect things with his life. He jumped up, put up the Braum shield so they couldn't hit the turret anymore, and it looked like he got chunked out very heavily, but he was still going to stand around and make sure that they got that first turret gold, even if it may have cost him his life.
Yeah, I have to imagine Keith could have just ulted Braum away at some point when he put the satchel charge down. With Braum ulted out, you're not getting re-engaged by the ulti in there. You can get the 2 other autos and you knock that turret down. So I think mechanically things Echo Fox could have done better. Maybe that's Looper not making the call. I don't know what, but certainly things could have been changed and first turret gold could have gone differently. Either way, though, it is the gold lead. It's now 1,700 against 1.
Also, when Mike Young goes and ganks bottom, your jungler should immediately go top. Acadian should have been on the top side knowing there's an uncounterable 3-man play to make on the top side and would have been able to force down that turret earlier.
Yeah, maybe Froggen roams as well. It's not like Taliyah doesn't have wave clear, right? You go for the 4-man play pretty easily enough, and Luber can threaten TP afterwards, but not the situation we are in, and the dual lane swaps back down. Looks like Echo Fox trying to use Keith as that wrecking ball to knock down some turrets, to get some pressure, going to be to that play first. As they put him down to the bot side of the map, and Arrow not close by to this one. Waited around for a bit more gold, now walking into the lane. He should get at least 1 full charge satchel off on the turret, but it's first going to be the play towards the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, which also helps this comp with the Tristana, but that's pretty much the most that you get out of it is enhancing that Tristana damage a bit.
And it's going to be an uncontested Drake, so the first turret gold was lost, but 700 gold aside is going to be Echo Fox getting the first Drake of the game. It's going to be Mountain. Certainly not as powerful as the Infernal was from the previous game, although the priorities change when you know what the Drake it is. Now a nice root there, good shot by Arrow, flash out from Froggen. Ghost goes back and forth, 1 more shot, he's gonna get away from all 4 of them. Nicely played by Froggen, but it is 2 summoners down.
Yeah, 2 summoner spells to make sure you don't die to an ultimate. It depends, because I don't think that's gonna be worth here if they do come back and get a kill on him. Keith, though?
Kicked over the wall, nice block in there, and Arrow's got nowhere to go. The Keith just put him out of range. That will be a turret going down, so Echo Fox now playing a bit more around. Keith are starting to gain some leads. Looper looks like he is not willing to ult that top lane, waiting to keep the turret alive, so he will lose top lane outer as well. Zig off 2 ganks from Mike Young, now smashing this lane.
Yeah, think about Zig in the last game too, was able to get first turret by himself on Kled, got the other side lane turret as well, and that's really great to see from Phoenix 1 because this was almost something they almost never did. Hold on, looking up.
Charm, double knock, up the knockback there as well from Froggen. How good's the burst going to be? A lot of takes net through from Xpecial, blocks a lot of it, and Ryu going to run away. Someone heals, keeps him alive. The dive back into Mike Young gets his 3rd kill in a row. Now Acadian, chunked low, 1 more javelin, going to look for the shot, not going to land, but can he get the chase? The rest of Echo Fox forced to run away. A nice stun going to land on the front liners. There's the equalizer to buy some time. Froggen trying to kite back, gets away with it, and Zig is going to fall. 1 for I guess 2. 1 for 1. Either way, they're getting away from this one now as the rest of the team staying just barely alive. Echo Fox making it a decent trade.
Get one back, and right now, it's just everybody resetting. They're like, everybody's got kind of chunked out from that fight. Time to back off, take a breath. But yeah, Ryu, they go after him with Gate using his flash here to engage and try to get in there to try and pick him up. Dodges the Petrifying Gaze, so does Acadian and Froggen. And they aren't able to pick up Ryu. It's a split focus there. You can see the satchel onto a special, whereas that may have been enough there to kill Ryu. He may have blocked it. And then was able to pick it up himself.
All the Unbreakable at work right there. Takes so much damage, and then the chase down Zig just slightly over-aggressive. That equalizer actually clutched as well.
That was really good.
Crushed all game, but that equalizer guaranteed there was no follow-through.
Yeah, at the very tail end of that, Keith had his ultimate for a very long time. It's like, why isn't he ulting the Renekton away? It's because there's that equalizer that's keeping the Renekton in, and he would have just helped him instead. He almost kills Froggen, but make sure they get the Renekton kill.
As a much worse player than Keith, I have saved so many players with bad Justana ults.
Everybody has.
Yeah. I'm sure Keith has too, but he's certainly doing it pretty well in this game. Good farm, good turret kills, playing pretty well for himself. Arrow this time not quite as impactful. Yeah. It's been Mike Young and Zig doing most of the hard work here.
Yeah. Down 30 CS right now for Arrow. Of course, that's kind of natural with Tristana getting the push on. Yeah, making things go into the turret and picking up. But right now, trying to split the map a bit here. Echo Fox still down, but they have that Mountain Drake.
As time goes on. Next break will be Oceans, all non-combat sort of siege-focused ones.
Yeah.
Which can be useful. I mean, sieges matter. Sieges determine games sometimes. It's just not the team fight power in front of break, quite obviously. That Phoenix One was able to use pretty successfully.
Looks like mid-focus here from Echo Fox. Want to be able to knock down this turret. Already a bit below half HP. So they'll be able to throw on a Satchel Charge and maybe do enough here.
Big, especially going to launch forward. There we go, chunks that one. Satchel lands, nice root. The Rose blows up as well, and Gate forced to walk back off of this regeneration. Not a lot of pressure really gets done. Braum is so good at preventing sieges. You pull aggro if you attack him, even if the shield blocks the damage. So you can't keep hitting him and push him away because the turtle will hit you back.
Yeah. I think that's like one of the most annoying things that a Braum can do. The first most annoying is he can stand in front of a ward that you're sweeping, and you can't auto-attack it as a ranged champion.
This, though, especially now cut off with the wall, but the root's going to land. This could be Gate's days being numbered. They're all grouped up. And a big Braum ulti starts it off. A nice kickback to buy a bit more time, but now the chase is on to Looper. Running out of health, thankfully drops out the passive. He's been shut down, and Ryu gets the kill with the ulti. Petrifying Gaze picks it up. 1-0 Phoenix 1.
And Looper put down an ultimate so that they couldn't chase him around the corner, but he dies before anybody even wants to chase him. So that ends up being a kill over for Phoenix 1. And now mid lane Siege is going to start going the other way.
Not that much to be gained though right now. It's going to be splitting the team back up, and Ryu actually wants to split off in the wing. A little bit of alone time. Yeah.
Froggen is beating him a bit there in the CS department, but able to even it back up and has a Rod of Ages and Tier. So we're looking at 2 Rod of Ages, a Tier over on Phoenix 1 side. So they're just going to get a little bit stronger over time off of those. And I feel like their composition, just from a split push perspective, a little bit better. And their team fight could be very deadly. Both these teams, depends on who lands those abilities, especially Seismic Shove. Seismic Shove is such a game-changing ability.
We'll see if those plays can happen, but it's really been special doing so well to tank up and keep those teammates alive. He's been doing very well for himself, and it's been a team game so far for Phoenix 1.
That's a crazy acquisition as well for him, because we're seeing a lot of trades that have happened kind of in the NALCS, where it's like Dardoch for Smithy, and then they both had kind of okay splits in spring. Like Smithy was like very high in deaths, like second in deaths in the entire league. Dardoch had most player of the games, but wasn't transitioning. You swap them, now the teams are both near the top of the standings, and we just got to see them play. And it's like both teams came out on top. But then you see a team that picks up Big. Dignitas picks up Big as the support. You're like, okay, is he an upgrade over Xpecial? But it's not necessarily they're an upgrade in terms of play. It's just stylistically who they're playing with. Dignitas needed a playmaker like Big, who was constantly making plays because they have a passive AD carry like Lodge, and then they have Someday on the top side of the map, right? They need other people to start doing things because Keen is also not going to create too much action. But Phoenix 1 pick up Xpecial, who's more about protecting people. He can protect these carries like Arrow and Ryu, where they now have somebody like Mike Young who can start making some action happen alongside Zig, who's becoming a little bit more aggressive in his play from what we've seen. But I like the protection factor on Arrow.
Sure. Even though he is playing something a bit more backline, like Jin, Special is able to protect everybody. Ryu's gotten a bit better in this one as well, as mid lane is under fire once again. Echo Fox looking to make this push happen. This time Special a bit zoned out. The Ocean Drake going to be picked up, pretty much uncontested there as Mike Young grabs that.
Yep.
Both remains 1800. Ocean Drake now in the wings.
And I always think it's important to look at people's specialties as well, because you think about Shady came in, it's like you look at his solo queue, Brand, Vel'Koz, all these mages, Karma, range supports, Lulu. That's not really the meta right now, and that's not what Arrow kind of needs is this MVP player. He needs somebody who's going to protect him when there's so many things in the meta that can reach you, like Jarvan, Galio, all these guys who want to dive. So keeping him protected is very important. It's not always like a better player situation.
What's interesting as well is we still do see the occasional Karma and Lulu and whatnot in professional play. Like, they haven't disappeared. It's just, what do teams think is the best for them now? Even if they are, you know, as Kobe put it when talking about Italy, a viable champion, you can play it. It's what styles do the teams actually want to play in? And heck, what kind of champions do really suit the players? Looks like they want to play tank. Special splitting that pretty nicely. Big chunk going to keep those. Got to kite back. And again, Special keeping not only his champions, but his turrets alive as well. Satchel's going to land. One more shot will do it. That turret's going to go down to the mid lane. Here comes the engage. Another javelin lands. Keith's going to kite back. Gate's going to be low on HP. Here comes the big stun to the front line, but nice little bit of time bought by Gate. No kills just yet. Out they go, but Keith is out both the summoners.
And it looked like they were trying to peel Zig very heavily there. Keith blew his summoners, and then Gate also blowing his ultimate there. Acadian went for a kickback too, so huge disengage to get that turret. Is it just going to be a turret returned in mid to kind of just accelerate the pace? I don't think so.
4 turrets down, or sorry, 4 summoners down for one. I misspeak as Zig did flash in otherwise, but and nothing down in the mid lane just yet. Echo Fox getting the turrets a bit closer, but still suffering a 2,000 gold deficit right now. Off the kills and the farm difference, the top lane lead is pretty big.
Yeah.
Zig going for a very aggressive build to its Cleaver into almost a finished Ruin King, into also getting what I assume is a Titanic Hydra. Maybe it's Frozen Mallet, but those are the only 2 drawing this item. Well, that and Sterix, but that would be a longsword. So they're going to have 3 offensive items here.
Surprised he didn't finish the Blade of the Ruin King, but I think he got to the point where he was saying, okay, I'm team fighting a little bit more now, so I need that durability. And it looks like it might be that Titanic Hydra like you were talking about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's trying to get on Looper with a Frozen Mallet, slow him down, make sure he can't get away. Could be a nightmare.
Yeah, who knows? All kinds of options. Either way, yeah. Just needed the Cleaver or the Cutlass for the slow, it feels like, and he's going to be fine from here. Items still pushing forward here for Mike Young. Once again, a Rod of Ages, Sork Shoes into his own use Hourglass. Banshee's Veil online for Ryu. Next up, probably going to be the Seraph's Embrace. A lot of damage coming through for you pretty quickly.
Yeah, you were right, by the way. Gate has level 2 ultimate already, and level 10.
There you go.
Point.
Good brain.
Good brain. I think the first person I ever heard say that was Kobe.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I actually thought it was an Azael thing, but you're right. Kobe said a lot.
It might have been Azael as well.
Either way.
I mix them up all the time. There's only one person on the dive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all the same people. Lock it done for Special, ready to protect his teammates. Still no upgrade of boots, but doesn't need them. Who even cares anyway? We'll see what comes in next. Gold lead still saying 1,700 different. Phoenix 1 back in the mid lane. Echo Fox just, they're A-remming back and forth. Zig pushes the bot lane in, makes Sleeper walk over, then he goes back to his team.
Yeah, you
one by one, they're pushing lanes in.
Yeah, you kind of end up in this situation where you go back and forth until a Drake spawns, and then if somebody has like the wave on your side of the map, you have to push it back out before you can contest. So just weaving back and forth, spending gold on control wards, clearing out control wards when you have people en route. With the Tristana, though, you should be able to push a little bit, but you don't have the wards to support it on the sides. I like the static shift buy as well. Huge amount of wave clear from the Tristana. It's so hard to actually get a wave to the turret now.
Yeah, the wave clear is insane, and it's even burst damage in a team fight as well. It is, I think, easily the best single target damage of the Zeal upgrades.
Oh, he used the seismic shove.
Folds in. Yeah, Froggen's going to have to go sway slowed down by the Cutlass. There's the giant stun. Look at the damage output there on a Froggen. Cutting back now himself, the Go's going to stay on. He's going to be okay for now, but he's on the wrong side of this map. He can get away. Meanwhile, Equalize the front lines. They've picked off Aaron. You can't shield that kind of damage. Here's the rocket jump, the kick flash in, 2 for 0 in the mid lane, and Keith gets one of them.
Yep. Looper with the ultimate right on top of Arrow, and especially can't keep him safe from that one, and then they're going to shove in this mid wave. Cassiopeia was topside. Mike Young was there as well.
And there is no one around. 2 turrets picked up so far, and the snowball can certainly continue. Froggen gonna get the safe recall. This wave gonna be cleared pretty easily.
Go for another.
Fox, 600 gold up. There's late recalls from the rest of the team. They have to be a bit careful because there are only 4. Froggen did recall back. This turret is gone. There was no rush of arrow. They could see where the respawn timers were coming in. All 3 turrets down in the mid lane off of 1 big play.
Yep, you can see up 1,300, 1,400 gold now for Echo Fox. That Mountain Drake helping them a lot there in that push too, just got them more tempo. But now, reset, there's a Mountain Drake coming up in 50 seconds, and they're going to want to play for that.
Huge stuff out of gate. Looper followed through, but I have to imagine that was jumping in with the quickness. And, well, Phoenix 1 were downed with the quickness, and it went well. 3 kills for Echo Fox. Those 2 turn into 3 turrets. I think he continues to play this.
Waiting for a response there.
No, you were drinking water. You were fine. Oh. I just was trying to find my next sentence is all.
What is this? Yep, this goes in.
Oh,
Grand entrance. Yeah, ultimate on top of it. They just get obliterated. They're looking for a ward there in that side brush. They both walk over there, and then Gate. Man, good play played there. I mean, he's been making a ton of plays this whole split. He's been a big playmaker for Echo Fox. It's kind of been, they play around Froggen. Caden will get some early pressure, but Gates had those very impactful mid-late game plays. Meta suits him a little bit better too for that.
Certainly does. He likes to defend the champion. Let's see what he can do with next. Says the shot not going to land. Keith has gone for the team fuddiest build possible. Shiv and Hurricane are the best anti-champion items you can buy in that slot. So he is going to have the highest damage build possible. We'll see if he can make that one happen here in this one. Puts the mark on, not going to get it up.
Wall.
Gonna put the wall down.
Oh, they're trapped.
Gonna force flash. Mike Young jumps in, Specialist has nowhere to go. Poor Braum cut off by an ice wall, finally able to jump across and stays alive. The significant health damage done, and now here comes the play for Baron.
That's a value wall, though, because you get arrows flash out of that. You force a lot of people to just ditch mid lane priority, and now Echo Fox, see, like we talked about, they can reestablish it if they can play around it as they're trying to go for an objective.
Oh, the finally kick him in. There's a kill to take at the first beginning, but they're going to trade lives with Acadian, who did burn his ward hop to make it happen. I don't know if you really like that trade. Good counter engage there by Phoenix 1.
Yeah, I hate that trade, because now you can't go for Baron at all. So Echo Fox, there's no bluff from them standing around the Baron. They have to go for a fight here.
I've seen this before. Echo Fox on the outside of their own mid lane, the other team getting to push their base. While they wait in the wings, mid lane outer falls the result. It was a nice attempt, but it certainly did backfire.
Yeah, Mountain Drake is up too, so you're going to give this over to the Cassiopeia.
Wow. Double Drakes for Phoenix 1. 1 mountain apiece, but the Ocean going to add in for them. Mike Young solo it shouldn't be a problem for him. Every challenger player I know can solo a Drake, so well picked up there by Mike Young with the mechanics, and they're going to wait. Look for a bait right here. Echo Fox knows it's darkness. They really have played this half the Baron dance well. So what can Ryu find to do? A lot of patience. They could have rushed this down. Now they're going to try. Javelin's going to land. Here comes the quickness, though. Here's the dive, and Mike going to pop the Zonias. Now, can he get away, though, is the question. More damage to be had. He might burn down the lock. Went in. Save Nick Special. Finding more ways to shield his teammates than one. And out goes the jungle's going to stay alive a little bit longer. He's going to force to heal or recall or something. But that Baron bait only forces the flash.
And they end up pushing him back really far. But yeah, they force a flash, but they use Gates, Flash, and Ignite for that as well.
Not really a gain to be had. The gold lead, though, still stays with Echo Fox at 500. It is negligible. It means basically nothing.
Oh, Zig also teleported in there. So, lack of a TP advantage now for Phoenix 1 on that split pusher that they've been trying to leverage. Right. And who got those really early kind of kills and assists on the Looper, who was down. Okay, Looper's 3 deaths happened very early on in the game.
Yep. And that TP was completed, went on the full 300-second cooldown, so it wasn't like he started and canceled and it was hit and he showed up. And now the wave continues and Keith knocks down minions. Being gutted much of the farm, which I think is correct for Justana.
And now without that teleport, Looper can threaten the side lane, and I feel like this is what Echo Fox will try to do, is threaten side lane when they have Renekton kind of off the map. You can teleport, and then you can use Froggen's wall to just section off turrets, but I feel like they're playing around mid, even though they have no turrets there right now. So Echo Fox kind of want to wait for that open mid situation and run straight down and get an inhibitor, but it's much easier to play around Baron and top, where that turret is kind of close to going down. It's almost half HP on that tier 2 on the top side. Just play around the objective.
Going to be. They're playing around it for sure. Quick Knight's Vow coming in for Acadian. Last game in this spot, he went for a Guardian Angel. This time, the more defensive build. Knight's Vow keeping Keith alive. It really is putting a lot of the eggs in his basket. Redemption picked up first item for Gate. I say first item, it's his first non-strictly support gold generation Sightstone item. It is much less powerful in 7.12. He has no other healing amp on the kit.
Yep, does have a bit of movement speed though from the Talisman of Ascension, so he can get in with his ultimate. Also makes your W faster. And then the Ruby Sightstone is great to reduce the cooldown of those 2 other actives.
Certainly valuable in that regard. Just interesting to see him go for that and not give the Zeke conversion from the previous game. Now looking at this attempt right now. 9,000 health left on Baron, pushing down about 500 damage per second to this one.
Jungler's on this side though.
Mike Young can get there. Here comes the curtain call. They're going to find damage on the Gate. He's not the tankiest. They're looking for the smite potentially. As Froggen and Keith kite back and forth. 4 shotguns.
Into his hand.
Kill, and the jungler's dead. It's just easy now for him. Phoenix One going to pick it up. Smite it away, and this could have been the throw right now. A second kill comes in, and there's no one left standing. Their auto's running tail between their legs. Trying to get away from this one. A quick 2 for 0, plus the Baron. Phoenix One getting by far the better of that fight.
Yeah, Echo Fox looked like that was a little bit of the sunk cost there, where they said, we already started it. We might as well try to finish it. And then Mike Young walks up there like, wait, he's on this side of the wall. And then they kept kind of skirting around it. And Acadian in the back. Hold on, another dive.
Oh, they're going to push him away. Gate might just live. The Javelin lands. Will he go for it? He's not going to just yet.
He's going to keep going.
Oh, he is going to. He finds the first kill. Looking for the second. Lands the auto attack and a double kill. For the rookie, 9-4 in kills. Phoenix went open to close it out right now. Looper's got nowhere to go. Pops the Zonias, but he's going to die for this one. Gold is what it's going to turn into in more ways than one. 300 picked up once again for Mike Young in this fight.
Acadian, oh, I don't think that's going to kill, though.
No, he might fall away, though, himself, or flash away. He respawned after dying in front of Baron. Middle inhibitor will certainly fall. 5,000 the gold lead for Phoenix One. Mid inhibitor dead, looking for more.
Yeah, they have the Baron buff, and they have the ability to push here. Arrow does a decent amount. They're going to try to go for it here. 25 seconds on Looper. That's 2 turrets. Zig, super low.
One more to fall. Zig's staying alive. The ult is going to land. They get the down. He is, and Froggen is dead. Just the 1 turret remaining. Here comes the quickness. Lands the double knockup. Lands the forfeiting attack. I don't know what that was, but they're going to look for a little bit more. 2 kills picked up as I get tongue twisted. Acadian forced to run away for dear life, but does stay. Ooh, just barely alive. That nearly shut him down, but he's on the fountain now. He's going to be okay. Echo Fox lived to fight another day, but just by the skin of their teeth.
That was so explosive. They had all these turrets up, the second, or that tier 2, and right here, this wall, they go, oh, wait, he's on this side of it. Some of them are still doing damage, and Acadian's on the backside now. They leave him, and that miasma was great for zoning, and then he goes right into Zig. He's not looking before he's leaping right into the crocodile's mouth. And then that's an easy smite pickup there for Mike Young. And they pick up the remaining guys afterwards. Just a huge trail off there. That was a mixed call. And Kobe was talking about it, where the coordination from Echo Fox has been looking a little off. Their team fights have been very off, but that Baron call right there was one that was completely off.
Absolutely agree on that one. It continues the train. In the last game, we talked about Phoenix One with the roster changes and finding players that synergize. It's an upgrade, and they're getting back to form now at this point, and they're playing back to their level. For Echo Fox, the question is, can they learn how to shot call in the mid to late game? And that answer, week in and week out, has still been no. And against this Phoenix One squad, who actually have good early games, Echo Fox no longer have the early game advantage either.
Yeah, they did have a bit of an early game advantage, but it's not enough for them to really kind of coast on that. And they have some tools, too, to help them do stuff like Baron. Like, they have the Weaver's Wall. They also have the Tristan to knock down turrets and get objectives. But even with those 2 things that should accelerate or, you know, kind of cover up those weaknesses of theirs and accelerate the pace of the game, they still kind of misuse them in these opportunities.
Oh, bad news bears. He's gone already. Killing spree for you.
Yep. TP to the other side, looking for a flank here from Zig.
And they're going to run right into a Renekton. Can they get the damage up on this one? Keith's going to have to rocket jump away. Doesn't get it in time. Finally jumps out this time. Will stay alive. Quick grounding onto this one, and suddenly he's going to go to his room. The fountain might just be the place for him, and Looper's going to go down. Zig gets the kill picked up. Some more kills in that top lane. You can miss a javelin once, but at the rest of this game, they're going to keep killing him off. Now a 3v5, and this one turret stands between Phoenix One and their first match win of the split, hoping this is the lineup that leads to redemption. They don't even need to buy into this one. The turret is fallen. The next is now next up. 5v3. Can the re-engage come through? Acadian looking for the damage. Looking for the kills. It's Keith on the wings, but he's getting kited back by Ryu. And that's the game. Fidget spinners for everyone. Phoenix One gets the win.
Phoenix One go from 0-6 to 1-6 and pick up their first match win of the split. You can see it's relief for the team.
Relief and happiness and a big hug all around. The rookie Mike Young, 18 years old, fresh out of solo queue.
Fresh out of high school.
Fresh out of high school as well. We've seen some of those players like that, Poe Belter, Altec. Plenty of successful players have been out there coming out of high school and making their splash with the LCS. Echo Fox, sadly, it is a slide now. Before the thought was, is it the even week, odd week curse? Then as we saw with their loss to Team Dignitas, it's not just that. They've lost now 2 in a row. And they lost to a winless team. Now, I don't think Phoenix One will, even discounting this game, remain even further a winless team. This certainly seems like an upgraded roster. This is a decent squad. Phoenix One will now try to begin the climb. The best they can do is 12-6. I don't think they quite match that, but we'll see if they can move upwards and make the playoffs.
Exactly. I completely agree, though. Phoenix One look a lot better than their record indicates. Like I had called at the end of it, a sigh of relief for the team because there had been swaps back and forth. What's going to work? What's not going to work? Spring plagued them a little bit with those decisions. Now it seems like this is working for the team on stage. It's getting the results that they weren't getting in weeks 1 and 2. And so now Phoenix One fans are kind of like, okay, they're good. Now how good? We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here because they took down Echo Fox and they took 2 teams that were in the top of the standings last week with this roster 2-3 games apiece. So this Phoenix One team, we know maybe they aren't in top form to get to like, number 1 or 2 spot, but are they once again like in a 3rd place position?
Yeah, sure. And you keep in mind when they played against Team Dignitas, that was without X-Special, right? And then when they played against CLG, okay, well, that one you played with their full lineup. But that was your first match with the lineup. And they were splitting scrim time at that point. So you have to assume the growth continues for Phoenix One. And sure, Echo Fox are not the toughest of competition, but Echo Fox are in playoff contention right now, right? They were 3-3 at that point. They beat a playoff team. They 2-0'd a playoff team. They had comebacks against a playoff team. So, that's heartening in its own right. The fact that you went 3 games with a completely fresh roster is heartening. And you have to assume upgrades come in down the line. Phoenix One will get better over time. Mike Young will learn more about pro play. He'll learn more than his Nidalee one trick, as Acadian called him. But again, the fact that they would rather give him comfort than the most common meta pick, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. It could be that he knows more than everyone else does, or it could mean that they're trying to protect him and give him comfort for now. And you have to see what that is down the line as picks and bans come through, what the exact lineup needs to be there for Phoenix One. But now, to hear more about that series, let's send it here to Jat and Phoenix One's rookie jungler.
Thank you very much, Freak. And yes, I'm here with, I got to say, top rookie of the split candidate, Mike Young, picking up your first win in the LCS. Tell me a little bit about that match and how it feels.
Well, coming into the match, I was really nervous because coming off of last split, I started having expectations from all the fans of P1. But beforehand, I wasn't as nervous because we came into the split with no expectations. I had no expectations myself, but now that I have more expectations, I just have to play a lot more, just have to work harder and just to meet the fans' expectations that way.
Yeah, well, first off, congratulations on the first win of the split. And that's interesting, right? You've been challenger since you're 13 years old. This is your 2nd week now in the LCS, and you're playing alongside players like Ryu and Arrow who have been doing it for years. How has it been interacting with those experienced veterans?
I actually really enjoy their personalities individually. Forget all the titles aside, they're really cool people. They love to laugh with me. We always hang out, and we just have a good time.
Great to hear. And also some of the LCS competition you're playing against. You just played Acadian today. He was a big rookie for us last split. What's it like playing against these people who have been playing on the LCS stage as junglers in your 2nd week?
I try to not look at the names too much in game. I specifically just uncheck the names so I can just play my own game, so I'm not intimidated by any top player, so I can just play like solo queue, play like scrims, and just perform my best.
Well, it's definitely been working so far. Picking up your first win with Phoenix One, you said you came into the split with no expectations. Where are the expectations now that you've been gelling a little bit with the team and picked up the first victory?
Our next expectation is to win the next match, which is Team Liquid on Sunday.
All right, 1 match at a time. Good to hear. Thank you very much, Mike Young. Congratulations once again on the win. And we're going to send it to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to hear from Mike Young after his first victory and Phoenix One's first victory here of the summer split. And I also like kind of that measured optimism, looking towards just the next game as the expectation, not letting any of this, it's very easy to get swept up in all the niceties of being in the LCS and having made it onto this big stage. And for him, turning the nameplates off and just looking for the victories. And
going to the moon!
Kobe,
Let's go!
Kobe's going to fidget spin his way to the moon.
Phoenix One, number 1!
All right, but hey, let's be real. A 2-0 victory for Phoenix One here in the second week with Mike Young and Special into the roster is going to look real great for them. And as Freak mentioned, it's against a middle-of-the-pack team. So, that's a very solid place to start from, and we'll see where their growth takes them from here. Freak also mentioned that this one was a little bit of a comeback, and in both games, there were opportunities for the game to go either direction, and they showed some kind of mental fortitude in being able to stick with it.
Yeah, there was definitely a scare here in the middle of this game, but they brought it back around that Baron, right? Able to get the steal off, the damage onto Acadian first, so, crunch moments, basically, turned up for these guys.
This is that steal you're talking about here. Mike Young got one taken from him in game 1. He wasn't going to have it happen a second time, this time getting the better of Acadian.
Yeah, and this was Echo Fox, kind of putting themselves into a bit of a corner here, and Arrow is nailing the Jin shots here at the exact time that Acadian jumps out right into Zig's waiting arms. So that makes this steal very, very simplistic for Mike Young as far as the execution of that, and the pressure of the other smite isn't there. But as a team, they're able to pull that one off, and that little dip of red you see there is the slight scare, but for the most part, the majority of this game, you felt like Phoenix One were going to close this one out, and the fact that they just look better overall as a team inspires way more confidence than just pointing to, oh yeah, look, they added a new guy, and look, they added a special.
Right, yeah, I think it's very easy to look at individual performances or take a look at a gold lead that was developed in one game and say, oh, all their problems are fixed. This is our first example of a full-fledged series in which they come out on top. But even within it, looking at these gold graphs, we can see the stumbles and the recoveries for the squad. And if anything, a lot of times I would say that would make me more optimistic as a young team or a young, newly formed roster, is that if I'm seeing a stumble and recover, I'm more confident than just, hey, hard smashing all the way through and not knowing how we might react to sometime taking a punch in the face.
Yeah, there's definitely still room for improvement. They are going to have a lot of, reviews still left, but they can be very positive now. And that's kind of what happens when you drop that low and you literally have nowhere to go but up the standings. It's now going to be kind of a race for these guys to see how far they can climb, because once you start out that low, it's actually pretty hard to climb back deep into the playoffs. Basically, it's one series at a time, as Mike said, and then you start to think about, okay, are we close to that playoff line, and how much do we need to push to get in there?
Yeah, now Mike Young will receive Player of the Game for this time around. Again, on that Nidalee, a very popular pick for him, but he's finding a way to make it work. 6-1-9 scoreline with 92% kill participation. I like it.
And yes, again, it's becoming so common for people to give these power leashes from the bottom lane on red buff side, so getting off to a very early start. And yes, Nidalee does clear very quickly and can power farm, but he got that early kill. He was 2 levels up on Acadian for a large stretch there of the middle of the game. And you have nothing to say but good things here about this guy as far as coming in as a rookie, performing, not showing any nerves as he talked about on stage, and kind of removing the mystique of playing against LCS players.
Real briefly, I want to talk about Echo Fox, and as this team, seems to continue with similar struggles that we've seen from them in the past, is that if they can't play through Froggen as a win condition, then they seem ultimately lost. And when I talk about using Froggen as a win condition, I mean, even here, he had a 60-plus CS lead and wasn't necessarily able to push it all the way to a victory. So it's looking more and more like it either has to be a landslide from the mid lane, or it's just not going to come together for this squad.
And it keeps coming back to me, this coordination issue that I see for the team, whether they're going for team fights or they're even trying to pull off this split push strategy. Whatever it is, it does seem like there are a couple seconds or even fractions of a second that end up costing them slowly, objective after objective. Keith was very big in this game, and they were coming back, had a very strong play, but then opting into this Baron, and it really just kind of goes downhill from there.
Right. Well, so then let me ask you this, and maybe this is way too broad of a question for the amount of time that we have here, and
I'm ready.
He's getting ready. No, but I guess at what point do you pull the ripcord and you say this team, right, this roster of 5 isn't going to work for Echo Fox? And again,
well, they have a roster
saying
of
this
10.
at the beginning of week 4. They do have a roster of 10. But as it stands, this is the starting 5 that's, played the majority of the games. And yet again, the majority of their wins are either coming through Froggen or nothing else.
I don't think they're near any sort of lineup changes or like they have to get rid of X player. They have to add whoever. Yeah, it is always nice to be able to upgrade or get stars, but I think that they should work on this roster,
right?
Including their other 5-man roster, which they talked about. They're scrimming independently, and I was thinking, oh, they're going to come up with more of these kind of surprise strategies and stuff. So I would like to see them just kind of double down on that, basically. Right. Not abort, no ripcord.
I mean, look, they're sitting at 3 and 4. It's not like this team is, in the gutter.
Exactly.
They're very much in playoff position, as Freak had mentioned. It's just that this is a roster that's been around for a while a team like Phoenix 1, it's like, well, yeah, they're sitting at 1 and 6 now, but this is the newest iteration of it, and so you want to give it time to kind of marinate. Either way, let's go ahead and pull up the standings to recap the day's games. Immortals stand tall in sole possession of first place, while Counterlogic Gaming are knocked down to third, just behind Team Dignitas sitting in that second place slot. Now, we'll be back tomorrow with more LCS action. Our coverage kicks off with Bjergsen and TSM versus High and FlyQuest on NALCS 1, followed by Cloud9 taking on Team Liquid later in the day. Over on NALCS 2, Counterlogic Gaming hit the rift opposite Team Envy. Then Immortals look to maintain their hold of first place as they face Team Dignitas. Looking at these matchups tomorrow, what's the big one? I mean, Immortals Dignitas looks like a pretty exciting one to me.
Definitely. Really looking forward to that one, especially as far as we talked about a lot today, improvements that we've seen from Flame individually. Going up against Someday is my favorite top laner in the whole league right now, just watching some of the plays that he pulls off, so super excited.
Well, and as we know, Smithy doesn't go top lane very often, so we'll see how Flame deals.
Or will he?
Or will he completely shatter the pattern? Either way, ladies and gentlemen, for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
Smithy has been this guy that at best people talk about him as underrated. And Dardoch is turning over a new leaf here too.
Flashes forward to get him to safety, but they still want Aphromoo. They get first blood. Immortals on the board. Summoner spells are there for the 8th carry, but it's not going to be enough. Pobelter picks that one up with Winds of War as Ole comes up big with the crowd control. Ready to flag and drag in and give everybody the Demacian might. Pobelter still alive one more time. Flashes into lockdown CLG. He's baiting too. He didn't even use hard. They really want that rift arrow. He still has a chance to do that. Jumps up Smithy. Oh, what a seismic shove coming in from Pobelter. Great repel from Smithy to draw in the arrow, and Stick stays down immediately. Immortals take it 2-0.
Titan back to flash forward. Keith running out of health, and he dives in, and he dives for free. Keith gives it away in a second one as well as Looper falls. It's gonna be Froggen stunned up and attacked. Oh, and he's just enough to keep him alive, and he kites away with it. Keith gets a kill onto a special. 4 shots.
They knew his hand.
And the jungler is dead. It's just easy now for him. Phoenix 1 gonna pick it up, smite it away, and this could have been the throw right now. 5v3. Can the re-engage come through? Acadian looking for the damage, looking for the kills. And Keith on the wings, but he's getting kited back by Rio. And that's the game. Fidget spinners for everyone. Phoenix 1 gets the win.